to the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2023, and of course the special event to finish off the year. It's the WM Plate. My name is John Ratcliffe, and joining me alongside in the commentary box is Mr. Jack Oliphant. Good morning, Jack.
Hello. It is great to be back. I feel like a kid at the top of Whilton Mill. It's absolutely fantastic, and hopefully this special event will somewhat culminate the season in a frantic, fantastical day of racing.
It should be exciting. It should be very exciting. Now here at Whilton Mill, 1,200 metre circuit, a decently big track for the drivers to fight around, but of course they should know sort of where they're going by this point, especially if they've done the full season here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2023. Now sadly, of course, the last event that we did with Whilton Mill Kart Club was back for round 4. That was the last stream that we did. Now we're back for the WM Plate. It should be a lot of fun. I don't think you were actually there for round 4. I think your last one was round 3.
I think it was, and I was deadly ill as well at the time. So I think I did it with Chaz Draycott, because unfortunately you weren't there either. So it was a long time ago, and I think a lot of people have been desperate to see the streams back at Whilton Mill. You mentioned, obviously, a lot of people should be knowing their way around the circuit. Well, they're going to have some tricky conditions to potentially contend with as well, especially when it comes to the finals, because there is a forecast of some afternoon drizzle, isn't there? And you know what? That shakes things up.
Indeed, yeah. You never know when it comes to the winter months like this. You're in November. I was surprised, to be honest, over this weekend that we're not having more rain.
I know.
But probably lucky for the drivers, because it's so cold that if it does rain, it might start to turn to ice.
Yes.
We're in low single digits here. I don't think it's getting anywhere over 5 degrees today here at Whilton Mill, so there's not going to be much grip out there on circuit, I don't think.
Absolutely not. No, luckily the drivers have been out there to warm themselves up, warm the tyres up, and warm the circuit up probably more than anything.
True.
So the track temperature might have lifted slightly. These images we're seeing on screen, I don't think they're quite live, so
no,
it
they're
doesn't
not
look quite that green or anything like that.
No, it's not
worry.
that green.
But it is quite a nice day out there. It was a lovely day yesterday. I don't know about where you are, but up in Leeds it was a lovely sort of bright blue sky day, even though it was very cold. So hopefully there won't be too much moisture in the air for them, and with any luck we get some clean races for Heat 1 and 2. We get to lunch and then the carnage can start.
Indeed, yeah, no, I was down at Buckmore Park yesterday and there was lots of slipping and sliding. I can imagine it's going to be pretty similar out there today as well, and that was in Club 100 machinery, which is a lot slower than a lot of the karts that we're going to see out on circuit today. So, yes, lots of slipping and sliding. We could see some interesting action, and of course, it being a one-off event where the winner of each final at the end of the day gets their hands on that WM plate, I think we could see some interesting action where the drivers don't leave anything on the table.
No, they want the WM plate. They want to run it for next year, although what happened quite a lot last year when we covered this this weekend, I should say, actually, because it's not championship, is the fact that a lot of the drivers who won the WM plate then couldn't run it because they moved from juniors up to seniors, or they moved to different engines or something like that. So we haven't actually seen it in the championship that much, but it's still a point of pride, isn't it? And I'm sure a fair few people have got their number plates nailed up against their wall or something like that. And I have to say, just to clarify, last year we spent the entire day commentating and covering and saying about how this last round is the final round of the championship and the WM plate. That's not the case. We do apologise for all those mistakes.
1 year later, we finally give an apology.
1 year later, we apologise. Yes, no, we have been informed that it's a completely standalone day today. So, championship is not important, but it's still important to see who the favourites are out there.
Exactly, yes, yeah, of course, that's definitely the thing to look into if a driver's been able to be consistent across the season. You'd like to think that they're pretty good around this circuit, so likely they'll carry around that form into today. And what way to cap off a championship-winning season than grabbing the WM plate as well. So I'm sure the drivers will be eyes on the prize today for that WM plate to stick on that kart, as you say, for next season. Now we're in our last practice sort of warm-up session of the day. You can see the senior Rotax karts out getting those laps in to finalise the morning's running of action that isn't racing, and then we'll swiftly be moving on to said racing action. So it's 2 heats and a final for each class today. Of course, the amalgamation of your finishing positions in heat number 1 and heat number 2 will determine the grid in your class for the final later on. Now we have 8 WM plates to give out today. Only 7 finals, though. We have 1 final with 2 WM plates that will be given out in the same final. That's because it's a joint grid, so 2 classes on the same grid. That'll be the Rotax cadets and the iArmy cadets. That's the iArmy Water Swift cadets who were there with the Rotax cadets in the second final of the day. And that'll be just after we see the Junior Maxes. They're going to kick off the day. They'll be the drivers who will be out on circuit for their first heat pretty shortly. And of course, across all the heats and all the finals today, all the different classes, So many drivers here at Whilton Mill getting involved.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we've been sat here obviously chatting away for the last hour or so, John, and I've been looking at the live timings of the practice warm-up and everything like that, and all the grids are completely stacked. It's amazing. I mean, out there right now for the senior road taxes, there's 34 drivers, and you can start to see the junior maxes are lining up on the dummy grid there as well. It's a completely stacked grid. It's fantastic, to be honest, and luckily we don't only have to look at them lining up, we don't have to only have to talk about the senior road taxes, we can actually see how the juniors are going to line up for race 1, John.
Here we go then, first race of the day for the 2023 Whilton Mill Kart Club WM Plate. It's the Junior Max Heat 1 going out first, and it's Freddie Ingram who lines up on pole position for this 34 bumper kart grid. Alfie Thompson joins him on the front row, with Hugh Moulton and Joshua Smith lining up on row 2, and Charlie Neve and Victor Hansen there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Hurst-Grover and Liam Thomas, and Mitchell Mulvey and Jack Baker round out the top 10. Behind them on row 6 is Will Archer and William Antrobus. Row 7 has Jaden Sherwood and Noah Barham, and row 8, Omar Cindy and Blake Ticehurst. Behind them is Michael Dalton and Luca Magni, and rounding out the top 20 are Charlie Cox and Lucy Wielden. Then it's Daniel Gurney and Jacob Borovic on row number 11, Benjamin Brock and Ellis Snow there on row number 12. Row 13 sees George Hart and Zach Burke. Then it's Karthik Kometa, Daniel Callahan, Alexander Stefankov and Piotr Jurovic rounding out the top 30. And as I say, a bumper grid for this one. Liam Phillips and Oliver Smith are there on row number 16, and row 17 has Ben Horner and Finley Jones. There we are then, Jack. A bumper grid, as you were saying, 34 in the senior Rotax warm-up, 34 as well in the junior Rotax heat number 1. This is sure to be very exciting.
It will be, and do you know, I don't think we brought the times up there on the screen. You might have done while I was looking at my laptop, to be fair, but the top 2 couldn't be separated. Freddie Ingram and Alfie Thompson with a 45.37 apiece. The only way they have been separated is that Freddie Ingram's second best time was 200ths of a second faster than Alfie Thompson. So not only did they do an identical time in one flying lap, they almost did 2 identical times, only separated by 200ths, which is astounding, isn't it, really? Third place, I mean, positively acre behind, 200ths again.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I was going to say that their second fastest laps would only have put them second and fourth.
Yeah.
So that's how close everyone is.
Yeah, so, I mean, Hugh Moulton, a 45.39 instead of a 3.7 at the top 2 occupy. And then you've only got half a tenth as well before Joshua Smith. And we could keep going and comparing all that because it goes on forever and ever and ever on this grid. So close. If you look at 13th, 14th, 15th, Jaden Sherwood, Noah Barham, and Omar Cindy, all with a 45.83. So again, it's so many drivers having to be separated by their second fastest laps. It's incredible. So I'm looking forward to this one as they get out onto the circuit.
Yeah, it's the top 24 on the grid split by a second.
Yeah, there's only there's 34 of them on the circuit. So
ridiculous.
I mean, it's incredible. Some of them just didn't set a time. Some of them were DQ'd as well, but set a very competitive time. Which was obviously disqualified. So it's yeah, I mean, it's incredible, really. And loads of novices as well. Benjamin Brock, George Hart, Daniel Callahan, and Alexander Stefanov. They're all novices. So a couple of drivers coming in new.
And have also noted, so one thing I've noted since we've done Whilton Mill previously, because I know I've got this wrong in the past, and drivers have told me that when they're a novice in Whilton Mill Kart Club, it only means that they're a novice at Whilton Mill Kart Club, not a novice in the class.
Wow.
So they could have actually done loads of racing elsewhere, but they're just a novice here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So I know that now, because I remember previously being like, oh my goodness, there's a novice up in the top 3.
Yeah.
But actually, they've done loads of racing in the past, and they're not actually a novice. So just one thing to clarify there as we come into the gym. I'm sure there'll be a few clarifications as we go through the day, because we are a little bit rusty on the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but very happy to be back.
But we are back, and big news as well that we may have seen online just before we get going. Obviously, it's signed up for next year to be streamed, so fingers crossed we're here for the entire season. And Alpha and I will be bringing you all the best pictures, just like you're about to see, for the rest of today, because, John, we are about to get racing.
We are indeed. Then heat number 1, the junior Rotax will take us to the line, and we get our first false start of the day. As expected, just not quite closing up as they came up towards the final corner there. And the drivers will get one more lap to warm up those tyres, and it certainly looks like they need to. Going through Oblivion and Fine Lady, they're all very, very slidey. So I think grip is at a premium this morning for all drivers involved. But I'm sure as they make those, they put those laps down on circuit, the circuit will start to get a little bit of track temperature, and maybe the following heats will have a little bit more grip. But I think this first one could be particularly slidey.
Yeah, heat is a bit of a false label, isn't it, for these races, I think, today. It's, as you said, a little bit slide, a little bit slippery. The drivers are trying their best to warm them up. It's my pet hate, John. You probably can't remember because it's been a while since we've been doing this. But my biggest pet hate is weaving, and to be honest, I will let them off today.
Yeah, we'll let them off.
Because any heat is good heat out of this one. When they're in the middle of July and it's 30 degrees outside, I do think, okay, what are you doing? This is ridiculous. And they end up spinning. But right now, today, okay, I'll let you off.
We'll let them off because it's pretty chilly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call him out immediately on the stream as well. I remember one of the last times we streamed, William Pemble chucked it off on the formation lap when he was on pole trying to warm up his tyres. Silly William. He's been in my TikTok comments laughing at himself, so I know I could make that joke. I'm sorry, William. But here we go then. Junior Max, heat number 1. Second time of asking, and we do get it underway. Lots of scrapping already as they head into the first couple of corners. Some sliding, sideways action, and one of our leaders is nearly off of the circuit. He was struggling around on the formation lap, and they are dropping massively down the order. That's Freddie Ingram, your pole sitter, who has dropped massively down the order there through the first couple of corners. They're all just about getting through Christmas corner. A little bit of tapping there in the mid-pack, but just about making it through. Is that Jacob Jukes going for a move, or is that Harry Hurst-Grover, I think, who's made a great start? We'll wait and see as they come through the middle section of the circuit as to the specific numbers on top of the carts. But already, the top 3 just about beginning to pull away. And it is Harry Hurst-Grover from 7th on the grid, who's now up in the top 3.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure who's leading there. I'm guessing it's Hugh Moulton.
I think it's Victor Hansen, actually. It looks to be starting with a 2, the number. No, it is the 51.
Yeah, 51,
it's Hugh Moulton.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so
from 3rd on the grid.
Started in 3rd, up to 1st place. Obviously, it was, we can confirm, it was Freddie Ingram who's dropped well back. And after months of me complaining about the fact that the drivers are warming their tyres up too much, he probably should have done a little bit more of it. I'm never satisfied, I have to tell you. Number 122 getting hung out to dry around Christmas corner as well. Noah Barham slipping down 3 positions as they all fight through and try and get onto the yellow flag in the lead, although they're diving each other into the infield. There is the cause of the yellow flag. John, can you see who it is?
No, can't quite spot who that is. Oh, my goodness, we nearly got a driver off on the outside. There was a cut back to the current shots, and there's some diving to the inside. Is that Jamie Rogers who's diving through potentially? Yeah. It's so long seeing all these drivers. I'm trying to remember who's in what suit and what helmet combination. I'm sure we'll get used to it through the day, ladies and gentlemen, but the leader starts a new lap of the race.
Charlie Cox was in amongst that fight. It was the 1-2-2 of Noah Barham and the 1-1-2 with Charlie Cox, which is a really inconvenient way around to put yourself late. Right, Freddie Ingram is in 10th place, so he's managed to, although he fell all the way down the order, he has managed to get himself cracking into the top 10 and is chasing down Jaden Sherwood as it stands, and a lot of them are starting to hold each other up, but the top 4 or 5 have gapped themselves. Fastest lap of the race going to Liam Thompson in the 227 kart in 4th position, and you can see them literally scrapping and falling off the circuit with each other. That was the 136 of Blake Ticehurst all the way down outside the top 10 as they get overtaken by the 52 of Jack Baker, but Baker gets hung out to dry a little bit.
Yeah, great little move there through this middle section of the circuit. That's what we see with these short, sharp heat races. Lots of overtaking going on, and it's brilliant for us in the commentary box. Now, I can confirm that it was Mitchell Mulvey who we saw go off up at Boxing Day a couple of laps ago, so he's dropped down the order. Yeah,
and we got a new change for the leader as well on that lap. I don't think we quite saw it. Harry Hurst-Grover ahead of Hugh Moulton now. So, although I said they're starting to gap themselves, there has been a change in leaders. It's almost, wow, they're trying to match each other somewhat there. The 1-1-2 and 52, Charlie Cox and Jack Baker slowing each other down somewhat as the 19 slips up the inside of Osmar Cindy.
Yeah, something you don't really see at the Whilton Mill Kart Club is working together.
No.
It's every man and woman for themselves. You send a move, right, then I'll send a move, and then you send a move back. That's how we like it.
Yeah, exactly. It keeps it interesting. It keeps it exciting from our point of view,
Definitely.
doesn't it? Sorry, I think I said Osmar then. It was Omar Cindy, my apologies. Trying to read it out so quickly. The 169 with track limits is Freddie Ingram. I don't think that's... I think that would be harsh if that was the first lap, first corner harsh, track limits. He must be pushing the limits elsewhere as well as we go up the straight now towards Christmas. And I thought the 18 of Joshua Swift was going to have a lunge on Michael Dalton there, but not to be.
No, it was a little bit odd though, because it was Freddie Ingram who, on the formation lap straight out the pit, struggled to get it around the first couple of corners as well. So I'm not sure if that was an issue for him or whether it was simply those cold tyres, like we said earlier. He's still there in P9, so he's clearly got some pace now in the kart. So not sure what happened there, but not the ideal start to the day for Freddie Ingram. Again, not the ideal start to the day for Karthik Kameta as well. They got a mechanical flag on the first lap, so they've had to come into the pits, and I think that's an early end to the race for Karthik, sadly. Just less than 3 minutes to go then. Harry Hurst-Grover with a new fast lap of the race, and oh dear, someone has lost a tyre out there on circuit. And the nice martial art on circuit is taking that as a nice warm blanket, I think.
I was going to say he's going to have a hand warmer, isn't he? He's going to put it under his jacket, I think. There goes through Freddie Ingram trying to recover one more place. So whatever happened to his tyres before on lap 1, he's clearly got rid of it. So he's now up past Michael Dalton into 8th position and is on a charge to try and get back up the order. WM plates aren't winning Heat 1. John, are they?
No.
They're winning the final. They're won for these guys at around 1:30 in the afternoon. If you're wondering when actually the finals crack underway, well, it's going to be at 1:30. So there's going to be a lunch break after Heat 1 and 2, and then we go into the final. So if you want to see who actually wins and who comes out on top, that is when you start tuning in, really. But we'd like you to stick around all day. You can mute the stream if you want. We don't mind. We still get paid. But we'd like you to hang around all day and watch us.
We'd love you to, and I think you should, because the racing is going to be absolutely awesome. And of course, as Jack said, Whilton Mill Kart Club returning for all of 2024, so make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel as well, so that you don't miss any of that action. Now, I've seen that Alexander Stefankov has not come round to finish a lap. He's come into the pits. Potentially, it could have been him who lost that tyre on the earlier lap. That's the only driver who's come to a stop since then, so I think we could assume it is the number 201 who's lost his tyre out there on circuit. Sadly for him, 3 wheels on his wagon, but he ain't rolling along anymore. 1.5 minutes to go, left to go then on this first heat of the day. Harry Hurst-Grover has been very impressive at the front of the field. He's got a nice 1.5 second gap now. You can see him there just ahead, but here's the move for second up at Christmas Corner. Down the inside goes Charlie Neve and makes it look pretty easy there, getting through on Hugh Moulton.
Yeah, Moulton didn't really fancy defending that too much. I don't know if he didn't expect it, but he didn't exactly look surprised. He didn't go to turn in, then all of a sudden have to back out of it or anything. Qualified in 3rd place, maybe that's where he's quite happy, Moulton. He has got some decent pace, but I don't think anybody's quite as quick right now as Harry Hurst-Grover, apart from Freddie Ingram, who of course put it on pole position originally, tied with Alfie Thompson, who is down in 5th place, actually, languishing. The two front row sitters languishing somewhat. That's sort of gone under the radar, Thompson's decline down the order, but Harry Hurst-Grover setting the fastest lap of the race for the time being. Anyone, no one can quite live with him, although Freddie Ingram has just got across the line and I think beaten it instantly, so 45.74.
Yeah, no, Freddie Ingram is flying. He made a couple of overtakes as well, got through on Liam Thomas. That's the number 78 of Alfie Thompson, trying to get past William Adras in these closing minutes of the race. And this is a great battle from 4th place downwards then. I think we can also say about Hugh Moulton maybe not fighting the move so much, understandably so from what you said earlier, with maybe just wanting a good position for the starts later on and that amalgamation for the finals. But these guys, very different thinking going into this one. They are fighting nice and heavily as we head down to 0 seconds left on the timer. I think as the leader crosses the line, they will indeed see the last lap board then for this opening heat of the day.
Alfie Thompson is getting mugged right now out there. It's ridiculous. He got overtaken by 1 and 2 more followed through, which is often the way in karting, isn't it? But when you're going on to the final lap, not the state you want to be going into it with, and I think that's meant he's left him down in 8th place. He's actually behind Freddie Ingram. He was one of the drivers that went through on him at the infield section we were watching. So, yeah, not been his day, but it has been the heat for Harry Hurst-Grover. Maybe got the heat in the tyre straight away, got that nice little gap and has instantly picked up some form and pace. So he's had an absolutely fantastic race, starting from 7th position. You can't deny him an excellent victory.
No, indeed. Brilliant victory in this opening heat then for Harry Hurst-Grover. Should be very happy with that one. That sets him up for a good day here at the WM plate. Charlie Neve just about sneaks ahead of Hugh Moulton across the line and holds on to that 2nd place. And in behind, they just similar. William Adjabus just about gets ahead of Freddie Ingram to cross the line in 4th place. Freddie there in 5th, managing to salvage a decent position after that early lap issue, falling off of the circuit, managing to get back on and take a few positions back. Liam Thomas was there in 6th with Joshua Smith in 7th, and Alfie Thompson in 8th, which you say dropping a few positions on those last couple of laps. Michael Dalton and Blake Ticehurst rounded out the top 10, with Jaden Sherwood in behind. Then Noah Barham, Jack Baker, Will Archer, Omar Cindy, Benjamin Brock, Piotr Jurovic, Victor Hansen, Ben Horner and Finley Jones rounded out the top 20. Behind them were Daniel Gurney, Lucy Wielden, Jacob Borovic, Zach Burke, Liam Phillips, Mitchell Mulvey, Ellis Snow, Charlie Cox, George Hart, Luca Magni was there in 30th. And then sadly, I think Daniel Callahan finished 1 lap down. And then Alexander Stavinkov and Karthik Kometa did not make it to the checkered flag in that opening heat of the day. But of course, all those results are very, 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 very provisional.
Yes.
As we watch the pit lane entry, and we see if any drivers are given a nose cone penalty during that race. In case you don't know, if you go into the back of another car, you hit some other piece of track furniture, and your nose cone drops downwards, it means that you will be getting a penalty at the end of the race, and you'll be losing a few positions to your final finishing score. And
it doesn't stop there, does it? Because you then got to go through scrutineering if they choose
to
strip your cart apart, and then you've got to go through any protest management. So there's quite a lot, as I said. Very, very provisional. But we like to get excited about it anyway. Just like we like to get excited about the Road Tax Cadets and the iArmy Cadets. And it's good, because they're coming up next. So, as we're about to go into the second heat of the day, Maximilian Eberhardt will start on pole position. Second place will be the number 17, Jack Baker. And row 2, 33, Charlie Page. And the 15 of Alfie Mayer. Row 3, 83, George Climo. And 25 of Jensen Walker. Row 4, number 11, Otis Clearly. And the 312 of Bendikis Masayakas. I'm guessing it's, John's nodding his head. Row 5, 41, Arthur Ferro. And 52, Maria Roberto. Row 6, 85, Tommy Climo, and 55 of Joss Hushka. Row 7, 16, Austin Oman, and 63, Harry Knight. Row 8, 39, Harry Bell, and 22, Riley Morrow. Row 9, 19, Ashton Redpath, and 78, Dewey Hockridge. Row 10, 53, Lewis Herbertson, and 24, Ralph Rakitis. Row 11, 121 of Marley Wordy, and 87 of Archie Rogers-Tyler. Row 12, 86, Finley Beals, and 29, Adam Galudi. Row 13, 95, Oliver Dawson, and 30, Chloe McGill. Row 14, 26, Harry Radcliffe, and 28, Alessandro Salas. Row 15, 54, Finley Bedford, and 77, Mason Hibbert. And finally, row 16, 222 of Louis Williams Mabs, and 15, William Crombie. And I have to say, John, I do apologise to anybody out there whose name I butchered, because, of course, sometimes when you're having to read them out very quickly, you don't end up taking it all in all the time. So we will get there through the rest of this racing today. Yeah, no, it's understandable. Yesterday at Botmore Park, I was having a bit of a challenge with some of the cadets' names. Yes. Especially when you're put on the spot, it can be a challenge. So, yeah, apologies to anyone's name that we do butcher, but make sure to let us know in the YouTube live chat if we're getting it wrong and how to get it correct, and we'll do our best. But of course, this is our first and only joint grid for the day today. This one combining the Rotax Cadets and also the iArmy Water Swift Cadets. So it's the restricted engine. So the top 27 on the grid. So down to Harry Radcliffe in 27th are all Rotax Cadets. Then 28th to 32nd are iArmy Water Swift Restricted. However, they were both pretty similar on time. The top Rotax Cadets are doing the 52s, and the top iArmy Water Swift Restricted were in the 54s. So pretty close on pace, so we should still have a pretty good race here. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the road taxes are quite a lot as we round out the final corner to actually start racing. A little bit of a gap, so it looks a little bit messy, but we are racing here for the cadets of both engines, and it's a good start there made by the pole sitter, I believe. Oh, there's not such a good start there in the background. The 52 was involved with that. That's Maria Roberto, unfortunately, and there was a whole host of other drivers. The race lead gets contested as well. The 17 comes out on top of Jack Baker, started in third position, comes across through Christmas corner and Boxing Day in first. And here we go, the iArmy Water Swift going across, yellow flags being flashed, and a Battenberg flag as well. Is that some oil potentially being dropped? No, so that'll be basically safety car conditions, and that's for the drivers who are off down at the first corner. Obviously, we had 3 or 4 drivers off into the wall there, so that just basically means the race is neutralised, and the drivers have to follow in single file around the rest of the lap until we see green flag conditions again. Yeah, my apologies. I don't tend to use the Battenberg in car racing. No, like you've never seen the Battenberg. No. Never seen the Battenberg. So I was thinking of the Chevron, wasn't I, with the changing conditions. But yes, there we go, the Battenberg. You're absolutely right, John. Thank God you're here. And we can confirm that. That's the first time anyone's ever said that, mate. So. I'm always grateful, John. Jack Baker is in the lead. We can confirm that. Oh, and they've crashed into the Battenberg. Effectively crashed into the safety car. 2 drivers stuck in the wall. That was the 19 round there. That's Ashton Redpath, who's gone round. 2 drivers collecting him. Austin Oman hasn't come across the line yet, so he's one of them. He has just about come across the line. And Riley Morrow as well, isn't it? Saw some people in the YouTube chat actually supporting Austin Oman. Yeah, Riley Morrow isn't moving either. In terms of the coming across the line, I'm sure they're both fine, absolutely fine.
Yeah, so it was Austin Oman and Ashton Redpath who got involved in that earlier incident. On that incident, as they came across the line, sorry. The first corner incident, I think, was Harry Bell, Riley Morrow, Lewis Herbertson, who were involved in that one. And then I think there were a few others, weren't there, like Maria Roberto, who managed to get away a little bit earlier than the rest of them. But yeah, a few fallers by the wayside already in this one. We haven't even really completed a full racing lap as of yet. As you said earlier on in the previous heat, it's not all won on the first lap of the first heat, but some of the drivers may have chucked it away on the first lap of the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know. There's no brake lights on these karts. We don't know whether... Oh, we are going green. No, and yes, we are. We are going green, so at least we're going to be racing. This will be the first iArmy Water Swift venture into the race, because, of course, they were straight under the Battenberg conditions. So it does look like Jack Baker got a decent start, as one or two drivers getting a little bit too wide there, including the 33 of Charlie Page and the 85 of Tommy Climo as they climb up towards the top corner. The 11 getting hung out to dry somewhat, but that is Otis clearly, and Maximilian Eberhardt slotting his way through. Maximilian Eberhardt, of course, started on pole position, so trying to claw back some points and getting themselves into the top 5 is a good start.
Great start. Yeah, Maximilian, we know, is very, very fast across many championships that he's in. A British Kart Championship racer is Maximilian Eberhardt. Good to see what he can do there today out at Whilton Mill. Great to see the sparks flying as they hit that curb on the exit of Augiers there. Brilliant to see. But as they come around to the end of our first full racing lap, a little bit of a off-track moment there. The big slide and into the barrier for the 83 of George Climo. And we've got two drivers following him. The 312 in behind as well. That's Benediktas Maziauskas. And someone else fell away as well there. I think that was Jensen Walker who joined him off circuit as well.
Could well be. We'll have a look at that as we go up towards the top corner. We'll try and catch up with it in a second. The 85 looking up the inside of Tommy Climo of Arthur Farrow. That's actually, no, 33 Charlie Page has actually got through these drivers through the first couple of corners.
Battenberg again. We are Battenberg again. Battenberg flag out on circuit. I think what might have happened there, I'm not sure why the drivers are spinning on the entry into the final corner. I could understand if, because we saw that earlier incident, and we've got one driver off at the exit of the first corner, so that will be the reason for the Battenberg flag, because obviously coming through Oblivion and Fine Lady is totally blind.
Well,
so,
it is. And I was just about to say, maybe one of the reasons why we're having a little bit too many incidents going into the final corner is because the paint. And I'm not sure. Obviously, when it's cold, when it's wet, paint is a lot slipperier than the tarmac. So maybe a few drivers are going in there locking a little bit because it's slippery, and then all of a sudden they're getting all skew-whiff, shall we say. And as soon as you touch the curb, you're pretty much dead to the races. You might as well just, you end up understeering. You end up, if you touch an exit curve, you end up just getting sucked over all the way onto it, and it's very difficult to get back on. So that may be catching a few of these young drivers out.
Yeah, no, I can understand on the exit of the final corner, because of course you go over those rumble strips, they'll have a bit of water in still from last night. Yeah. Those people going over them have maybe kicked it up onto the circuit and are then causing a little bit of loss of grip. But yeah, quite a few spins in this one. Drivers just diving in a little bit too hot, not the optimum word for today, but diving in a little bit too hot into the corner, and then just losing that bit of grip and spinning around. So a couple of drivers here who maybe would have expected a good result, maybe a top 10 or something, and now possibly looking at a top 5, a top 3 potentially, with some of the drivers at the sharp end of the field falling by the wayside. It
is indeed, yeah. Some of the water swifts has actually gone up ahead. As we go about to go green flag, I'll say about Alessandro Salas is leading the water swifts. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of him, but as we have gone green, we're about to get going again, and as they go through the first couple of corners, Jack Baker still leads, I believe, but it looks a lot closer going into that top corner, John.
It did look very close. Jack just dived back to the outside there to cover off the move around the outside from Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer's had a flyer throughout this one. He's looking for the lead now, switches back to the inside as they head down to the heavy braking right-hander at the bottom of the hill. He can't quite get alongside and take that inside line, and I think it goes back the way of Jack Baker, and now the 15 of Alfie Mayer under a bit of pressure from Maximilian Eberhardt, and Otis Cleary is there as well. Max thinks about it on the inside, but pulls out this time around. Thinks better of it. He's still got a minute to try something else.
Yeah, I love it. Alfie Mayer's saying, we need to go forward, let me go. But Max, he doesn't realise Max Eberhardt, who was pole position, is probably just as qualified to chase down the leader than anybody else. And now Max is into third place. He's in third. Is he going to actually go into sort of conservative mode?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's going to try and chase down Jack Baker in the lead. He's got the pace to do so. But we'll see also whether Max can drag Alfie Mayer, Otis Cleary and Arthur Farrow with him as well, or whether Alfie Mayer will decide the best place we can get here is second place. I'm just going to go down the inside again. And Jack Baker sets a new fastest lap of the race, so potentially Alfie Mayer could decide he's faster than all of us. I'm just going to go for the move here and keep hold of second place. Less than 30 seconds to go on the clock, though.
Yeah, it is ironic, though, isn't it? He's telling them to work together, and as soon as he's the driver who looks to be going for the move, all of a sudden it's all guns blazing. Off you go, try and get the position. And that's what we like about karting, because as you said, there's not much teamwork that goes on in this sport. There's another lunge looking for Otis Clearly, the 11 on the inside, but going into the boot, as all it's done is really slowed up the third, fourth and fifth place driver and allowed Maximilian Eberhardt to pull away slightly.
Yeah, last lap of the race. Look how much Maximilian Eberhardt has closed in already. Maximilian is your championship winner in 2023 for the Rotax Cadets. So if there's anyone who could challenge Jack Baker for the win here, it is him. Let's see if he can close up through this last lap and potentially think about a move. It's the 85 of Tommy Climo leading this next pack. And here we look back. Okay, it was another driver who's a little bit further down the order who was bridging that gap. I thought Maximilian Eberhardt had a ridiculous lap, but there he is, going past the number 95 of Oliver Dawson there, just heading round the middle sector of the circuit. But it doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough time for Maximilian Eberhardt to challenge Jack Baker at the top of this one. So it's going to be a great start to the day for Jack Baker. Maximises his finishing position from this first race, and hopefully sets him up for a good rest of the day. The number 17 comes around the final corner to take the win then in heat number 1 for our Rotax Cadets. Maximilian Eberhardt and Alfie Mayer round out the podium, and Arthur Farrow just about clears Otis Cleary on that last lap for 4th and 5th place, and then most of the rest of the pack comes through as well. We're still looking down the order though. There, I believe, was your IAMI Water Swift Restricted winner, Alessandro Salas, comes across the line, P20 overall, but winning in his class.
Yeah, so he's going to be fairly happy. He's going to pick up full points for his class anyway. And of course, there are 2 WM plates to be gifted out for this grid. One for the Water Swifts, one for the Rotaxes. And the top 2 in the Rotaxes reversing their championship finishing position, actually, as well. Maximilian Eberhardt ended up as champion, like John said earlier, with 749. Then 50 points exactly backwards was Jack Baker with 699. And actually, it was very close between himself and Alfie Mew, who I don't think is here today, and not at least in the Rotaxes. So, yeah, there's only 3 points at the end of the championship between 2nd and 3rd place. But like we were saying before, they run to the same rules as everybody else, and they make sure that there's no nose cone problems here. And there's a bit too much contact in that, and a bit too much sliding around, really, wasn't there, John? I think a few people may have some problems potentially going into the grid, and a few people may be slightly upset. So those that we've read out are the finishing positions as they were on the road. It may not be the ones that we get scores on when we go into the finals later on, but we'll have to wait and see. What we can know is that it looks like a very competitive grid.
Indeed, yeah, it was super competitive, wasn't it? Racing going on throughout, but thus creating a few bangs and crashes, as you say. So potentially some drivers getting some penalties here and there. Is the first one that we've seen anyway, the 63 of Harry Knight, finished on the road anyway in 7th place. Sadly, he's not going to be in 7th when the official results come out onto the timing screens. Of course, if you want to keep up to date with the timing alongside the live stream, head over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC and just change that live to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see all the results from today as well. But we are quickly running through today's schedule. That's all done and dusted for the Rotax Cadets and IAMI Water Swift Restricted Cadets for their first heat. We'll move on to the first heat again for the Water Swifts, but this time for the unrestricted intermediate class. Then IAMI Water Swift Intermediates, 19 drivers on the grid for this one, and it's Sukmani Kira who takes pole position. Jacob Batchelor lines up alongside her with Zach Champney and Ian Naya there on row number 2. Will Green and Max Mason line up 5th and 6th respectively. Enzo Butterazzi, Frederick Wood, Josh Parker and Harley Musk round out the top 10, with Simeon Stone and Jacob Nairn just behind them on row number 6. Millen Tomlinson and Jetson Ackerman are there on row 7, with Night Measures, coolest name in motorsport, there on row number 8 alongside Platt and Sultan. Then it's Nathaniel Hodges and Alex Gonter there on row number 9, and finalising the 19 kart grid is Jesus Bartolos. Number 13 for Jesus. Is it Jesus or Jesus? You'll have to tell us in the live chat, my friend. I'm going to assume it's Jesus. But he's number 13. Unlucky for some. Will it be unlucky for Jesus? He's from the back of the grid, so he can only improve from that starting position. So we'll wait and see how he does there from 19th. But another decently sized grid here for the Oyami Water Swift Intermediate first heat of the day.
Yeah, Jesus was actually, we're going to go with Jesus as well,
okay,
to be honest, until we're told otherwise. He was actually disqualified from qualifying for whatever reasons, maybe too many track limits and stuff. But his time was 52.27. It was only quick enough for 18th anyway, so he was probably going to be towards the back end of the grid. But you can actually see him there on the very left-hand side of your screen, the white helmet and this sort of red sleeves, number 13 in the black, which shows he is a novice here as well, so plenty of learning to be getting on.
I'm trying to read what it says on the side of his car. I think it says Italiano Automatico. Italiano Automatico. I think that's what it says. It probably does
say that in a better accent, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, good effort.
If I tried to say it in a British accent, Italiano Automatico.
Yeah, it sounds like words. Yeah, I'll give you that one. But yeah, so not as stacked a grid here, but 19 is still pretty decent for the unrestricted Water Swifts, isn't it? There were loads of different classes that we were running in the Whilton Mill Kart Club earlier this season.
And we often had split grids, didn't we, and things that meant we had like an A versus B and then a B versus C and an A versus C heats, and then we had some bumper schedules. Luckily, for us anyway, a bit more relaxed. Not so relaxed with the driver having a little spin though. The number 16 going for a little spin already. That's Millen Tomlinson. But I think best time to do it is straight out the pits. He has time to catch back up to the pack at least and get back in the position that he should be for this first heat of the day. I think that's not the first spin we've seen on the warming up lap, is it? We've seen quite a few already today.
Yes, we've seen quite a few on the first corner as well, so we may well have to have our fingers crossed the fact that won't happen again. We're just having a quick look at who the championship protagonists were at the in this particular class, but unfortunately all of my tabs have got mixed up here, so as we try and find them, I'll try and find them before we get into the grid. There we go, the intermediate category. Zach Champney was the champion of the Water Swift Unrestricted. Max Mason was second place. He's qualified in 5th position here. So Max Mason, who will be probably trying to get through. Katie Donaldson, Simeon Stone, and Alfie Taylor with the top 5 in the championship. And it was a bit of a runaway by Zach Champney, who doesn't seem to be on this grid. Maybe we'll see him later in the day in another category. As we round out, it looks like we're going to be going racing, John. I thought they broke a little bit early there, but it's a good start for the pole position sitter, Sukmani Kera, as they round out the first couple of corners. I think they're going to be going into Christmas certainly in the lead. Look at that. The fight for second is on. The number 2 up the inside of Will Green, trying to lunge himself up into second place. There's something quite satisfying about that as the top 2 break away for the rest of the pack.
I think you need a trip to Specsavers, mate, because Will Green's just gone up the inside of Zach Champney for second place there. So what did
I say?
you didn't think that Zach Champney was in the grid.
Oh my days, yeah.
But he is
well,
there.
He
was
yeah.
P2 on the grid for Zach. It's okay, mate. We've had an early rise. We have an early rise this morning. But the champion of the class is indeed here. But he has slipped down to 3rd place on this opening lap. It was a good move through the first couple of corners from Will Green to take second place on number 2. And has he taken the lead of the race through the last couple of corners? I think he might have done. Across the line they come. And yes, Will Green takes the lead of the race as we quickly looked away there as they headed through the last couple of corners. Sliding through the first 2 corners though of Oblivion and Fine Lady. None of them quite able to get the grip. Will anyone think about a move? Nope. They are actually working together in the opening laps here. We'll see if that continues, though.
Yeah, well, if they try and break away, it's going to make a very entertaining race, even if they do, don't they? Because those 3 drivers, very, very fast indeed. But if they do start falling over each other, Jacob Backler, Endo Butterazzi, they're both going to be there to try and bring the rest of the pack up to join in as well and make it a 10-car fight for the lead, which is what we love about racing and what we love about karting as well. But Will Green seems to have just about as much grip on this lap as possible. He was looking at the inside. I think he got a little bit of tap, didn't he, there with Sukmani Kera, who's probably got the champion of Zach Champney breathing down his neck, and the pressure that brings with it as a warning flag goes towards the number 55 of Ayan Naya, who's at the moment down in 7th position. So, yeah, not great for them as the top 3 really are trying to pull away. But I think Jacob Batchelor, to be fair to him, is stuck in a little bit of no man's land, a bit closer to the top 3 than he is the rest of them. So he may well be closing up. Look at that. It's visibly he is closing.
He is definitely. No, they haven't made the gaps massive as of yet in this one. To be fair, we'll keep an eye on the warnings. But I do remember Whilton Mill Kart Club, we were pretty good on penalties. I think we didn't really see too many penalties or black flags going on. So hopefully that continues through today. The number 20 there is that Enzo Butterazzi. Yeah, not too happy with that overtake through Osiers there. Drops back at least one, if not two positions for the number 20. And who is it that slipped through? Is it Josh Parker on the 63? Wait and see as they come across the line, then still battling in behind. And no, it is the 63 who's still behind. It's the 55 of Ian Naya who made that move up into 5th place. But Jacob Batchelor just ahead in 4th, takes the fastest lap, 50.780. Here's the move for the lead though. Sukmani Kira down the inside at Christmas corner. Christmas has come early for Sukmani Kira as she takes the lead of the race once more.
Yeah, nice little decisive move, but is it going to get taken away from them? I think it may well be. Will Green hangs them out to dry. Zach Champney sees an opportunity, but so does Jacob Batchelor, trying to go around the outside, and there's a spin. The 61 Zach Champney gets turned around. There was a little too little space for too many carts there, wasn't there, unfortunately, and I think Will Green still leads this one. The 44 Sukmani Kera is not in second place. That honour belongs to Jacob Batchelor, who has also the fastest lap of the race as well. So they're going to be trying to chase down Will Green, who have a little bit more breathing room than previously. Indeed,
and Ian Nayar is now very much involved with that battle. Fastest lap now goes the way of Harley Musk. But yeah, as you say, it was sort of like 3 carts trying to get into one piece of tarmac, wasn't it? And they all didn't quite fit. And sadly, one driver goes round. And hopefully we'll see them battle up through the order later on in this race. And of course, in the next heat coming up later on this morning. Battles continue, though. It is still Will Green at the head of the field. And the driver from the British Kart Championships, you would expect him to be up near the sharp end. Good to see him battling hard. One of his Jamie Green Racing teammates, so the 71 and Max Mason, is there in the middle of this pack. He's trying to find a way through on the 42, who is just ahead of him.
Simeon Stone getting all crossed up there, wasn't it? Unfortunately, a little bit of contact and then put him offline, and then he ended up getting overtaken as well. So not the best lap for him, as there's maybe an overtake towards the front end of the grid. Not for the top 2 just yet. Will Green still leads. Jacob Batchelor with another fastest lap though. Zach Champney, Ian Naya, who of course got that warning flag for track limits earlier on, and Sukmani Kera the top 5. And at the moment, it's Ian Naya with a little bit of a headache from behind.
It is indeed, yeah. He's got the tough ask of looking ahead, trying to battle, and also thinking about the defensive moves from behind. Under a lot of pressure from Sukmani Kera, but your pole sitter has just fallen off ever so slightly in this one, dropping from 1st to 5th so far in this one. She's got to try and switch around that momentum, turn it from negative momentum to positive momentum and start moving up through the field again. But as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, on the timing tower, Sukmani Kera and Will Green have pretty much swapped places here, and everyone else in between them has stayed the same. Look at that. Jensen Ackerman up 7 spots in this one already, 14th on the grid, and he's 7th overall, and he's not far away from this leading battle, to be fair.
Enzo Butterazzi hasn't had a particularly good race in comparison to what we used to seeing him. Every time we put a camera on him, he seems to fall backwards. As the 71 goes through, Max Mason up ahead. It's Sukmani Kera looking for a little nibble, but not just about getting there.
She set that up really, really nicely, to be fair. Faked out for the dive to the inside of the first corner that just got Ian Nile off of the line and really sliding through the second part. She managed to dive to the inside as they head out towards Christmas corner, but yeah, lunge over to the inside for Ian really scared Sukmani. She had to back out the move going to Christmas corner, but she just set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. Clearly that momentum is shifting back her way. She just needs to find a way through. But we look back to the leaders then. Just over a minute left to go on the clock, and Jacob Batchelor is hounding the rear axle of Will Green.
It's going to be a bit tight, isn't it? It's going to be a bit tense. I wouldn't like to be the spectators of Will Green and Jacob Batchelor, whether it's the family, the friends, the mechanics, whoever's here is supporting them, because it's one of those things where the palms are starting to get a little bit sweaty. The WM plate is not up for grabs.
These week.
Yeah, I didn't go there. Yeah. But it's true, though. They will be starting to get a little bit nervous, won't they? Because there's quite a lot on the line emotionally, even if there isn't actually any prizes to be won in this race.
Yeah, exactly. You're setting yourself up for the rest of the day, isn't it? You want that positive momentum to be moving through the day, and you start off with a good result up there in the top 5. You set yourself up, of course, for Heat 2s. Well, you'll be back to the same order that you were in for Heat 1, but then those positions amalgamated between the 2 heats to give you the starting order for the final. So if you can bank a good result in this one, even if the second race goes a little bit wrong, you should still be on for a good starting position in the final. 10 seconds to go on the clock. I think that means we'll just about get 2 more laps of this 1,200 metre Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit, and let's watch them fly round to this opening sector. Look how close Jacob Batchelor is, though, to Will Green. He has still got 2 laps to do it, though, so maybe he's just going to sit back and wait for the perfect opportunity.
I was about to say, you know, is he just biding that time because he knows he wants to go into the last lap in second place so he can try and get that overtaken to Christmas? It's almost one of those high-risk, high-reward situations, but I think that's maybe what he's doing, because he's not really forcing the issue here of Will Green. Maybe it's because if he does force it and it doesn't work, he knows that Zach Champney's just behind and he'll be chomping at the bit to try and get in ahead of these guys, especially going on to the final lap, which we are about to get onto though, John. So gloves are going to have to come off at some point. I imagine it's going to be now.
Yeah, it should be pretty soon, I think. As you say, they haven't got much of a gap back to Zach Champney, so if Jacob Batchelor does want to make a move, it needs to be clean and concise. If they lose too much time, Zach Champney's going to be there and is going to try and get involved as well. Thinks better of it up at Christmas corner. Had a good exit out of the first couple of corners, but just not quite close enough to think about a move to the inside. Will Green checks over the shoulder. Will Green covers off that inside move. And again, Jacob Batchelor on the 88 has to stick in behind. But no, he's got it on the exit. Will Green goes a little bit wide there. We didn't see how that happened. But either way, rejoins the circuit in second place. New race leader on the last lap, and it's the 88 of Jacob Batchelor.
Yeah, and Zach Champney is now there, ready and waiting as they go into the boot. Jacob Batchelor goes for the switch. He went for the outside. He faked it, makes contact. Will Green ends up in second place. No, he ends up in third place because here comes Zach Champney. The winner of this race will end up being Jacob Batchelor right at the end. That final lap move ended up coming up trumps for him.
It really did, yeah, and opportunistic from Zach Champney as well. Will Green had to go for it, to be fair. He wanted that race win. It didn't quite work out, and he lost that time on the entrance of the boot, and Zach Champney was able to steal it away on the exit as he put the power down. So impressive stuff. But Jacob Batchelor, Zach Champney and Will Green, your initial podium then in heat number 1 of the iArmy Water Swift intermediate class. Sukmani Kiri, your pole sitter, managed to get back to P4. A decent initial result for Sukmani, but not what she would have been hoping for from pole position, especially for the fact she did get the fastest lap of the race in that one. Iron Naya rounded out the top 5 with Harley Musk, Josh Parker, Jensen Ackerman, Max Mason and Simeon Stone rounding out the top 10. Behind them were Frederick Wood, Enzo Butterazzi, Jacob Nairn, Milan Tomlinson, Platin Sultan, then Nathaniel Hodges, Alex Gonta and Jesus Bartolos there in 18th place. And sadly, we didn't even see Night Measures take to the start in that one. Hopefully he's here today, and hopefully we do have all 19 runners for heat number 2, but we'll have to wait and see. Now as they come in to the pit lane, once again, we're on nose cone watch for any potential penalties. As a reminder, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to double check whether your driver that you're supporting has managed to get themselves a penalty in any of the races today, because that will have an impact on their starting position for the final this afternoon. But already a few heats down then, and I think we are rattling through the schedule pretty quickly, aren't we? What have we had there? iArmy Water Swift Intermediates all done and dusted. We've got the Rotax Minis up pretty shortly, and they'll be heading out on circuit for their heat number 1 with, I believe, 33 total drivers involved. So let's take a look at the grid for that one.
With an absolutely stellar cast of drivers, I'm sure, to give us the entertainment we deserve. Row 1, number 80, and on pole position, Zach Starbuck. 92 alongside him will be Kian Bernard. Row 2, the 81 of Finley Lines, and the 71 of Leo Livings. Row 3, 43 of Miles Burton, and the 24 of Oliver Spencer. Row 4, 32, Alfie Mew, and number 12, Max Wheatley. Row 5, the 34 of Isla Velico, and the 91 of Jack Collinson. Row 6, the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballack, and the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. Row 7, 25, Ella Lucia, and 74 of Charlie King. Row 8, 88, Cody Leputerel, and 27 of Daniel John, you want to help me out?
Wisniauskas, I'm going to go with.
Wisniauskas, thank you very much. Row 9, 44, Theo Bradshaw, and 54 of Max Colbert. Row 10, 223 of Ryan Townsend Grant, and 58 of Fenton Stoneman. Row 11, 31, Ollie Thompson, and 82, Louis Radcliffe. Row 12, 68, Jamie Ambrose, and 113 as Samir Paul. Row 13, 67, Nathan Rond, and 65, Oliver Barton. Row 14, 51, Jensen Maplethorpe, and 49 of Nathan Edwards. Row 15, 87, Cameron Tipping, and number 13, Amrit Singh Atwell. And row 16, number 20, Ushan Brett, and 57 of Finley Hines. And row 17, right at the back, is Warren Milam, number 35. So, an absolutely stellar cast, like I mentioned before there, John, and they're out there getting their tyres warm. I feel like the temperature of the day is starting to warm up a bit. I feel like the drivers, everyone's waking up nicely now, and hopefully we'll get
just
into
as you say that.
just as I say that. Just as I who's that? The number 12? Who's not on the Christmas card list? So proving me wrong. Max Wheatley from 10th position.
And he's stuck on the grass as well, sadly for Max, so he's going to have to drag it back onto the black stuff before he can get back underway.
Yeah, I think not being on my Christmas card list is the least of his worries right now, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully he gets back on. Can you restart yourself in this championship?
Yes. These karts will have a push to start button, so he won't have a problem getting it underway. It's whether they abort this start, whether we see the chevron flag, and he's allowed to rejoin the back of the pack, or whether they just go without him. So we'll have to wait and see. It would be a bit of a shame for him. I've also noticed, because I definitely would notice if they were here before, some new drivers under the last name Radcliffe. Because it's so similar to my name, Ratcliffe. I definitely would have noticed it before. We've got Lewis or Louis in this race. Not sure exactly. We had in the earlier Rotax cadet class as well, Harry Radcliffe. So I think two brothers there. And we are indeed going to get a false start. That's why I wasn't too worried about getting that information across too quickly. So we do have a chevron flag, and the drivers will be going around again. So yeah, best of luck to the Radcliffes on the grid. I'll be pretty surprised if there's two new Radcliffes and they're not related. So I can imagine two brothers out there today of Harry and either Lewis or Louis. Sorry, Lewis or Louis. Louis, we're going to go with Louis. Let us know in the chat, Louis, if that is correct or wrong, and we shall make sure we get the pronunciation right. But good luck to the new drivers. Not only those two, but loads of other drivers I've seen across the entry list for this weekend of new drivers that I haven't seen before. So brilliant to see so many new faces in the Whilton Mill Kart Club paddock.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do take constructive criticism here as commentators. We may cry about it, but we'll mute our mic, don't worry. Please do let us know if we are pronouncing any names incorrectly and spell them out phonetically. It's okay. It's okay saying we're getting it wrong, but if you can spell it out phonetically as well, so obviously we can make a note of it and come back later for Heat 2 and the finals, that'd be greatly appreciated, because as I said, we do sort of have to glance at them very quickly, and a lot of the time they are brand new to us, aren't they? So especially at these sort of special events. But you never know, one of those brand new drivers could come, win the WM plate, and then next season take the championship by storm. And that's, we're always happy to see that as well. Anything that makes the competition more fierce and the drivers better is something we are all here for. Right, so Kean Bernard trying to wait patiently while our pole position man, Zach Starbuck, rounds out the final corner, pinching the fuel pipe there, maybe just a touch, and they get going. He gets going right as they hit the apex, basically. Zach Starbuck with a really nice start there, and I think he's dragged third place Finley Lines actually into second place rather than leaving and left Kean Bernard somewhat wavering. Speaking of wavering, there's a whole host of drivers spinning out, and I think number 51, Jensen Maplethorpe, was potentially one of them, who was right on the apex of oblivion.
Sadly, I'm going to call that as my first commentator's curse of the day. The person spinning backwards across your screen was Louis Ratcliffe.
Oh.
So, sorry, Louis Radcliffe. My apologies, mate. He has dropped to the back of the order in this one. I think a couple of drivers collected him as well as they headed through the first couple of corners. So, some drivers down to the back of the field already in this one. We'll call that as they come across the line to end lap number 1. There's a cheeky move to the inside at Osiers. That's the 91 getting overtaken. That's Jack Collinson getting overtaken. I won't call who it was because they've chopped and changed so much already on this lap. I don't know where anyone is. There was a move down the inside into the final sector as well. The 25 getting hung out to dry, I think, of Ella Lucia. Wait and see as they cross the line, though. It is Finley Lyons who's taken the lead of the race ahead of Zach Starbuck now. Leo Livings is there in third. More moves going on through the first couple of corners. More slidiness as well. Then there's no fear amongst these drivers, is there, Jack?
No, absolutely not, especially as you go 3 wide in this. Oh, I thought that was a change for the race lead, but it's not. It's a 24, isn't it? Which battle is this? I think the fight for 6th position between Miles Burton and Oliver Spencer is the 24. Oliver Spencer making his way through into that 6th, but like John just said, there's so much going on. It's almost like you call one piece of action, you look away to your timing screen to see who it was, you look back and they're 3 positions down or 2 positions up. It's absolutely mad, isn't it? Which is what we love to see from the Rotax Minis. It's why we turn up. It's why we love their racing as well. The front two, though, Finley Lyons with the fastest lap of the race, as there's still more action going on. The 223 is involved with that. Rian Townsend Grant
trying to find a way through the final sector, side by side through the last corner is impressive. They both managed to make it through, facing the right direction. Impressive stuff. Here is Finley Lyons and Zach Starbuck, your two leaders, the 81 and the 80. They're number friends, and they're becoming pretty friendly out there on circuit as well. Zach Starbuck working with Finley Lyons at the moment, as they've still got over 5 minutes to go in this one. I think working together is the smart thing to do. They haven't got much of a gap, just about a second back to Leo Livings, and he's then trailing a rather large pack in behind him as well. So I think the best strat would be to work together in these early stages. But we'll wait and see whether drivers decide to follow that or not, as we often see lots of battlings here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. I was going to say, as you were mentioning that earlier, it's definitely the series where I find myself myself pointing at the screen the most to tell you to look back at the action of what's going on. Because we try and, as you say, take one look at the timing screen and suddenly all hell's breaking loose.
It's impossible, but it is nice to see the two number friends, if you've now
number friends.
Number friends. You've coined them at the top end of the field. They've been trading fastest laps. The past couple of laps, a little bit of sliding, a little bit of contact there at the front end of this little pack. I think that may well have been the likes of Leo Livings as they go towards the top corner. No, I don't think it is. In fact, go through it so quickly, it's actually hard to pick out the numbers, isn't it? Actually, it may well be the top 10 battle. I think, to be honest, I think they're all just fighting for third place at this point, lunging each other 3 wide going into the infield. Pretty much impossible to call it. People tapping their helmets saying, go forward. That's the 8.
Oh, have we got full course yellow? Potentially. There's someone off at the exit of the first couple of corners, so we may have another Battenberg flag here.
Yeah, I think, full course yellow. There we go. Yeah, we've had a couple of warnings as well. Lea Veliko, Warwick Milam and Cody Laputarel have all had track limits warnings. No red flag, no black flags being thrown just yet. So there is that Battenberg.
That person off at the first corner is Jensen Maplethorpe, I believe. He's not come round across the last lap. We'll see if anyone else starts to drop down the order as well. No, that seems to be about it. So I think it is Jensen Maplethorpe who's the driver facing the wrong direction, even out of the first corner. Hopefully, it looks like he's already cleared out the way, so we should be going back to green flag pretty shortly. But this is not ideal for Finley Lyons and Zach Starbuck. They were working together nicely, starting to build that gap out the front, and that's immediately been shortened once more.
Has indeed, and Leo Livings is breaking up the 8 category, isn't he? And it's a bit of a shame for those 2 drivers. There's
Zach
a lot
Starbuck
of
needs
gap.
to close up a bit.
Yeah, there's a big gap, isn't there, for Finley Lyons to manage. He's in the lead of this race, though.
Green flag.
He has the opportunity to wait and let them all gather up and then gun it when he wants to. And he's done that going into the final corner. Look at that lovely gap. Great restart by Finley Lyons. As Zach Starbuck now has a headache of Leo Livings behind him.
Yeah, impressive start from Finley Lyons there. He's done that before, hasn't he? Knew exactly what he was doing, holding back the pack there. Look at that, all the drivers pointing forward, saying, no, don't defend, we need to get away on this restart. There's only 2 minutes left to go, and this could get pretty chaotic if they don't try and break away here. So yeah, Zach Starbuck and Luca Holmes-Ballock telling the drivers ahead to just work together. However, I think that may have not been continued by Luca Holmes-Ballock as he tries to fight his way past Leo Livings. Not able to do so, though. Sits back again, but goes down the inside of Osia's. Late move to the inside, and Luca Holmes-Ballock has third place.
Yeah, Zach Starbuck has now got his sights set firmly on the race lead. He looks for a lunge at the inside, but really good pace covered around the outside by Finley Lyons going into the boot. Covers it off for the time being. He's got 2 minutes to continue that, and you know the attack is going to keep on going from Zach Starbuck. It's going to be a bombardment of moves left, right and centre that Finley is going to have to fight off as the 74 makes battle with the 43, I think. So Charlie King, 74, Miles Burton as well in there as the 32. Alfie Mew starts to spy up a move to an opportunity, to try and take advantage.
Yeah, Charlie King makes that move, and he is absolutely flying. Fastest lap of the race with a 48.96 is held by Charlie King, and there's lots of battles going on in this mid-pack. There was a move down at Osia's, another late move to the inside of the 32, trying to find a way through that Alfie Mew, trying to get past Miles Burton, as Miles Burton was the one overtaken by Charlie King earlier on in that lap. Alfie Mew, I think, finds a way through as well. I think they're still going side by side, even through the boot section. Brilliant racing here in the Rotax Inter Mini category. And indeed, it is confirmed on the timing. Alfie Mew up to 8th place, Miles Burton down to 9th. Finley Lyons, new fastest lap of the race then. He is still dragging Zach Starbuck with him at the front of the field. There's a move at Christmas corner though, 92 of Kian Bernard down the inside of Leo Livings. And Leo Livings was looking good for a 3rd place, now slips down to 5th.
Yeah, Kian trying to make through it, trying to get his way through. Of course, started in 2nd place, was only off 1st by a 10th of a second, which in karting terms of the grids we've seen so far actually is monumental.
Yeah, that is actually quite a big gap.
Massive gap. But Zach Starbuck was the king of qualifying, but it hasn't been that way, has it, so far in the race? He's had much more of a headache from Finley Lyons as the 4-way battle going into the boot involving the 54. And who is the 54? Actually, where is it, John?
We're just outside of the top 10 now.
Yeah.
That's Max Colbert on the 54, who's managed to slip through.
Yeah, that's 13th position, actually, right in amongst it. So, yeah, just outside the top 10, you were right. As they head up towards Christmas corner, the 71, Leo Livings, trying to get back through, isn't he, into 3rd place and overtakes Kian Bernard.
Good move, yeah, great move. It's
Race lead move as
change
well.
for the lead.
Finley Lyons and Zach Starbuck trading positions potentially as we're going towards it. And I think Zach Starbuck has got it. He has indeed.
He has got through on the penultimate lap of the race. Then the time has hit 0. They'll have 1,200 metres of the circuit left to go when they get to the end of this penultimate lap. Then has Zach Starbuck gone too early? We saw that in the previous couple of heats, waiting for the last lap, going for the move, and then holding it off for the rest of the lap. Has Zach Starbuck gone too early? Will Finley Lyons have another opportunity in this last lap to retake the lead of the race? We'll have to wait and see. One driver I did want to mention, Miles Burton, has had the worst end to the session ever. He's going to be gutted with it. He was up fighting in the top 5 and now drops down into 15th place. So Miles Burton, it's all gone wrong for him at the end of this first heat. Sad to say, but here we continue to watch the battle for the lead then. Zach Starbuck goes defensive early on, sends Finley Lyons to the outside. And just about's going to hold on to it. The switchback, though, and Finley Lyons has got it done. Read that beautifully. Retakes the lead.
Yeah, that move was 4 or 5 corners in the making, wasn't it? Making Zach Starbuck go offline, throwing himself at the inside and the outside. Lovely looks, little cutbacks, and a dive up into the boot as well, Zach Starbuck. And here comes Holmes Ballack for second place, potentially. No, Finley Lyons is going to hold on to it. But Zach Starbuck and Lyons giving us a fantastic battle right at the death there for the Rotax Max into category Heat 1. And if they continue that for Heat 2 and the final, ooh, we are in for a treat.
Yes, we are. I think that's going to be the best battle of the day so far,
yeah.
in my opinion. Just the respect and the thought that you could see that was going into it. As you said, that move plan from Finley Lyons, he thought about that as they started the final lap, didn't he? He was thinking already, right, I'm going to put the move down at this corner, I'm going to set it up to put Zach Starbuck off the line, but didn't quite think that Zach Starbuck would go for that cheeky send to the inside round the boot. Impressive stuff from Zach. Takes a deserved race win.
Proper dive, wasn't it, at the end? And it's a bit of a contrast, really. You saw both methods of overtaking. You saw Lyons with the setting up, with the putting Starbuck offline, left, right, and centre, and then all of a sudden he got through and going into the boot. Then you saw the instinctive lunge by Starbuck to go back through. So yeah, it's fantastic racing, and I mean it's hard to remember that. It's difficult to remember, sorry, that these guys are so young as well, isn't it? Really, you look at them, you think they're seasoned professionals, but with the way they're driving and stuff. But actually, they're just extremely talented youngsters. So the top 10 round out: Zach Starbuck, Finley Lyons, and Luca Holmes Ballack are the top 3. Leo Livington, Kian Bernard, the top 5, with Charlie King in 6th, Oliver Spencer in 7th, Alfie Mew 8th, 9th, Ella Lucia, and in 10th place, Theo Bradshaw. Doesn't, of course, tell the whole story. He could be here reading out all 33 names, but it's all provisional, isn't it, John? Like we said many a time before. So I think it's probably about that time that we have a look a little bit forward, take a breath, and then look forward to the Junior X30 Heat 1.
Then heat number 1 for our Junior X30s, and once again another massive grid for this one. 34 karts involved. It can be pretty scrappy in Junior X30s at the best of times, so let's see how this one goes. It should be fantastic. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Row number 1 sees Riley Bishop and Jack Mowat. They were your fastest yesterday, and they line up at the perfect end of the grid, exactly where every driver wants to be. Morgan Hill and Fred Green are just behind them on row 2, with Emmanuel Hay and Levi Sangera there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harrison Leach and Josh Jones, then Cameron Edmonds and Jensen Pugh round out the top 10. Behind them are Nat Johnston and Henry Carter. They're on row number 6. Nat Johnston definitely one to watch. He's very quick there on the number 15 from 11th place on the grid. Behind them on row number 7 is Hamish Forrest and Harry Walsh. Then Joseph McMahon and Joey Brown. And then Ashton Sharp and Max Yule there on row number 9. Finalising the top 20 are Aidan Mitchell and Mayan Patel. Then row number 11 has Sebastian Dew and Shane Chandaria. Then it's Katie Ashman and Spencer Allen there on row 12. Row 13 sees Dylan Patel and Archie Owen. Then it's Michaela Hart, Thomas Strafford, Sasha Bagley and Eddie Dimbleby rounding out the top 30, with Noah Goodfellow, Harry Khalil, Jamie Fagan and Max Wright rounding out the 34 karts on this Junior X30 Heat number 1 grid. And yeah, the racing's been brilliant so far today. I'm sure that's going to continue here for our Junior X30s.
I thought we had our hands full with 33 Inters, didn't we, in the road taxes there, but now we've got 34 X30s. I tell you what, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? I'm just having a look at the gaps between the drivers as well, just to see how close they are as well, obviously. Riley Bishop, Jack Mowat and Morgan Hill separated by 700ths of a second, the top 3. Jack Mowat and Morgan Hill, second and third, if you don't remember, separated by just 100th. A couple of novices here as well. Thomas Strafford, Noah Goodfellow, Harry Khalil and Jamie Fagan, all novices towards the back end of this grid. But yeah, pretty nicely spread out there. A second covers first down to pretty much 16th. So top 15 drivers covered by a second. Always a fun stat to look at.
Yeah, Morgan Hill was your championship winner this year in the Junior X30s. He's lining up on 3rd place. So he took the championship, but he's just been pipped today by 3rd and 4th in the championship. It's Riley Bishop who came 3rd in the championship this year. He's lining up on pole position. Jack Mower 4th in the championship this year in the Junior X30s. He's lining up P2 for the grid for this one. So lots of our championship contenders for this year lining up in the WM plate, and lots of drivers I think throughout the top 10 and even further down the grid who I would count as potential winners for this category at the end of the day. So I think this could be a very exciting first heat of the day for the Junior X30s.
Yeah, and they're trying their best to warm the tyres up as the yellow flag gets waved. Rounding out the final corner, they are quite spread out, but it looks like we are racing here as the top 2. Yeah, there we go, the 32 Riley Bishop gets into the race lead. He did start on pole position. A little bit of contact through Oblivion there. We're going towards Christmas corner. Somebody trying to fly all the way around the outside, and that's Emmanuel Hay from 5th position on the grid, trying to get himself up to 2nd or 3rd, but may have well just found the grass.
Yeah, 2 people up on the outside there. Both of them managed to hold on to it, to be fair, and rejoin and not take anyone out on the rejoin. Pretty impressive stuff. More drivers are off in the background of the shot that we can see. As soon as you get on that grass today, of course, it's very dewy this morning because it's so cold. Once you get on that grass, there is no grip at all. So the fact that some drivers even made it back onto the black stuff there was pretty impressive in and of itself. We reached the end of lap number 1, though. Still lots of slipping and sliding in the background. Driver trying to make a move, and one driver getting around the outside there. Impressive stuff. Let's call them through as they come across the line. Morgan Hill does take the lead of the race. Your championship winner this year has had a great start in heat number 1, takes the lead. They're battling in behind, though. Down the inside is trying the 5 of Fred Green. Will he take 2nd place? Yes, he will. Demotes the 32 of Riley Bishop to 3rd.
Yeah, impressive that from Green and Morgan Hill, of course. It's Riley Bishop who is going to have a little bit of a headache now, going to have to try and get back going. We saw quite a few drivers who went out onto that grass, then come back on the circuit, and even like a half a lap later was still struggling with tyre grip. So as soon as you touch that grass, all the heat of your tyres absolutely go, and you end up driving like it's on ice. So you really do want to keep off it as much as possible. You've got a yellow flag into the final corner. What has happened here? Nothing just yet. Ah, there we go. On the left-hand side, is that number 80?
I think it was the 62 of Harry Khalil. I think he stopped on the race start. I remember seeing a driver just not really go and have to pull over to the left. So that must have been Harry on that race start. And you were right. It was Emmanuel Hay who took to the grass on that opening lap, and it was Aidan Mitchell who followed him off behind. Oh, really? So both those two have dropped near the back of the pack.
That's lucky, because that was a complete guess at the time, to be honest.
Impressive stuff.
It's better to be lucky than good, isn't it, at the end of the day in this job, I'd say. But with the fastest lap of the race is our race leader, Morgan Hill. Doesn't look to be too interested in being caught. Half a second is the gap between himself and 2nd place as we now focus our attention on just inside the top 10. Levi Sangera and the 60 of Jensen Pugh. Actually, as we flip back towards the fight for first, that's a very, very wide line by Fred Green, isn't it? He's trying everything to catch up to Morgan Hill, who has just set yet another fastest lap of the race by half a second.
Yeah, we had quite a few drivers, haven't we, getting a bit slidey through that last corner. I think it was an initial slightly wide moment, and then as soon as you get offline over those rumble strips, you just lose all grip, and they're going to make a bit of contact there through Christmas corner. The 79 just about holding on to it. That's Harrison Leach in 7th place. Levi Sangera trying to find a way through, and now he's the one defending, I believe, from Jensen Pugh. Yeah, that's not going to help anybody. There's a kart who went off the circuit. He came back on, dragged a load of... it was Harry Walsh who ended up with a spin, but it was a kart further forward than him who ended up going off, dragging all that dirt, all that moisture onto the circuit, right onto the braking zone, and a couple of drivers obviously not reacting quick enough to it. To be fair, you can't blame them, as we have a yellow flag. Is that full course? No, but Max Wright does have a contact warning. Yeah, just down in Sector 3, I think, the yellow flag at the moment, so someone potentially off down in the boot as well. Not seeing anyone drop down the timing order massively just yet. So we'll wait and see. Apart from Harry Walsh, who we saw had that spin. He's dropped down to 26. 10 positions lost there from a little spin. He's going to be gutted with that. Still got just over 3 minutes to try and get a few positions back, though. That's what someone's doing there down at Ashby there for the right-hander. Coming through Osiers now. And who's this? The 24 of Aston Sharp. Chasing down the 60 of Jensen Pugh. These are the bottom end of the top 10 positions for these drivers. And a few more drivers in behind. Nat Johnston there, I believe, in the Jamie Green Racing colours, battling through. I think he's still in 11th. That is where he started the race. We'll see if he can close down any of these drivers in front. He's going to want to see them start battling. But after taking the initial lead of the race here, after a great start for Morgan Hill, fastest lap now goes the way of Fred Green in second place with the number 5. He's got 1.5 seconds to try and catch up, though. He's got it cut out for him to take the win in this opening heat, I feel.
Yeah, he does. It just needs to pull it back slightly, I think. Riley Bishop, who obviously was leading this race for a small amount of time, is in third and has a little bit more of something to think about with Jack Mowat and Cameron Edmonds behind. But we're actually focusing on the fight for the sort of top 10 area, just inside the top 10. The number 50 on your screen is Levi Sangera, who is currently in 10th place. So the fight for 9th to go forward is really what they have ambitions on, obviously. Jack Mowat with the fastest lap of the race. He's the 4th place driver, number 23 on your screens. Nicely caught up to the back of Riley Bishop, as I said earlier, once a race leader. But I have to say...
Oh, big slide. Big slide for Riley Bishop, and through goes Jack Mowat.
Just as I look away. It's incredible, isn't it? I literally look down at my thing just as the camera starts to pan away, and all of a sudden there's a big slide. But... yeah, I was going to say that the race before, the inters that we saw, the road taxes, it was constant, wasn't it? It's constant, constant, constant. These guys seem to be a little bit calmer. There's a bit more of a gap here.
Yeah, a little bit more gaps forming. And yes, clearly the drivers showing their pace and having to deal with these slightly tricky conditions, because even 3, 4, 5 laps later, still drivers getting caught out there at Ashby on that downhill braking zone where there's a little bit of dirt and dust been brought onto the track. And yeah, even the top runners such as Riley Bishop just getting caught out ever so slightly, managing to catch it very well though, only loses 1 place. Jack Mowat slips through, and he is now chasing down Fred Green for 2nd place as Jack sets another fastest lap on the last lap, 46.090 for Jack then. Less than a minute left to go on the clock, and here you're seeing the number 20 trying to fight through. This is Mayan Patel. Thinking about a move to the inside on the 95 of Hamish Forrest, gets sent to the outside on the exit, but already takes it as they come off the corner. Impressive stuff down in the mid-pack. Here's the number 15, though, looking a little bit further ahead, battling with the 84.
Nat Johnston, that is.
It is indeed. I was struggling to see them on my timing. Thank you very much, sir. 11th place, that battle. Here's Morgan Hill, though. 30 seconds on the clock, and he's coming up to a couple of back markers as well, so this could prove a tad interesting if he does get held up. You can see just behind them in the shot, only a couple of cart legs back, are Fred Green and Jack Mowat.
So Jack Mowat's fastest laps, he put 2 fastest laps, obviously, in a row, didn't he?
He did.
And that was really useful to catch up to the back of Fred Green with those back markers in. So, having a bit of a spin on the outside there. You can see how wet it still is, how dewy it is, because the steam that gets kicked off from their tyres. It's incredible, really. It does make a bit of a spectacle. The timer has ticked down to 0, which means Morgan Hill is going to see the final lap board. There we go. Just ahead of these drivers. The gap is coming down, to be fair, for Fred Green and Jack Mowat to Morgan Hill. It was once upon a time a 2.5 seconds. It's now below a second. Not going to be enough, I fear, to catch up to the race leader, but Jack Mowat, I would say, is just about close enough to Fred Green to give them something to think about, maybe going into the boot.
Indeed, indeed. We'll watch them through this final lap of the race.
In fact, Mowat's just gone purple sector 1. He's flying on this final lap.
He is flying. He's going to be thinking about it. He's all over the back of Fred Green, and Fred Green knows it. Goes a little bit defensive there through Osiers. Luckily for Morgan Hill, he's going to get a clean run through the back markers here. He should be all right to take the win in this opening heat of the day, but just behind them, will Jack Mowat think about a move? He's trying to get around the outside as they come through the boot. Here is Morgan Hill to take the win of the first heat of the day for the Junior X30s, and Fred Green just about holds on to 2nd ahead of Jack Mowat. Good little battle over the last lap, though, but Fred Green making his car as wide as possible and holding on to 2nd place. Riley Bishop comes through in 4th place, and Cameron Edmonds behind in 5th. And it was Joey Brown, Harrison Leach, Jensen Pugh, Levi Sangera and Aston Sharp who rounded out the top 10 as the rest of the field come across the line to finish their race. It was Josh Jones in 11th with Henry Carter, then Nat Johnson losing a couple of positions on those last laps to finish 13th. Sebastian Dew and Hamish Forrest in behind with Mayan Patel, Max Yule, Joseph McMahon. Then Emmanuel Hay and Katie Ashburn there in 20th. Emmanuel Hay, after a brilliant first lap, then chucking it off and falling down to last. I think he should be pretty happy with the 19th place finish there. not an ideal start to his day. Hopefully Heat 2 goes a bit better, and he can start on a good position for the final to take a good result. Eddie Dimbleby finished 21st with Spencer Allen behind, then Dylan Patel, Harry Walsh, Aidan Mitchell, Archie Owen, Max Wright, Michaelia Hart, then Noah Goodfellow, Thomas Strefford and Shane Chandaria, the last of your runners. I saw Jamie Fagan pull into the pits on the last couple of laps, and sadly Sasha Bagley and Harry Khalil didn't make it to the end of lap number 1.
Bit of a shame for them, wasn't it? As we all wait to see how the nose cone judge goes for it. But yeah, good little race there for the Junior X30s. I feel like there's a lot more to come, but a decent result for Fred Green. Obviously started in 4th place, ended up coming in that 2nd. Jack Moet clearly showed that he is nice and fast. He got that 2nd place deservedly in qualifying. Probably thinks that he needs to move a little bit further forward. And Riley Bishop, who was pole position, didn't really seem like he had the race pace, unfortunately, for him. But
no, indeed. But for what we usually see from Junior X30s, that was definitely a little subdued.
Yes.
So we'll see if it heats up a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's what we're planning to see, and that's what we're hoping for anyway. But with the Junior X30s out of the way, let's see how the older lot do it. Roll on the Senior X30s. Tiny grid of 31 karts instead of the 33 and 34.
Only 31?
I know, only 31. They're struggling, aren't they? On pole position, the number 77, Henry Gregory, 95, and Vishal Patel. Row 2, a 48, and Mika Taylor, and 37, of Kian Geraghty. Row 3, 19, Jack Cox, and 128, Dayton Coulthard. Row 4, 70, Harry Torpey, and 46, Alex Johnston. Row 5, 52, Harry Pears, and 78, of Kian Leon Gamiao. Row 6, 159 of Archie Heron and 188 of Tristan Powell. Row 7, 445, don't often see a 4 number. 445, Nigel Green and 50 of Jensen Buckingham. Row 8, 333 of Macy Hitter and 74 of Luke Taylor. Row 9, 43, Oliver Stilp and 9, Charlie Barlow. Row 10, 41, David Marcel and 777, Dovadas Daglau. And row 11, 65, Harry Ewell, and 123 of George Robinson. Row 12, 28, Josh Palfreyman, and 13, Robbie Buckley. Row 13, 831, Alfie Richards, and 93, Harry Maynard. Row 14, 33, Enzo Liu, and 45, Kian Goel. Row 15, 63, Oliver Harris, and 23, Willoughby Steele. And row 16, number 16 as well, Jerry Hugh. And what I take away from the Senior X30 grid there, John, is the fact that they all like really long numbers.
Yes.
I mean, there's some funky numbers in there. 445, you don't see many of them around and about.
No.
831, who's picking a number in the 800s? Why 831?
Hey, don't be rude to Alfie. It's his lucky number.
I'm not being rude to Alfie. I want to know what has happened.
Alfie, if you're in the live chat, actually, you know you're about to go on circuit. But when you listen to this back, let us know why you chose.
No, I demand he does it now.
Yeah, now, Alfie.
Does he not have Bluetooth radio in that go-kart of his?
On.
What the Senior X30?
And if he does have it and he doesn't have it connected to the YouTube stream, what's he doing?
Exactly.
What are you doing?
It's poor, isn't it? But yeah, no, I do sometimes wonder what's happened to make you pick the number 831. It's
fair play.
It's a strange one. But fair play, yeah, equally.
We'll let it slide.
Each to their own, anyway. Yeah, hopefully these drivers won't be sliding that much either.
We'll wait and see.
Fingers crossed, because there has been quite a lot of sliding.
I think we probably will see a bit of sliding, to be honest. An interesting point for this one. Your championship winner, Harry Torpey, this season, down in 7th place on the starting grid for this one. It hasn't been an ideal quali day for him yesterday. And another person that I just want to quickly mention as well, great to see Willoughby Steele on the grid for this one too. He's someone I recognise from British Kart Championships, but he races in the TKMs usually. So this is going to be a big change for him jumping over to the Senior X30. I don't know how much experience he already has in these X30 karts, but best of luck to him starting down at the lower end of the field in this one. But still, even though we do take the mickey of 31 kart grid, it is still a proper bumper grid here for our Senior X30s.
Oh yeah, no, completely. It's if we were during the mid-season or something like that, we'd be very excited about a 31 kart grid. And to be fair, like you mentioned before, a lot of the times we actually end up with split grids, don't we? We have that many entries. So yeah, no, anything around the 30s, anything with a 3 in it is fantastic. We get really excited about. But as we line up to go round the final corner, we are getting started here in the X30 senior category, and we are racing as well. A little bit of slipping, a little bit of sliding. Is there going to be contact? There normally always is, and there's a big amount of contact Big hit into the barriers there on the first corner. That's surely going to be a safety car or a Battenberg. As more, they go 3, 4, 5 wide in Christmas corner. There's inevitably going to be a bit more sort of coming together, shall we say. But Henry Gregory is the leader of this race in the 77. Mika Taylor in the 48. Jack Cox in the 19. Those are your top three as it stands, and the yellow flags and the Battenbergs have been thrown out instantly, and John, you can understand why.
Yes, no, definitely. That was the biggest incident we've seen so far today. Hopefully all drivers involved okay, and I think pretty understandably the Battenberg flag comes straight out. I can tell you it's the 46 of Alex Johnston, the 445 of Nigel Green, and the 43 of Ollie Stilp, who haven't come through Sector 1. So I think we can assume it's those three involved in that first corner incident. So hopefully all three drivers all okay, and we'll see them up and out of their karts very shortly, and we'll go back to green conditions very shortly as well. But certainly an interesting start to the Senior X30 final. We said hopefully we don't see too much sliding. Turns out there was actually quite a bit.
Yeah, there was more than sliding. There was bunny hopping, wasn't there?
There was.
About the place.
There was.
As we say, fingers crossed that everybody is okay. If they thought it was anything a lot more serious, obviously they would have red flagged. Yeah. So that's why we're fairly confident that we'll be able to sort of get going fairly soon. I think those drivers
who jumped up in the air were quite lucky to stay facing the right way up there. So I think that was quite good. I think if we'd seen someone go over,
in fact, there they are,
we would have seen an instant red flag. So yeah, both drivers up and out of the karts, both karts already getting cleared away from the scene by the fantastic marshals here at Whilton Mill. So a great job from everyone involved, and glad to see the drivers in the background walking away.
They are fantastic marshals here, aren't they? I mean, marshals all over the country are pretty fantastic, whether it's karting or cars or bikes or anything like that.
We couldn't do it without them.
Couldn't do it without them. So, and again, a big shout out. Use this opportunity to give a big shout out to those guys, whether they're paid or volunteer. It doesn't matter. They're still doing a brilliant job, and we're really excited to have them down. And as you said, we couldn't do it without them. So, big thank you to the Orange Army up and down the country. And I'm sure everybody in the YouTube chat will be echoing those sentiments as well. So it does mean that we're unfortunately going to get a bit of a shortened heat here with only 4.5 minutes to go. And Harry Gregory has taken it upon himself to slow everybody right up really early here at this lap. I'd have thought he'd be going at maybe half pace right up until the boot, but no, he's slowed everyone up, which is exactly what they're telling him to do. They like it, don't get me wrong. Henry Gregory is going to be in the good books from the stewards. But it does mean that everything, this sort of tension builds. And there we go. He goes really early, though, going halfway through the boot. Finley Lyons, we saw earlier, going out the final corner. Was that a very wide moment for second place? Where's he disappeared to? He's still in second place, but he's under an enormous amount of pressure. It wasn't a good start by Mika Taylor. Yeah, initially, I thought that Henry Gregory went too early. Here's a move for second place, so Kian Garrity makes the most of those issues for Mika Taylor, slips up into second place. But yeah, I thought Henry Gregory had gone a little bit too early, to be honest. It was well read by Mika Taylor, but Mika Taylor then just tried to take a little bit too much speed to the last corner, got it a bit slidey, and thus it actually turned into a great start for Henry Gregory. He's already pulled a good few tenths of a second, if not a second, on this opening lap after the restart. So it's been perfection for the number 77. They're all still battling in behind, though, as we come to the end of this first restart lap. Now only 3.5 minutes on the clock, so it really has been short in this race due to that earlier incident. So it's really going to be no holds barred, foot to the floor for the rest of this 3.5 minutes. As here we go onto a new lap of the race. Yeah, and Mika Taylor, what we suspected is that fact that he'd probably fall down to the clutches of Kian Garrity. That's exactly what's happened. Kian has managed to get through on that lap at some point, and he's in second place trying to chase down Henry Gregory. Is a few of the drivers, 95, they're trying to slip through, having a great little battle actually with the 50. That's Vishal Patel in 95, Jensen Buckingham in the 50, also trying to get the position back from them, and with a outside of Luke Taylor trying to get involved. And there we go, Luke Taylor now getting involved around the inside. Lovely done there. Yeah, good little move at Ogiers there. Just waited for the right moment and snuck it down the inside. Luke Taylor follows through as well. Oh, cheeky move into the boot. You saw that one coming. Late move to the inside. And that is the 28, I think, of Josh Palfreman making it through in the background up to 15th place. A good move from himself. But Kian Garrity, after getting through on Mika Taylor on the restart, now is pressing on towards Henry Gregory. That gap now a second. So we'll see how quickly he's able to close that gap. It was by nearly 0.3 of a second on that last lap alone, to be fair to Kian Garrity. So even though he's only got 2 minutes to go, we could still have a battle for the lead on our hands here when we come into the final couple of laps. Just goes to show the good start that Henry Gregory had made, didn't it, off that restart. It was well over a second. And now Kian is there, I'm sure, with some decent pace coming onto this lap as well. In fact, he's the fastest in Sector 2. And Mika Taylor fastest in Sector 1 and 3, though. So Mika Taylor takes that fastest lap back. But look at that. The gap to first and second has been halved on one lap alone. And Mika Taylor's determined not to be dropped. It's going to be a three-way battle. And if Jack Cox has got anything to say about it, it'll be a four-way battle before long.
Yeah, I was going to say that Jack Cox and the rest of the field aren't that far behind at all. If these three start battling before the last lap, I think we could see many, many karts involved and in for a shout of this first win in their opening heat of the day for the Senior X30s. Great exit off the corner for Micah Taylor. Will he think about it down to the boot? No. I think he knows if he goes with this move too early on, they're going to drop away from Henry Gregory and drop into the clutches of Jack Cox and Harry Torpy in behind. And of course, to remind you, Harry Torpy, your championship winner this year in the Senior X30s. He's certainly no slow coach there, waiting in the wings behind. So these drivers have a lot to think about as we head into the final minute of the race. Was that a late move to the inside for second place? I think potentially it was. We'll wait and see as they come through. Have they held on to it? The 37 is still there in second place, so Micah Taylor thought about the move, but has snuck back into third place. And look at this now. The gap was halved. The gap has been pretty much ended now. They're nose to tail once more for the top three.
And just worth noting, I knew I recognised Mika Taylor's name. I was looking through the championship to see how he got on. He was a junior last year. Well, a junior in this championship anyway. So not last year. It's a change for the race lead. And Cian Geraghty goes through. Henry Gregory's keen to nibble back at it. Has a little bit of a bite. But Mika Taylor, Junior X30 runner-up in the championship at the Whilton Mill Kart Club this year, has gone through into second place here in the seniors. His first foray in the seniors as far as I can tell here for the WM plate. And he is making a name for himself.
He certainly is. Yeah, runner-up in the championship of juniors. He's currently runner-up in this race, but he's going to be wanting that top position, the position that they all want as the timer hits zero. Then when they come through past the start-finish line, they'll see the last lap board for this first heat. There's battles going on in behind, though. I think that was Harry Torpy potentially getting overtaken there by Archie Heron. We'll see and confirm that as they come across the line. But actually, it's been a great second half of this lap for the 37 of Cian Geraghty. Once he's been released by Henry Gregory, he has found ridiculous pace, and off he goes onto the final lap. He's extended the gap by half a second there over Micah Taylor. Micah Taylor's got the fastest lap and has been very quick, but over these last couple of laps, hasn't quite been able to hold on to the back of Micah Taylor. But this is the battle in behind. This Harry Torpy trying to hold on to fifth place now as Archie Heron absolutely hounds the rear axle of his kart.
You mentioned Harry Torpy as a champion for this category, I believe, John. He is struggling, and he qualified in 7th place. He doesn't have the race pace either. He's holding on. He's just about managed to hold off Archie Heron, but now comes Coulthard with a little bit of a battle with Heron, giving Torpy a little bit of a layoff, but Cian Geraghty is the man of the moment, and he's going through to take the win here in the first heat of the X30 seniors at the WM plate. Great drive by him. Mika Taylor takes second place as well. It was a bit up and down, certainly learning a lot with these senior drivers. Jack Cox comes across the line in third. Henry Gregory, Harry Torpy and Coulthard in 6th. Henry Gregory from first down to 4th is not the way he wanted to finish this race, is it, John? Very disappointing from his perspective. To round out the rest of the top 10, Archie Heron in 7th. Kian Lian Gamiao, who is in 8th. 9th, Harry Pears, I'm not sure which way it is. And 10th, Vishal Patel, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, great end to the race there. Impressive stuff from Jack Cox. Nick away third place on that last lap away from Henry Gregory. So good end to the race for him as well. We go straight to nose cone watch. We'll finalise the rest of your runners as well. We'll quickly run through those. Luke Taylor was in 11th. Then Macy Hitter, Charlie Barlow, Jensen Buckingham, Josh Palfram, and then Alfie Richards, Tristan Powell, Harry Yule, Robbie Buckley. Then David Marcel rounds out the top 20. Enzo Liu in 21st. Then Oliver Harris, George Robinson, Cian Gohill, Harry Maynard, Willoughby Steele, and then Jerry Hu there in 27th. The last of your runners, Dovdas Deglau, didn't make it past the first couple of laps. And then involved in that first lap incident, Alex Johnston, Nigel Green, and Ollie Still sadly not making it through. Harry Torpy's day goes from bad to worse, though. No. Didn't have a great opening heat. Gets a nose cone to add to his troubles. He's going to have to try and have a brilliant heat number 2 if he wants a good start for that final later on today. But the number 70, fantastic championship season in 2023, but it seems he may have used up all of his good luck.
Yeah, and used up his fuel as well, by the looks of it, because he had to push his car over the line just to make it from bad to worse.
Yeah, indeed. Archie Heron as well, the 159, gets a penalty too, so I think we might have seen a few in this one. So once again, our results there, very provisional.
Indeed it is, but another exciting race to come up. And the final race of our Heat 1, John, which is almost a bit of a show because it means the day is going on quite quickly. And now there isn't any break between Heat 1 and 2. We go straight into Heat 2. We're back with the junior...
We basically do it all again, don't
Junior
we?
maxes, and we just roll and repeat. And there's a break in between the finals, the Heat 2 and the final as well. So we can throw to the final Heat 1. John, I believe you're going to take the grid away, and it's the senior Rotaxes.
Drivers that we'll be seeing for the first time today. It's your senior Rotax Heat number 1 grid. Ben Folland was very quick yesterday on Saturday. He lines up on pole position. Alongside him is the man that we've been waiting to see in the senior Rotax class. It's Lucas Ellingham, your X30 senior X30 champion for the last, I think, 4 years, and now has taken the championship in senior Rotax as well. Let's see how he does in this WM plate day. Charlie Webb and Jack Cooper line up on row number 2 with Jack Gillingham and Stefan Kaczmarczyk there on row number 3. Row 4 has Alex Moody and Leo Brown. There's Brandon Klein, Nagelvort and Ben Ballou there on row number 5, rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Ethan Martin and George Donald on row number 6. Row 7 sees Sam Baker and Ross Tyler. Then it's Archie Buttle, Zaki Hussain, Louis Weaver and Samuel Cook there on row number 9. Row 10 and rounding out the top 20 are Jack Collins and William Pemble. William Pemble hopefully not going to spin it on the formation lap this time. Sorry for calling you out once again, William. Finley Hayes and James Tester line up on row number 11 with Harrison Morrow and Harry Blore on row number 12. And row 13 sees Stephanie Herbecker and Benjamin Southgate. Mac McFarquhar, the man, the myth, the legend, lines up there on 27th with Jack Wilch alongside. Then it's Joe Fox and Mararion Ubi who round out the top 30. And then finalising your 34 kart grid, another massive one here for senior Rotax. Aresa Pinder, Jake Riches, Paolo Nunes Aranda and Lorenzo Cordal.
I'm getting a little bit confused there, John, because I was thinking you were reading those names out and thinking we've seen these guys already. But of course we went live, didn't we, earlier on, and these guys were out for their final practice session. That's why I've seen them on the
I was also a little bit confused as well. I was like, hold on a second, have I got this wrong? Yes, no, you are totally right. Of course, we saw them out for practice earlier on today. As I was mentioning, as you just quickly nipped out of the room, the man of Whilton Mill Kart Club, really, Lucas Ellingham, X30 senior champion for about 4 years, I think, in a row, moves into senior Rotax for this year, and if I'm not mistaken, I will double check, he's won that as well. So yes, he has. Yeah, he's senior Rotax champion for 2023. Let's see what he can do in the WM plate. We're definitely going round again, though. That's not going to be a race start, and we do indeed see that chevron flag. In case you've never seen it before, first time watching owner karting, that green and yellow chevron flag denotes a false start, and the drivers have to go round again and try to do it a bit more cleanly next time around. But Lucas Ellingham, another fantastic season, this time in senior Rotax, is taking a championship once more at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Only lining up in second place today. Oh my god, Lucas, what have you done? Only second place. Obviously, I'm joking. Let's see what you can do there from the front row.
Well, I think he needs a good look, have a good hard look at himself in the mirror, doesn't he, really? There's a couple of people in the YouTube chat as well, so hello and thank you for everyone getting involved. There's a couple of people saying, how do you buy a kart? How do you sign up for teams and everything like that? Well, you can. The easiest thing is to get in contact with the teams, isn't it? To start with, send them a message, get their emails, a phone number, or something like that. They may sell you the karts. They may advise you rent one. You might borrow one or something like that, or you can go to an independent shop. We have one here at Whilton Mill, for instance, and you can buy a kart straight from the manufacturer and everything like that as well. So plenty of opportunities to get karting, but I'd advise you go to Club 100 or something like that first. Before we get into any of this, though, we are racing here for the senior Rotax Heat 1,
Whoa.
And there's more contact, a big amount of contact, and they're heading straight into the
That's
tyre
Lucas
wall.
Ellingham as well.
It is indeed, and there's a little bit too much contact. Both drivers look absolutely fine. They're busting a gut to try and get back on, but I think our pole sitter, Ben Folland, is very happily in the race lead right now.
He is, yeah, he definitely is. He is already trying to pull away with this race win, and more contact in the background. That's a big spin. Something's come off of the car. I think that was a chain guard. The 144. Is that Harry Blore who's gone for a spin in the background? Yes, it is. He gets collected by someone else, and the Battenberg flag comes out already in this one. Once more, the race is neutralised, and that's probably for all those carts you can see in the background of the shot, trying to make it back onto the black stuff.
Yeah, a bit of a mess, wasn't it? We'll see who came across the Sector 2 line in a second. Charlie Webb, Lucas Ellingham didn't.
It was those two, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ben Ballou is only just. Ross Tyler has only just.
They're gone again, I think. I think we've already gone to green. Nope, sorry. It was just a bit quick off the last corner. Apologies, everyone.
Finley Hayes, Harry Blore, and Jack Riches. So, yeah, a lot of drivers you'd already called out there, but confirmation of those drivers who didn't make it through Sector 2, and we'll see if they're making it through Sector 3 now, but of course we are still under Battenberg.
Yeah, it was those two drivers, Charlie Webb and Lucas Ellingham, who became entangled heading into the initial left-hander. And once you become entangled like that, it's very difficult to get the car to do anything that you want it to do. Off the track they went, and as you said in the previous races, once you touch that grass today, there was absolutely no chance you'll be making it back onto the black stuff. So both drivers spinning around into the barrier, all okay. And I think both have continued. Yes, they have. Both of those two have continued, Charlie Webb and Lucas Ellingham. So both all okay, but both now down near the back of the pack. Sadly, the other two that we saw go off, Harry Blore and Jake Riches, who spun down at the corner that we're currently looking at on your cameras, those two have not rejoined the race. I believe they've gone back into the pit lane.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually saw one of them being pulled off, Harry Blore, in that camera shot. You can see him sat there, unfortunately. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go green from this one, or they might just hold it. Yeah, there we go. We are going green. So Ben followed, but look at the start from Alex Moody. Oh, he got a little bit too close.
Still so sliding.
Through the turn 1, and Ben Folland gets a nice little gap. Brandon Klein and Nagelvort is got a lot of people just behind him interested in taking that third place away. And look at it, they're all going to be diving up the inside of Christmas Corner, including the number 33 of Leo Brown, trying to get that place away from Jack Cooper. I don't think he managed to make it just yet as they go down towards the infield.
Yeah, it was a couple of late moves to the inside there, wasn't it? I think it was he'd already committed, had the number 33, and there was no way he was going to back out. Luckily, the room was given. He goes for another move there down at Osiers. Down the inside once again goes Leo Brown on Jack Cooper. I think nicks away another spot there. The two leaders, though, are already scampering away. This is Jack Gillingham and third place, ahead now of Brandon Klein Nagelvort. So a good restart for Jack Gillingham. Good to see him battling well in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Someone who's very well known down at Rye House is Jack Gillingham, and has been getting more well known here at Whilton Mill Kart Club as he's rising up through the order and now battling the ladies and gentlemen at the front. But he is going to be overtaken once more, though, by Brandon Klein Nagelvort up at Christmas Corner. Yeah,
Brandon's having a flyer, isn't he, at the moment? Where did he start? All the way down
more
in
contact around.
Is that a commentator's curse? I didn't actually see who it was, John.
Ben
Oh, there's going to be a lot of people stuck in the middle of the circuit there. The yellow flags are out. Green flags are out, though. No Battenberg just yet. Sorry, John.
It was Ben Ballou who went for the initial spin. I'm not sure who else went off in avoidance there. Luckily, I don't think anyone collected, so hopefully all able to continue once they get it back on to the tarmac. We've come to the end of another racing lap here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club WM plate, and it's still Ben Folland in the lead of this race. He's being chased down by Alex Moody in second place, and it's been a brilliant start to this race for Alex Moody, up from 7th on the grid. Do we have a problem, though? Or is that a back marker being overtaken? It potentially is. I'll try and keep an eye out on exactly who it was there, but it was a bit of loss of power for someone near the front of the field and potential chopping and changing there. I think it was Brandon Klein Nagelvort who got overtaken up towards Christmas Corner there. I believe Leo Brown is up to third place.
Is it the 37 that you called out before having the problem? Because you can just see his cart on the very left-hand side of that shot, actually. Yeah, it was Ben Ballou.
Yes,
so
it was Ben Ballou.
Ben hasn't been able to get back going. His cart is on the inside of the circuit. So, yeah, whoever made contact and had a little bit of a spin with him has managed to get back going. Ben is the only casualty from that one. Oh, there's a nice dive into the first corner. I thought that was a little bit ambitious. I looked away for half a second and the 31's gone through Sam Baker, and that is a hitting of the engine. I don't think a very happy Nagelvort. And that's a shame because he was flying, wasn't it, at one point?
I did think up towards Christmas Corner on the last lap, it was definitely a loss of power. That was definitely a loss of power that time for Brandon Klein Nagelvort. So
hitting it like that's not going to help, though.
No, it's not going to help. It's not going to help. It's not going to wake it back up. But hopefully he can get that fix ready for heat number 2. And it looks like he's just going to try and soldier on in this one and see what he can get as... Oh, no, he's off the track. Off the track goes Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Is he going to now pull over? He's going to rejoin the circuit, but will he now stop the kart? Yes, he will. Race looks to be over for Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Maybe he'll be able to drag that round to the pit lane, but either way, he's not going to get any sort of meaningful position from this heat number 1, sadly for him.
It looked like he was just trying to see if it would start working again, didn't he? See if he could see the problem himself and fix it. I'm not sure you can do that on the track.
I think he was doing the IT crowd if you tried turning it off and on again.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're allowed to do that quite on the track, just to go across it, stop on it, and then see what happens. But
we'll leave that one to the stewards. Yeah.
I'm not a steward, so it would surprise me. I've just never seen it before. It's maybe what I'm thinking of more than anything. Ben Folland, pole position, got to the race lead, kept the race lead, and hasn't really looked back, has he? And that is something that is unusual so far today at the WM plate. Quite often we've seen the pole position drivers almost fall back a little bit and have to work quite hard to take the win back or to get into the top 3 or anything like that. Ben Folland has just been absolutely flying.
He has indeed. Sam Baker has just nicked his fastest lap, though. down in 4th place, so he's definitely chasing the leading pack, but has a good 3-second gap between himself and Ben Folland in the lead. So we'll see whether he can close down that sort of meaningful gap. 45 seconds on the clock then. Big defensive move, but not big enough. To the inside goes the 96 and takes away that position. The 13 is that trying to get back involved and rejoin the squabble. Nearly taking some drivers with him. So yeah, that was Zaki Hussein just getting back involved with the battle, as William Pemble it was on the 96 who dived through up into 12th place. Battles galore still going on. There's a move to the inside the 12 this time, and more drivers making contact, more drivers round, and the 66 of Cook is not happy with that one at all. Samuel Cook showing his frustration to his fellow competitor.
Yeah, I think I want to say George Donald was the 16. Was that the one, the driver who was involved? Let's have a look and see if they fall down the order.
Potentially the 66 of Samuel Cook, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 66. Sorry, not 16. You're absolutely right. Yeah,
and it was Benjamin Southgate, the 15, who was there with him.
Ah, okay, right. So yeah, a little bit of a coming together. It's 27 looks at the inside of the number 12. That's James Tester getting through on Jack Collins. I think William Pemble also has done that somewhere earlier in the lap as the yellow flags are flying towards the infield of the circuit. It's a good sort of a couple of moves there, and a really nice time for hit the yellow flag for the likes of William Pemble and James Tester, because it means Jack Collins couldn't really come back with an answer. There is Ben Folland on the final lap of the race. Hasn't put a foot wrong, hasn't put a tyre wrong. Just been absolutely sublime, hasn't he, as we look a little bit further back at the competitors who wish they were as quick as him in this race.
Yeah, we haven't really needed to talk about it, which I often say on commentary, if you don't speak about you at all, you're either having the best race or the worst race. And it's definitely the former for Ben Folland. What a brilliant race it has been for him. 1.5 seconds in the lead nearly as we headed on to the final lap. And the 81 is going to take the best performance he can from this opening heat of the day. Just behind him in second place, Alex Moody, a driver, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a driver for Cardiff University Motorsports in the BUKC, my old team. It's a big shout out to Alex Moody there in second place, taking a good result for this opening heat as well. But here is Ben Folland across the line to see the checkered flag first. And he sets himself up for a great WM plate day here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Alex Moody and Leo Brown round out the top 3, with Sam Baker setting another fastest lap on that last lap, 44.510. But despite having that ultimate pace, couldn't quite close in at those positions ahead of him, has to settle for 4th. Jack Gillingham finishes in 5th, a good result for him, with Jack Cooper in behind, Archie Buttle, Louis Weaver, Ethan Martin and Ross Tyler round out the top 10. And Lucas Ellingham managed to get back to 16th place after that early lap incident. So impressive stuff from him. Of course, it's not going to be the way he wants to end it, but I think damage control, he's done that very well. Yeah,
no, it's not ideal, but the champions are drivers who make the best of bad situations. The champions tend to be the drivers who have the best, worst days, if that makes sense, isn't it? So
exactly, it's like consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the consistency, it's scoring good points. Ultimately, though, this isn't the championship round, though, is it?
No.
He is a champion. He's very good at making the best of a bad situation. But it isn't the championship round.
No, and there are only 3 opportunities today to get, well, really, there are only 2 opportunities to set up the grid for that all-important final. That's where it all matters. And one of those 2 opportunities is already almost gone with a 16th place there. Not a great result. Hopefully, he'll be hoping he can get a top 3 in the second heat of the day. That maybe puts him in the lower end of the top 10. And I think he can do something from there. But yeah, damage limitation, he's done a good job, but still very much not ideal.
The problem is as well, though, if he comes into the pits and he's obviously made contact with that tyre barrier and his nose cone is broken.
I think luckily he went in backwards.
Oh.
I think luckily for him, because I remember him tensing up as he went in backwards while he was hitting
I do think that is a bit of a harsh way of doing the nose cone. The rule is, ladies and gentlemen, if the nose cone is dipped, if the little fixing is broken, that's it. Penalty instantly. No questions asked, isn't it?
Doesn't matter how it happened.
Doesn't matter how it's happened.
Nope.
So if you get punted into a wall and your nose cone gets dented, then you still get the penalty at the end of it. So it is a little bit of a harsh way of doing it. And I think we just saw the number 44 get a penalty. And where is the number 44? Ross Tyler. And so a couple of these drivers obviously having to potentially take it on the chin. Anyway, that's the end of the Heat 1s, John. We can roll straight on through to the Heat 2s. It's the Junior Maxes back at it again. So, the Junior Maxes back on our screens, and to be honest, I've been looking forward to this since we saw them earlier on. On row number 1, the 169 of Freddie Ingram with Alfie Thompson in second place. Row 2, 51, Hugh Moulton, and the 18 of Joshua Smith. Row 3, the number 60 of Charlie Neve, and 21, Victor Hansen. Row 4, 24 of Harry Hurst Grover and 227 Leon Thomas. Row 5, 55 Mitchell Mulvey and 52 Jack Baker. Row 6, 166 Will Archer and 257 William Antrobus. Row 7, 311 Jaden Sherwood and 122 of Noah Barham. Row 8, 19 of Omar Cindy and 136 of Blake Ticehurst. Row 9, 42 Michael Dalton and 207 Luca Magni. Row 10, 112 Charlie Cox and 99 Lucy Wheeldon. Row 11, 98 Daniel Gurney and 35 Jacob Borovac. And row 12, 131 Benjamin Brock and 26 Ellis Snow. Row 13, 27 George Hart and 76 Luca Burke. Row 14, 95 Karthik Kometa and 49 Daniel Callahan. Row 15, 201 Alexander Stefanov and 157 Piotr Durovets. And row 16, 30 Liam Phillips and 92 Ben Horner. And finally at the end, row 17, 23 Finley Jones. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, John, but I think that's the same grid as what we saw in race number 1.
Yes, so all the Heat 2 grids will be exactly the same as the Heat 1 grids, and then it will be the amalgamation of your 2 results from Heat 1 and Heat 2, the average of that, compared to then all the averages of the other drivers will then set the grid for the final.
Fantastic stuff. So if you're wondering, and I think in the previous season, 2022 season and stuff like that, we had a reverse grid for Heat 3 potentially.
I think you might be right. Yeah, we definitely had more heats and things during the day, didn't we?
Yeah, with the fact that obviously such a short day being in the middle of winter and everything like that, we try, even though they do have floodlights here at Whilton Mill, we try and keep it relatively short. So quite often in the summer, I believe, or the early stages of the championship, we have Heat 1 actually on the Saturday. We turn up on the Sunday and broadcast for Heat 2, 3 and the final. But there were a lot more grids because a lot more people were, there was just more engines involved and a lot more people potentially with split grids and stuff like that. So, yeah, plenty to be keeping an eye out on here. Whereas today, a little bit more straightforward. No championship, no worries. The only thing that counts is the final. And there's no split grids or anything. It is as straightforward as we get it today for the Whilton Mill.
It is nice and straightforward. There's a Tesla in the paddock. I don't know. I don't know what's happening there. They've got a Tesla there.
Pretty quick off the line.
You're able to. I'm sure. Yeah, it would likely beat all these karters off the line.
Yeah.
Despite its slightly heavier build in that electric beast. But yeah,
I wouldn't fancy trying to dive bomb it though in Christmas corner, would you? That'd be a bit scary. Oh
dear!
I was about to say we had quite a lot of people drifting around the first couple of corners there. He's going to be drifting
trying his best to get back on the black stuff, but it's not going to happen. And he's going to have the sad push back onto the circuit, sadly, for that driver.
Oh no, he can't actually get it back there.
Number 19 it is who's gone off. Is that from? That's Omar Cindy from 15th place. Omar has done the cardinal sin of dropping it on the formation lap. And he's going to have a little bit of help here just to get it back onto the black stuff from our
Look how shiny those tyres are now, though. So even shiny. In this formation lap, he's going to be struggling.
Yeah, he's gonna have his work cut out for him to not bin it again on the warm-up lap, to be fair to him. So sad to see there from Omar. We'll see whether this start gets aborted and whether he's able to get back in his slot or whether they just continue on without him. But here we go then. Potential race start for the Junior Maxes. They're heat number 2, and there we go. We do have an aborted start. We'll go round again. And for Omar Cindy, he's going to be very happy to see that because he should be able to retake his starting order of 15th.
Yeah, I don't actually think it was really anything to do with him. I think it was just the fact that the back end of the grid was so far away. I think the marshal had got off the circuit and everything like that, but it was more the fact that obviously the bottom 10 were nowhere near. There were a 33 strong grid. Omar Cindy and Alexander Stefanov haven't taken to the grid at all, which is a bit of a shame. So we may not be having Stefanov here either. Omar Cindy obviously didn't quite make it round to hit the timing screen, and there we go. Actually, he now jumps to the top of it in the weird way that it'll work, but it'll all equal itself out. So on pole position, Freddie Ingram, Alfie Thompson, Hugh Moulton, and they gave us a hell of a race early on. Harry Hurst Grover, also from 7th place on the grid, was really nice and competitive in that one as well. And I actually think he took the race win, didn't he, Harry Hurst Grover?
Yes, you're right. He had a brilliant race. Yes. No, you're correct. No, really, really good race. You can see that Omar Cindy still flying around in the background trying to make it to the back of this grid. I don't think it's quite going to happen for him, so it's going to be a last to first challenge in this Heat 2 for Omar Cindy, sadly.
Charlie Neve also did very well.
He did.
He's starting in 5th place.
Yes, Charlie Neve had a great race. We'll watch him from 5th. And yeah, Harry Hurst Grover back down to his starting position of 7th. But he had that in the first race and he managed to get the win. So let's see if he can do it again here in Heat number 2. Junior Max Heat 2, our first of our second round of heats. Let's see how it all gets underway, and we do get it underway. Second time of asking, and the 169 of Freddie Ingram takes the lead of the race. Has a bit of a better start this time, but in the background they don't. 52 is round. That's Jack Baker having a bit of a spin, and a couple of drivers collecting him as they go through as well. But that spin in the mid-pack now means we almost have a bit of a split grid here. We've got some of the top 10 who have broken away, and then the rest of the pack in behind.
It's incredible the amount of understeer that they're getting through the first couple of corners, isn't it? They have to be so tentative. It's no wonder that a few of the drivers behind who aren't reading that, and we're under Battenberg conditions.
Are we? Okay.
So I think that's the 5th time today, actually. We're under Battenberg.
Yeah, we've had quite a few.
It's a bit of a shame. I mean, it shortens the race, really. That's the biggest shame of it, isn't it? Because ultimately it won't affect too much the schedule, but it's just the fact that they get less laps in, less chances.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so we don't actually shorten the race as such, but it's just for the fact that they obviously do this time under the yellow flag while the timer is still running, so they get less of those racing laps where they can actually try and put some moves. I think the problem was with that incident where people have gone off at the first corner, someone's taken avoiding action and moved the barrier ever so slightly in the first corner, so of course a marshal needs to get on circuit in a pretty dangerous place there to get it refixed. So once that's all done and dusted, we go back to green flag, and Freddie Ingram, it's really holding everyone up, which makes me think he's now going to go very slightly through the last corner, though. He will see the green flag first, but all of them struggling to put the power down. Yeah,
look at the amount of understeer he's got going on there. He's just sending it to the outside. A couple of drivers decided to try and flick out to get more oversteer. Bit of lift off oversteer to try and get his kart round, and a really nice move at the inside there by Harry Hurst-Grover from 7th up to 2nd, and there's more contact, and that is the number 21.
Victor Hansen.
Victor Hansen facing the wrong way and getting a bit beaten up into the race lead move, and it's Harry Hurst-Grover, race 1 winner, getting past Freddie Ingram, but only for about 20 metres. And then all of a sudden, Freddie Ingram, who has a recovery drive in race 1, all of a sudden has to go up, and we're back under Battenberg as Harry Hurst-Grover goes grass cutting.
What is happening in this race? We are back to Battenberg. Technically, the Battenberg had already gone out when Harry Hurst-Grover went off there. A couple of drivers don't know it's a Battenberg here, do they? That was a dive down the inside, and again, another move into the last corner from Freddie Ingram. He's going to have to give those back. And yeah, that's exactly what he's doing now. The 51 of Hugh Moulton goes back through. So does the 60 of Charlie Neve as Freddie Ingram was a little bit late to see that one. They're all slowing up very quickly as they're trying to keep those tyres warm as well. But a calamitous start to the race here for Heat 2 for the Junior Maxes. And it's been an interesting one, to say the least. Harry Hurst-Grover, brilliant move to the inside to take the race lead. He's been super quick, hasn't he, in these slippery conditions, but then lost the grip himself, goes up and grass cutting. I was saying, the Battenberg had already come out, but had they driven past a Battenberg before Harry went off? I'm not sure. So I think maybe that's why Harry is now staying in 4th, because he lost that position before they actually drove past the Battenberg into the boot.
It's very difficult, isn't it, to know, because
it's a difficult enough one to call in cars, let alone in cars.
Yeah, I was going to say, and when all the cars have onboard cameras and such, you can see what the driver sees and everything. But hopefully there's not too much drama surrounding it, but they are going quite slowly, I would say. I know they're all trying to warm their tyres up by giving it a lot of lateral movement, but I would say maybe just pick the pace up slightly, and that might help the tyres so you can actually get the brakes going.
Maybe that's Hugh Moulton's strategy.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Just try and cool everyone else's kart down as much as his is, and then hope that he's the one to drive around the slipperiness the best.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could be a good option, but when he understeers into oblivion, I'm not entirely, because he's the first one who has to realise how much grip there is out there. I would be maybe using this a little bit more to try and keep some of the track temperature and keep some of the tyre temperature up, and the brake temperature as well, because you need the brakes when you hit them into Christmas Corner and into Oblivion as well, to be fair. So
you do need those.
They are important for getting around a circuit, I reckon. So the green flag comes out. Hugh Moulton gets us underway, and to be fair, it's a good start. A little bit lacking Charlie Neve there on the apex. How are they going to get through the first couple of corners? Yet still understeer flying around, but Harry Hurst-Grover, it's like he's driving with different tyres on.
How does he have so much grip? It's unbelievable. He takes third place away from Freddie Ingram, while Freddie Ingram is sliding around. Big dive to the inside for the 227 there in the background. That's Liam Thomas going for a move.
On Charlie Cox as well, who really struggled.
Yes, a couple of drivers just really struggling. One of those being Freddie Ingram. He struggled in the first race. He's struggling again here. He just is absolutely tiptoeing around. It's almost like they're in wet conditions on slick tyres, isn't it? They're so slippery. They just cannot get the power down at all.
It is hard for us to realise this, and I'm going to make everybody out there, if they can hear us over the tannoy, they're going to get really annoyed at this one. But it is 3 degrees out there, which is surprising to us because we're here working with T-shirts on.
Yeah, we've had to open the window because it's quite warm.
It's really warm.
We got a bit toasty in the comms box.
It's actually a really nice temperature, just to make you all
Everyone hates us now. Yeah, thanks for that, Jack.
But it is 3 degrees out there. So if you're watching at home, just stick your head out the window and you'll be able to feel it. The 169 of Freddie Ingram slipping down 2 more positions, getting hung out the outside. He goes for the dive and tries to reply instantly on the 18, who just about gets muscled out of it. Joshua Smith, Freddie Ingram having to pull out all the tricks in the book. Joshua Smith trying to close up the gap, but I think has actually just hurt himself even more here and will be bleeding positions.
Impressive stuff from William Antrobust, scything his way through past Freddie Ingram into 4th place. They're still battling in behind, though, as Michael Dalton trying to fend off a few drivers, and one driver gets sent off onto the grass at 136. Blake Ticehurst nearly takes someone out as he rejoins the track. I'm not sure who it was in behind them. They get chucked off to the left-hand side of the circuit there, but we'll wait and see as they come across the line to end another lap. It's still Hugh Moulton in the lead. As you see there, William Antrobust jumps up into 4th after an impressive lap there. Who drops a few positions? 3 places lost by Joshua Smith and 3 places lost by Blake Ticehurst there. 2 lost by Jaden Sherwood, so I think it was him who got chucked off when the rejoin was made by Blake Ticehurst. They're still battling tooth and nail in this one, though, aren't they?
So Alfie Thompson was the driver who just went through there, and considering starting on 2nd position, much like the first race where they lost out massively without really realising, he was trying to overtake, just to finish up on him, Michael Dalton, who we think he did overtake, but that's not to take anything away from Michael Dalton's progress, John, that you just noted.
Indeed, yeah, up 11 spots in this heat number 2. So he's doing everything he can to secure a good starting position for that final later on today. And he's really battling involved in this back and off, nearly finding the grass, and they are going to find the grass. The 42 of Michael Dalton, 2nd commentator's curse of the day for John. Michael Dalton is off the track.
Yeah, that's all. That one's on you. I passed it over to you.
That one definitely is, yeah. Thanks,
24 and 60, though. How are they getting on? In fact, this is actually, it's Harry Hurstgrover on Charlie Neve, and Harry Hurstgrover's got through, hasn't he? So the 2nd place, hunt down Hugh Moulton. Getting all mixed up today.
Lots of H's, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. It's quite a few names. But it's going to be a really, really strong day, I feel, for Harry Hurstgrover. If he doesn't, he's going to go into this final thinking he is definitely the favourite, because his race 1 was fantastic. His race 2 looks to be whatever's thrown at him, he can answer it. And it's the final lap of the race. If it wasn't for the Battenbergs, how much would he have won this race by?
Yeah. I think there's no question that Harry Hurstgrover would have got to the front at some point here. He sets a new fastest lap, 46.280, while he's overtaking someone. Impressive stuff from Harry Hurstgrover. And Hugh Moulton will now, after this race, have a 1st and a 3rd. If it stays as it is, Harry Hurstgrover will have a 1st and a 2nd. So those two will be lining up on the front row of the grid for your final later on. And if it stays as it is right now, Harry Hurstgrover will be on that pole position. And Hugh Moulton, who now bursts onto your screens as we head into the final section of the circuit, should line up P2 on the grid. Of course, these are all provisional results because you've got to wait for penalties to come through as well. But Hugh Moulton takes a deserved win there in heat number 2 for the junior max category. Harry Hurstgrover, another brilliant result. It just seems like he can find grip when no one else can on the number 24 plated kart. Charlie Neve rounded up the top 3 with Freddie Ingram, a respectful 4th there, to be fair. Respectable 4th place for Freddie Ingram after some difficulties. Really just can't seem to find that grip out there for the 169. William Antrobust in behind in 5th place, and Alfie Thompson, Liam Thomas, Victor Hansen, Joshua Smith and Blake Ticehurst rounded out the top 10. Behind them were Charlie Cox, Piotr Jurovic, then Omar Cindy. Good run through, to be fair, for Omar Cindy, back to 13th place after spinning it on the warm-up lap. Ben Horner was in 14th, then Lucy Wielden, Noah Barham, Finley Jones, Jaden Sherwood, Mitchell Mulvey and George Hart there in 20th place. Behind them were Luca Magni, Jack Baker, Zach Berkeley and Phillips, Jacob Borovic, then Will Archer, Benjamin Brock, Daniel Gurley, Karthik Kometa, Alexander Stefankov, then Michael Dalton. Sadly, Ellis Snow and Daniel Callahan did not make it to the checkered flag in that one, though. But another bumper grid of 33 karts and another brilliant race. Sadly, another one with quite a few Battenberg flags, though.
Yeah, it's a bit shorter than we'd like, really.
Yes.
In terms of racing laps, anyway, it's... yeah, bit of a shame. But you know what? We've got a final to go. And hopefully they sort themselves out a little bit and they can actually get their heads down and give us a bit of a show, because ultimately that's what all we want. And obviously they're here to win the WM plate. They're going to have to do something to beat Harry Hurstgrover, though, and maybe throw Battenbergs out there is the way to do it, because that's the only reason why he didn't really get through.
I think that battle in the mid-pack was... they were fighting pretty hard, though. 7th, 8th and 9th. Liam Thomas, Victor Hansen, Joshua Smith, all with nose-cone penalties. All three of them. So, yeah, they were battling pretty hard there at the lower end of the top 10, and more drivers coming through with some penalties as well. That's the 157 of Piotr Jurovic, 12th place. Might be a bit lower for him by the time we get to the final. But that's heat number 2 done for our junior maxes. Only racing left for them is their final after the lunch break later on. But we'll move on to heat number 2 for our Rotax cadets and our IARMY Water Swift restricted cadets. Here we go then. Grid for our Rotax cadets and our IARMY Water Swift restricted category. And it's Maximilian Abrahart who takes pole position for the Rotax cadets. Jack Baker will line up alongside him with Charlie Page and Alfie Mayer there on row number 2, with George Klimo and Jensen Walker on row 3. Row 4 sees Otis Cleary and Benedictas Mazioskis, then Arthur Farrow and Maria Roberto there on row 5, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Tommy Klimo and Jos Hushka are there on row number 6, with row 7 having Austin Aman and Harry Knight. Then it's Harry Bell and Riley Morrow and Ashton Redpath and Dewey Hockridge behind them on row 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Lewis Herbertson and Ralph Rakatis. Then on row 11 is Marley Wordy and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Then Finley Beals and Adam Galudi are there on row number 12. Row 13 sees Oliver Dawson and Chloe McGill. Then row 14 has Harry Radcliffe, and that's the last of your Rotax cadet runners, as Alessandro Salas is your effective pole position for IARMY Water Swift Restricted Cadet. Then continuing with the IARMY Water Swift Restricted Cadet class, Finley Bedford and Mason Hibbert are there on row number 15, with Louis Williams-Babs and William Cromby finalising the 32 kart grid for this one. But indeed, Maximilian Eberhardt, your championship winner in Rotax Cadet, lining up on pole position. He dropped away a little bit in the first race, managed to fight back through for a good ending position, but I think he'll definitely be wanting to take the win by the end of this heat number 2 to set himself up for a good final later on this afternoon. Another couple of drivers to mention now down near the lower end of the standings in this one. 21st place Marley Wordy and 24th place Adam Galudi, two drivers I'm very used to seeing down at Rye House as well. So great to see them up and involved in the Whilton Mill Kart Club and changing class as well. I believe, actually no, tell a lie, I know that they're both in Minimax now, so they're both doing that at Rye House and at Whilton Mill. So great to see them travelling all across the country for their racing endeavours, and lots more drivers involved in this grid. Another bumper grid. I know it's split between two classes, but still 32 karts involved. Yeah,
I was going to say, no, it doesn't really matter how we get there. If there's a lot of karts on circuit, that's what we like to see, isn't it? It's regardless of if they're split grids. And to be fair, okay, the Water Swifts maybe don't have as many people running in them as the road taxis, but they're still doing a good job of entertaining us and entertaining themselves, obviously. And it's a learning curve, isn't it? Maybe some of these drivers will jump into the road taxis or the unrestricted IARMYs after this, the Water Swift and everything like that. For the next season, we'll have to wait and see. It's a bit of a hectic one last time, wasn't it? From memory, I'm just trying to see who. I feel like I remember there were quite a few spins. Yes, I think that was probably going to be the case, and it may well be the case again. But Jack Baker ended up winning the race. But notable, look at 7th and 8th place for race 1. Archie Rogers-Tyler in 7th place made up 15 positions. 8th place was Marley Wordy, who made up 13 positions. And Chloe McGill made up 11 positions, up to 15th as well. So lots of movement around and about in this in these couple of classes. What is notable there, John, is the fact that the top 10 pretty much got sent backwards in a lot of the time. So a lot of people breaking into that top half, which is nice to see. Yes, yeah, Marley Wordy being one of those drivers I just mentioned earlier. I know he was Bambino champion and Cadet Rotax champion at Rye House. So it doesn't surprise me that he's climbed up 13 places there, but still really impressive in the first heat. Not much of a better way to start the day than breaking into the top 10, gaining that many places. I'm sure those drivers hoping to do it again in this heat too. Might be a little bit more challenging though if there's fewer drivers spinning off ahead of you. But we'll wait and see what happens. I think those are our IARMY Water Swift restricted there, just heading up towards Christmas Corner. Of course, in that split grid style, I think it's how many of those? I believe it's 6 of those, 5 of those at the back of the pack on their own little grid, and they'll obviously get a secondary start compared to these drivers at the front. Of course, they didn't actually get a start the last one because the entirety of the Rotax cadet class decided to spin at the first corner, and thus it was already a Battenberg, and we are going to go around again. False start for the Rotax cadets. There were a couple of penalties to keep you up to date with as well. Harry Knight unfortunately got a penalty in 17th place. Adam Galudi and Finley Beals as well, all with the penalties for various reasons, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure, but to be fair, apart from that, not many others, which is nice to see. And in a stacked grid of 32 karts, you would expect them. There is the Water Swift giving the signal that they have to go back round again. How are these guys getting on in the championship? Well, just having a look for the Rotax Cadets. There we go, Rotax Cadets, Maximilian Eberhardt, champion, I think we mentioned before, but if you are obviously tuning in for the afternoon sessions, your early afternoons anyway, I should say, actually. Maximilian Eberhardt won the championship. Jack Baker, who won race 1 here today at the WM plate, was in 2nd place in the championship. So those two swapping their respective positions in race 1, with Eberhardt coming in 2nd place. Alfie Mew, Maria Roberto, all people to be looking out for as we get this race underway, and it's maybe a little bit of a jump. It's a very quick start by our pole position. They are allowing them to get racing, and Maximilian Eberhardt's got a huge jump on everybody else, probably about 3 or 4 car lengths more than he potentially should have done. Finley Bedford came across the line in 2nd, but it looks like, I think the 33, Charlie Page, actually is going into Christmas Corner in 2nd place. The timing tower on the left-hand side just having a little bit of a lie to us there as the Water Swifts start their respective races.
Yeah, off go the Water Swifts then. Well, they have as much of a clean start for this one as the drivers ahead did. Does seem like they will, and it's the 28 of Alessandro Salas from the pole position who takes the lead initially, but up and under goes another driver. Is that William Crombie on the 15 who's managed to get through? I think it might be, you know, managed to side through to the lead of that one. So fair play in the Water Swifts. We'll keep an eye on them as we head through the rest of this race. But here we look back to your leaders. Charlie Page in 2nd place there, trying to hunt down Maximilian Eberhardt, but Eberhardt already building a very nice gap. 1.2 seconds on the first lap alone, and that's not going to help. Big sliding moment for the 33 of Charlie Page, and through slips the 17 of Jack Baker. There he goes. Ahead of them, also slipping through, I think was George Climo. We'll try and keep an eye on that for you, but battling in behind as well, Otis Cleary, just about hanging on. Yeah,
I actually thought it was Otis Cleary going through, but you're right. I think it may well have been George Climo getting up into 2nd position. And, well, Jack Baker, winner of race 1, has a little bit of work to do. As wide goes the number 15. Is that 15? It is 15,
it is
isn't
15.
it?
I was definitely confused as to who was going through earlier because there was no 15, so I was very confused. Alfie Mayor's just been added at the bottom of the timing. I just saw it appear.
Oh,
so
yes.
Alfie Mayor was the one going through, not George Climo, as I mentioned earlier on, and he has just been added into 3rd place. He was 3rd place on that lap. He's going to drop down the order a bit, though, because he's just had a big wide moment.
Yeah, Alfie Mayor actually came 3rd. In the first race as well, so he was in a pretty representative position as a very understeery 83 of George Climo. There he is. Goes and loses 2 positions to Arthur Farrow and Jensen Walker up towards the top end of the circuit. 61 Max Eberhardt has got a nearly a 1.5 to 2 second lead. Lovely margin of error that he's got potentially to play with to try and extract and learn a few things from these tricky conditions. Contact warning from Archie Rogers-Tyler as well. And that is something that these drivers have to think about, isn't it? It is all a learning opportunity when you're this age, going out in these conditions every time of year. It's very different to mid-July, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely a learning opportunity. Yeah, some very different conditions than what we may see throughout the series. Although I say that, to be fair, British weather, you never know what's going to happen. Even in July, we've had once we can barely see the action that's going on because the rain is so hard. Yellow flag into the first couple of corners. I know that Alfie Mayor hasn't come round, so that earlier incident for him has seen him go out of the race, which is sad to see for Alfie Mayor. He had a good first race, as you said earlier, finishing in 3rd place, so he's going to have a bit of a challenge in the final this afternoon. But we continue to watch the action out front. That was Otis Cleary with Arthur Farrow and Jensen Walker just in behind. There's the 19 going through on the 53 there. That's Ashton Redpath through on Lewis Herbertson. He gets the move done. They all still battle down through into Ashby. 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And to be fair, out front, as these guys all still battle in the mid-pack, 19 nearly getting squeezed out on the curb there, and the 67 is going to make the most of that, and they slip through. But Maximilian Eberhardt, that gap has gone down ever so slightly. 1.2 seconds now, the gap back to Jack Baker, and he's got Charlie Page to accompany as well. Charlie Page with the fastest lap of the race. Is that going to change hands, though, in this lap? No, not quite. The gap has, wow, it's been halved, well, more than halved actually. Jack Baker is only 0.4 of a second behind Maximilian Eberhardt. And here is a very tasty looking battle for the top 6, isn't it? With Arthur Farrow with a spin there for the 25 of Jensen Walker. Hopefully he can get back on, but he's going to have a merry muddy kart, isn't he, unfortunately. Muddy. And very slippery as well. Here is Jack Baker on the 33 of Charlie Page. This is going to be very interesting. Do they settle themselves and try and catch up to Max Eberhardt, or do they want to be both the driver? Oh, that's a very wide moment there by Jack Baker, though, isn't it? Charlie Page has got that second place. Did he look a bit slow to you? No, he's not, is he? It's just the camera angle.
Yeah, I think it was just that wide, slightly wide moment for Jack trying to get through on the back marker. And yeah, it's a good move from Charlie Page, slips through, but he's already pretty much closed that gap to Maximilian Eberhardt. It was 1.6 seconds a couple of laps ago. Now they're following each other line astern, and it's a bit wide for Maximilian Eberhardt, and we could see a change to the lead already. 33 of Charlie Page goes from third to first on one lap. Through follows the 17 of Jack Baker. There has to be a problem for Maximilian Eberhardt. Look how slowly he's going after leading by a massive margin. There's definitely something wrong with that 61 plated kart. We'll wait and watch him through the rest of the lap.
Is it raining?
But that lack of pace, it potentially is raining. Let's have a look outside, because we can see them rubbing their fingers across their visors, and it's very slippery out there. I think there could be a bit of rain out here, and that's potentially why Maximilian Eberhardt is having a bit of struggle.
There's a rain in the air. It's not visible, but when you really sort of focus on it, there is sort of a lot of moisture. It's spitting. So we thought this might come in the later afternoon or sort of mid-afternoon. 3 or 4 o'clock is what we were thinking.
Yeah, it's very early.
Potentially this sort of misty rain, that's just a lot of dampness in the air. When it's cold, it's already slippery out there. You add a little bit of moisture, it's not going to burn away. Those tyres are going to be like driving on ice in these greasy conditions. Yeah,
they really are. We've got a few drivers up at Christmas Corner. Oliver Dawson, Harry Radcliffe and Dewey Hockbridge, I think it is. Potentially Harry Knight involved in that as well. Harry Knight and Oliver Dawson have now come across the line, and we do have a Battenberg flag out on circuit, so action is neutralised. Drivers will close up into single file. You can see there, just with these drivers trying to get on the power out of the last corner, slipping and sliding all about the shop. And these karts, comparatively to the rest of the karts we have out on circuit today, don't have that much power. No. So the fact that these are slipping and sliding all around as well really shows how little grip there is out on the Whilton Mill Kart circuit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be watching this race and thinking, ooh, hello, we might have to have a decision to be made, especially those who are out sort of directly next as well, which of course will be the Rotax Minis. And if you remember the Rotax Minis, they weren't shy in the way they were racing, were they? So I would opt for a little bit of grip if I was them. But yeah, very, very difficult conditions. And actually, we were talking about the conditions earlier, about it being July and then and challenging conditions in this race. And I was about to say, well, it could change the conditions today. You could be learning the cold weather this morning, cold, crisp weather this morning, and then have rain this afternoon, and all of a sudden it all goes very differently. And, well, we've already come to that. And I have to say, we do have the windows open here, and even in here, John, it's getting a little bit chilly.
It's getting chillier.
There's a nip in the air all of a sudden.
Oh, we've got more spinners in the background, drivers off at the boot. I think your third place, Arthur Farrow, may have gone off. Is he still? No, he's still there. More drivers going off, checkered flag, so that is going to be the race result called for this one then. Jack Baker will take the win. Who is it? So Riley Morrow, George Climo, they both spun at the boot and collected each other. So from what was the top 10 finish of both of those, they're going to be dropping down the order. Let's try and run you through that finishing order then. Sorry that the end of the race was a little bit subdued there. I think understandably so with the lack of grip out there on circuit. So Jack Baker takes the win in heat number 2. Charlie Page and Arthur Farrow round out the top 3. With Maximilian Eberhardt, Otis Cleary, Jos Huschka, Maria Roberto, Benedictas Mazioskas, Archie Rogers-Tyler and Austin O'Man there rounding out the top 10. Jensen Walker and Lewis Herbertson were there in behind him with Alfie Mayer. Good race through, to be fair, with Alfie Mayer. He did get back on circuit, and despite what the timing was telling me earlier, and he's got a 13th place. So not quite as good as his third from heat number 1, but I think he should still be happy with regaining that after that off earlier on in the race. George Climo was there in 14th with Chloe McGill, your top novice, in 15th. Adam Galudi there in 16th place with Ralph Racketis. Tommy Climo, then Marley Wordy and Riley Morrow rounding up the top 20. Finley Beals was there in 21st. And William Crombie, your winner in the iArmy Waterswift Restricted in that one on the number 5. He was flying through off the start. Takes a well-deserved class win. Ashton Redpath there in 23rd with Harry Knight in behind, then Finney Bedford, Oliver Dawson, Harry Radcliffe, then Louis Williams-Mabs, Mason Hibbert, your pole sitter and water restricted, dropping down into P3 in class, then Dewey Hockridge, Alessandro Salas and Harry Bell. Sorry, it was Alessandro Salas who was pole position, my apologies, and he dropped down to 5th in class, so it wasn't the most ideal race for Alessandro after I believe it was a Heat 1 win for himself, so it should be an interesting grid for their final later on, but definitely a very different heat, that one, than what we've seen earlier on today.
Yes, and I'm struggling to think of what the weather is going to do, really. Is it going to get worse? Is it going to stay like this? These are the sort of worst conditions to be racing in my opinion. It's very, well, it's just pure grease. And it's not going to evaporate away because there's not enough heat at all. There's not enough heat created by the karts, especially the drivers, the sort of karts that were just out there, the Rotax cadets and the IAMI cadets. So it's going to be very difficult for any sort of set of drivers that are going to be going out now, but we can see who is going out because I believe it is going to be the Rotax Minis, and we can run you through the grid. Rotax Minis, after their Heat 1 won by Zach Starbuck, in second place Finley Lyons. Let's see how they're going to line up. Well, on the pole position, the 44 Sukmani Kera and 88 Jacob Bachler, a Bachelor even. Row 2, 61 Zach Champney and 55 Ian Nair. Row 3, number 2 Will Green and 71 Max Mason. Row 4, 20 Enzo Butterazzi, 38 Frederick Wood. Row 5, 63 Josh Parker and 21 Harley Musk. Row 6, 18 Simeon Stone and 25 Jacob Nairn. Row 7, 16 Millen Tomlinson and 12 Jensen Ackerman. Row 8, 19 Knight Measures and 81 Planton Sultan. Row 9, 93 Nathaniel Hodges and 17 Alex Gonter. And row 10, right at the back of the field, in 13th position is Jesus Bartolos in the number 13 kart. So, the road taxes. This is going to be a bit hectic, isn't it? In fact, no, it's not the road taxes. Why have I got it on the road taxes that it's going to be that one? It's the Army Water Swifts. My apologies. I said that 2 drivers won it before. Starbuck won it in the race 1. That's absolutely not true because he didn't race in the Army Water Swifts. My apologies. It was Jacob Bachelor who won, and Zach Champney in second place, of course, winner of the championship this year. Will Green was in third, and Sukmani Kera dropped 3 positions from pole down into 4th.
Indeed, it wasn't the most ideal race for Sukmani Kera. She had a good start, but then just slowly dropped down a couple of positions. She had a good fight, though, in and amongst it. And yeah, I remember no one really able to break away in this one. It was all very close throughout the 7-minute initial heat earlier on today for the Army Water Swift unrestricted intermediate class. So we'll see if they can continue that into heat number 2. I know there was quite a few drivers off in that last race. I think maybe we're clearing up a few different bits and bobs. But there we see on our timing screen in our comms box, the drivers do emerge out of the pit lane and head onto that warming up lap. But again, it is still very slippery out there. It is still more slippery due to this slight rainfall. And I can tell you on the Met office, drizzle around midday and then 60% chance of light rain at 1 o'clock as well. So we may see some quite slippery conditions up towards basically from now to our lunch break, and then maybe it will dry up a bit throughout the afternoon, and then of course after we stop racing later on this afternoon and this evening, it's going to start raining again, but the drivers aren't going to be too fussed about that. So I think heat 2s we could see it be rather slippery out there. Maybe into the finals, we'll then see that changeover back to better slick conditions. But are the drivers on slick tyres, or have they decided to change over to wet? I don't think it's quite wet enough for wet tyres. I think they're still mostly going to be braving it on slicks. But hey, I'm only a commentator. I could very much be proved wrong. So let's see if we can spot on the cameras what tyres the drivers are actually using.
Yeah, I think you would. I personally would probably want to go out in some absolutely ragged wets. Something that's really stripped back down to almost the bone, so you don't mind if they really die on you. You don't mind if they end up being slicks towards the end of it. Sort of the intermediate tyres, effectively. And I think that's what they're on, because I don't know about you. I can't see, obviously, but it's very difficult. Are they shiny? Are they slicks?
Can't see well enough.
It's very difficult to see with the camera angles we've got. I think I can see some grooves in there maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to stop guessing about what races and what tyres they've got on. In fact, no, actually, we can spend an entire extra minute and a half guessing if we really wanted to because we're on false starts.
Lucky us. You can see the rainfall on that camera just about in the first couple of corners. Look at the drivers. Oh, we got a spin in the mid-pack.
It's going to get worse, isn't it?
72 having a bit of a spin. I think that was potentially the 12 of Jensen Acker. We'll see when they come through sector number 1. But yeah, the drivers, even on the formation lap, trying to just keep the karts on circuit. Look at the number 16. Put some Tokyo Drift music over that. That was awesome. Sideways entirely through the first sector for Millen Tomlinson. So fair play to the drivers, just trying to keep it on track. That looks like Sukmani Kira rejoining at the back of the pack, if I'm not mistaken. So I think she might have got off here, and that is indeed the number 44. So Sukmani Kira, who should be starting right up near the sharp end of the grid, has fallen off here on the second warm-up lap. She might just about have enough time to catch back up, but I'm not quite sure if she will.
Well, you've done the high-tech version of what I'm doing right now. You looked at the Met office and everything. I'm just going to stick my head out
okay.
if you want, and see what it's about. At the moment, again, a lot of moisture sort of in the air, but you wouldn't say it's raining. That's the difficulty. Right, well, outside our commentary window anyway. So that's sort of the difficulty with it.
And we'll check back in with weather in the next hour.
Stick my hand out, see what happens. But ultimately, it makes it very difficult for these drivers to even drive side by side, let alone go racing, but that's exactly what we're doing, John.
Yep, through the first couple of corners, can the drivers keep it on the black stuff? Wait and see, big wide moment for Max Mason as he heads out of the first couple of corners, just about holds on to the lead of the race. The Jamie Green Racing driver now switches to the inside line, trying to fend off from the 61 of Zach Champney heading up into Christmas Corner. Another move to the inside. That's, I think, Harley Musk potentially in the background going for a move. There's the number 2 of Will Green fighting through from a poor getaway, a poor start for this one, as he should be really much near the sharper end of the order, but he's having to battle through for the back. There's someone off in the background heading over the grass. Yellow flags up at Christmas Corner too. I think we can assume a couple of drivers have left the black stuff and got onto the green stuff. There's the 21 of Harley Musk under a bit of pressure now from Will Green, who's made a nice battle through as they head down through Osiers. Takes another position away, goes down the inside.
Yeah, if you're curious where they're going half the time, they're on the wet line. They're trying to get the grip.
He's got wet tyres on. 1,000% the number 2 has got to have wet tyres on. Will Green's just driven from the back of the field to the lead on the first lap.
Look at how much grip he's got.
1,000%.
He's loving life. Yeah, that's the wet tyres for you. And everybody else is switching. Everybody else is struggling. And Will Green is just driving away with it. Max Mason in second place is no longer in second place because Zach Champney's just got into that position. But Will Green, even if the red flag this for changing conditions.
He's off.
Everybody's going off.
Zach Champney's off at the first corner. You can interestingly see, and Zach Champney's still trying to get off the grass. He cannot find the purchase and he's round. That's the difficulty when you get on the grass with these slick tyres on. There's absolutely no grip. I found it very interesting through the first couple of corners, though. The difference in line between Will on the wet tyres going wide and trying to cut back, and the other drivers trying to take as much curb as they can to force them around the corner. Who's gone off, though, on the exit? Was it Max Mason? I think you might be right. Yeah, I think you might be right. It was a Jamie Green Racing suit as well, so that would make sense. Max Mason. So we lost Zach Champney at the first corner off onto the grass. Now we've lost Max Mason up at Christmas Corner off onto the grass. It's basically, if you can make it to the end of the race here, you're on for a good result.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why on earth are they not hitting apexes, why are they going so wide, why are they going so deep, well, that's the wet line, ladies and gentlemen. If you are new to racing, if you're new to watching it and you don't quite know what the wet line is because maybe you only watch Formula 1, they don't tend to take it very often.
No.
They have got very high-tech tyres. That means that it's a bit easier for them to take the normal racing line. But effectively, there's too much rubber on the normal racing line, and obviously concrete has lots of holes in it. The holes get filled up with rubber, so it's basically a nice slick surface, fantastic for driving when it's in the heat and the dry. But when it comes to the rain, obviously then the water just sits on top of the surface. You can't get any grip, whereas on the outside of the circuit, there's lots of holes in the concrete. Oh, God, that was going to happen, wasn't it? And you can see that's because they broke on the actual racing line, the 38 of Frederick Wood.
That's going to give him a nose-going penalty.
That will give him a nose-going penalty. So ultimately, on the outside of the circuit, where there's lots of holes in the concrete, the rain will go into there. It won't sit on the surface as much, therefore you can get more grip around the outside. Little physics lesson for the driving.
We've got a weatherman and a science teacher.
I'm out here making a name for myself.
This is amazing.
You know, I've got to have some reason for Alpha Life to keep bringing me back. But yeah, that's sort of the reason why they're struggling to grip and struggling to turn right up until they get to the edge of the circuit. And all of a sudden, look, lots of grip, and they go round.
Exactly, yeah, and you'll see them also as well. You'll take that initial wide line in. They'll quickly try and get it back to the apex to use the apex to drag that front tyre around the corner as well. So you'll see slightly differing lines depending on whether you've got those wet tyres or those dry tyres on. It's still very slidey. Look at that, just completely sideways all the way out of the boot there for the driver of that green kart on the number 16, trying to fight it round. That's Millen Tomlinson. Another driver flying in behind though with the wet tyres on. That's Josh Parker getting through on Enzo Bussarazzi for 8th place. 3 minutes left on the clock then. A very different race to what we've seen earlier on today. Much more subdued, simply because the drivers are trying to just keep it on the road.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining in its own way.
It really is.
You're watching the drivers learn as they go. And you can see, there we go, 2 differing lines. The 20, with lots of grip around the outside, had to go slower into it because they're braking on the racing line. Who is the number 20? Who are we watching here? Enzo Bussarazzi, slower into the corner, quicker into the corner, but then had to be slow around it as they go around the outside. But had a half-decent exit as we saw someone in the wall there, unfortunately. Whereas the other driver, who was going, I think, in the Intrepid kart there, the number 63, Josh Parker, slowing it an awful lot more, trying to get to the apex and hooking the curb up massively to try and drag the kart round, which is what John was saying earlier. So 2 different approaches. The difficulty is if you're on the curb and you're on that almost normal racing line, getting the power down is so dangerous because you're already on the rubber, basically. You're on the slippy stuff. Whereas if you go all the way around the outside, you can be a bit earlier with the power and then bleed off it a little bit, which is counterintuitive on the exit. And then you can get the power back on when the grip reappears. So you can get basically the kart a bit straighter earlier, effectively. So it's really difficult. We can see drivers falling off the circuit, left, right, and centre, aren't they? Will Green has got an 18-second margin.
18 seconds
which
in
is
a heat.
I'm surprised if he doesn't lap the entire grid. If he had an
Honestly.
extra 2 minutes, he would lap the entire grid, I think. It's absolutely incredible, the sort of times he's putting in. 107 compared to Harley Musk with a 112. But really, everybody else is just trying to survive.
Yeah, and everyone else is in the 15s, 16s, even more than that. So yeah, Harley Musk is the quickest by some margin on those slick tyres. Night Measures as well. Night Measures we didn't see in heat number 1. He never made it to the start. He was a DNS in heat number 1. And so someone else is off, number 16. That's Millen Tomlinson from 5th place. He was having a great race. Sadly, the grip has reduced to 0 for himself, and he's off, and it's going to be difficult for him to get that kart back on circuit. But yeah, Night Measures, impressive stuff. He's got a DNS from the first heat, so he's not going to be able to get a good start into the final. Someone else is off on the outside there. Another Jamie Green racing car. Is that Max Mason? Yes, it is. And Max Mason spins it as he tries to rejoin the circuit. That's dumped loads of wet grass onto the racing line as well. That's not going to be ideal for any of his fellow competitors. But Night Measures should have a P3 and a, what will that be, P16 out of this, so we'll see. He should still have a good starting position for that final later on today. 23 seconds now the gap that Will Green has at the front of the field. That just shows how much those wet tyres can affect how much pace you can get out of the kart comparatively to those dries and the different lines that you can take. 20 seconds left to go on the clock then. Where's Will Green? He is coming out of the boot at the moment, so I think we will get 2 more laps of this IOME Water Swift Intermediate Heat number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to get around those 2 laps, isn't it? There we go, a little bit of a hooking of the curve for the 16. Tomlinson trying to recover. I mean, that's the worst thing you want, isn't it? When you're already in tricky conditions, is then go off, get more moisture on the air. Look at that. Will Green absolutely flying. And it just look how much easier it is with the input of the wheel there. I mean, he's still having to fight it. Take nothing away from the skill that he's imposing here, but it's just a lot easier. He's turning and the kart will actually do what he wants within half a second, whereas everybody else has to wait about 2 or 3 seconds. He's carving through the order like no one even needs to sort of worry that he's even doing it. He's so easy, so in control. Will Green's flying. I said it was 18 seconds a couple of, like, maybe a lap ago. It's up to 27 now.
Looks like we might have lost Josh Parker on the last lap as well. He was up in the top 5 positions. Seems like he may have gone off. We got a driver stop there at the boot. Potentially that could be Josh. But we'll wait and see. A bit of a tough one to call through this. We're just trying to see who is going off of the circuit, who's not making it round. But Will Green sees the final lap board and will complete 1,200 metres more of this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. And I think something's got to go pretty catastrophically wrong if he doesn't win this race.
Yeah, I think so. Somebody's not really concentrating if they go out in the next race and not choose wet tyres.
Yes.
If I see anybody on the next grid, which is the Honda Cadet, so I have checked this. Sorry, no, it's not the Honda Cadet. Why am I saying that?
We don't have those
It's
anymore.
the Rotax Minis. It's Rotax, which is exactly the grid I thought was coming up here this time. If they all come out on wets, thank God. If one of them comes out on slicks, I'm questioning what they've been watching.
Hey, you never know. The rain could stop. It could all suddenly grip up again, and the person on slicks flies through.
Yeah, but equally, they may not have made it more than half a corner.
Yes,
so it's one of them. You've got to be in it to win it. With the final, Will Green has certainly been in it, and he's certainly going to win it, isn't he? Because he's done everything right. He's on all the correct lines. He's carved through like the drivers aren't even there. And frankly, with a 35-second margin, it's probably the most dominant win we're going to have today. A big congrats to Will, and we'll see him in the final.
We will indeed. Great win in heat number 2. I mean, definitely the biggest margin I've seen in karting in quite a while for a race win. 35 seconds. We're still going to be waiting quite a while before we even see Harley Musk come round into the final sector of the circuit. That's the number 16 that we're following through there. I think Harley Musk should be coming round the final couple of corners relatively soon. And we'll see himself and Night Measures take second and third place. Potentially not, though. Night Measures has been caught by Nathaniel Hodges and Enzo Butterazzi over the couple of last minutes of the race. So let's see as they come through the final couple of corners who actually takes it. The rest of the drivers who are a couple of laps down come through to finish their race. There's Harley Musk finally coming through 40 seconds back to finish in second place. But who is there in third? There are the 3 battling in behind. Who is going to take third place in this heat number 2? He's very happy about it.
Wow.
It's Enzo, no, it's Night Measures. Night Measures does take P3. Enzo Butterazzi steals away 4th from Nathaniel Hodges on the last lap. But Night Measures happy with that one, as he should be. Starting from relatively low down the order. Yeah, he was in 15th for the start of that race on the slick tyres, to be fair to him. So a great battle through to third place for Night Measures there, and sets him up for hopefully a decent race start for the final later on. But as we mentioned plenty of times through that race, a very different one to what we've got used to today, but potentially we may see all drivers out on the wet tyres in the next one, and thus people will be a little bit more similar on pace and a little bit more scared, a little bit more less scared, I should say, to put the power down.
Yeah, I did think it was quite hard. Quite often it's quite hard to keep up with what's going on a karting grid, especially at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, because everybody's overtaking each other all the time. It's fantastic. It's brilliant to see. It's very exciting. But that one was quite hard to keep up with, because every time we thought we saw someone in a particular position, they'd then spin off.
Yes.
Or someone would overtake them, and then that'd spin off. Or they'd make contact because of the braking or something like that. So, yeah, very difficult in the end. There are plenty of people probably having nose cone issues. So there's going to be penalties. And that 19 driver, and that's Night Measures, very, very excited about his position. With a 21 of Harley Musk, who came second. Night Measures may actually get the race second place, actually, at the end of that. I think he's very happy. I think he's just been told, hasn't he? Right, we'll let him celebrate, and we shall move on to what I've been anticipating for quite a while now. It's the Rotax Mini Inter category.
Heat of the day for the Rotax Minis, and it's Zach Starbuck who lines up on pole position once more. Alongside him, Kian Bernard, and it's Vinny Lyons and Leo Livings there on row number 2, with Miles Burton and Oliver Spencer on row 3. Row 4, we'll see some more of our drivers once the graphic does catch up with my very fast tongue. Apologies to my producer, Alfie Mew and Max Wheatley are there on row 4, with Ilya Velico and Jack Collinson on row number 5. Rounding out the top 10, Luke Holmes, Ballack and Benjamin Lawn are there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Ella Lucia and Charlie King, then it's Cody Lepetrell, Daniel Wisnauskas and Theo Bradshaw there alongside Max Colbert. It will be, rounding out the top 20, Rian Townsend Grant and Fenton Stoneman. Then Ollie Thompson and Louis Radcliffe, Jamie Ambrose and Samir Paul there on row 12, with row 13 seeing Nathan Rond and Oliver Barton, then Jensen Maplethorpe and Nathan Edwards. Behind them are Cameron Tipping and Amrit Singh Atwal rounding out the top 30. Then it's Oshin Brett, Finley Hines and Warwick Milam, the 33 karts on the grid for your Rotax Mini Heat number 2. And as you said earlier, Jack, I think we can assume that all the drivers are going to be on wet tyres for this one. They actually want to get a decent result here in Heat number 2.
God, I hope so.
For their sake.
Yeah, exactly. And there is still rain falling out there. If anything, it's quite heavy. So I imagine, everybody's taking the sensible option. Having a look back at the previous race results, though, in this one, it was a Zach Starbuck win. after qualifying on pole position. But it wasn't all his own way. He had to fight quite hard for it because Finley Lyons was in the lead for a long time, wasn't it? Remember that last lap battle between those two, where Finley Lyons was lining it all up. Starbucks launched it right at the end. It was very exciting.
It was a great battle, wasn't it?
Great stuff. And Holmes Ballack was almost there to take advantage, but after gaining 8 places, 3rd place is not bad. Look at that.
Limbering up.
Get the juices flowing, mate. What number is that? Is that
65, 50? I think.
65 or 55?
One of the two.
Is there a 65? Where's 65?
Maybe neither of the two. Maybe 35 of Warwick Milam.
There's something with a 5 in there, isn't there?
That's a 6. Oh, anyway.
But anyway, yeah, get the juices flowing. Make sure he warms himself up there. It's getting so cold. I've even had to put my jumper on in here. I know.
Chilly boy. I run very hot, so I'm still toasty.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure everybody out there in the paddock, their heart bleeds for us having to put my jumper on in this commentary box. It does look, I have to say, joking aside, it looks bitterly cold.
Yeah, it really does.
It
Sorry
looks
to everyone
fairly
out there
miserable, to
in
be
about
honest.
5 layers. Yeah, apologies for us boasting about how we're enjoying the heat in the commentary box.
I can't wait to go and get my chicken burger at lunchtime or something. I'm just going to get
you're going to get paraded,
abuse.
by everyone. That's fair enough. Please go and shout abuse at Jack when he goes to get his lunch over
Hopefully
the paddock.
no one's seen my face before. It does look bitterly cold out there, rather unpleasant almost. There's a few cars turning up that aren't even down, are there?
I think there might be people coming through for the next race. I think there's some issues with these drivers leaving for this one. I'm not sure what the disagreements are, what's happening, but a little bit of a wait here before we move on into our Rotax minis for their heat number 2. I will just say, apologies to everyone who's listening at the kart circuit, because this is going to be absolutely nothing to you. In the YouTube live chat, there's been lots of chatter today. I've got to say, someone called Chris P. Bacon, a very, very funny name, is probably the least funny person I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's a good name.
He's wasting a lot of people's time in the live chat, so may just pipe down. Honestly, sorry, that's not the words of Alpha Live. That's the words of John Ratcliffe. Please pipe down the live chat. You're just annoying people, so thanks very much. But otherwise, thank you everyone else for jumping in and saying hello and telling us what drivers you're supporting, telling us where you're supporting from. And I always remember from previously when we were here for the early rounds of the season that there was always lots of love for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, wasn't there?
Yeah, as there should be. The Whilton Mill Kart Club is a fantastic championship, and as I said, though, it's the internet, so you always get some idiots who seem keen on ruining it for the rest of us.
I ignored it, but
I wasn't going to mention it, but since you brought it up, I thought, it's a few people out there a little bit too sad to do anything else with their Sunday than wind people up.
Let's just enjoy some racing.
Exactly, and we have enjoyed lots of racing.
It's been brilliant. You can actually see now on the camera, look at the rain.
Yeah.
Look at that rain. That is coming down seriously now. Maybe the hold-up, maybe potentially that they're now calling it as wet, and that will force all the drivers onto wet tyres, maybe. Again, very much just a theory from the comms box, that one. Not quite sure as to what the hold-up is.
No, I can't believe they're out there with the stewards deciding whether or not to call this a wet meeting, yes or not, because it's a very wet meeting already, sort of thing. And look at that, even the camera's got rain on it.
That's gotten a lot worse since we cut away from that.
Yeah, it has. Normally, like before, we were having to figure it out whether there was rain on the circuit and how much moisture there was, wasn't there? Because it wasn't on the camera lens. That's normally the biggest giveaway, isn't it? But now that's going to be very difficult. And at least it's much better to be this way round than it is to be greasy. It's going to be almost easier now that it's fully wet.
It'll be more predictable, won't it?
Yes.
Sort of you know what you're going into when you go into the corners, whereas with the slipperiness earlier on the slicks, it seemed to be changing every lap, and suddenly drivers were finding they had no grip where they did have the previous lap. So, as you say, it may be a bit more confidence-inspiring, these conditions, for a lot of the drivers, but equally I'm sure some of them are a bit gutted that it goes wet, that it's gone wet today. I know some drivers prefer dry to wet, some of them prefer wet to dry. It's all just personal preference at the end of the day.
I was going to say, I know that whenever we used to come here, I never used to race at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but I know my brother did, and whenever he did, he was always praying for rain. Wherever we went, he was praying for rain just because he preferred it, and it was a bit of a leveler. Whereas some people obviously would excel in the slick conditions, and if they have new slicks all the time, maybe they would excel in that. Nowadays, a lot of people out there who are racing for championships and everything like that, they are capable of getting plenty more people plenty more slicks.
Just an update from the live chat. Thank you, Bobby, who says a lot of drivers haven't made it to the gate. That's why it's been held up. So a lot of drivers, again, changing those tyres over, not getting to the gate in time. I think the hold up is that they are now allowing them through and past the gate, and they will let them start the race. Because, of course, if we're missing a lot of drivers, that will be scrapped, that rule, and they're all being allowed through now. As you can see, some more drivers getting into the dummy grid and popping their kart down on the ground with those wet tyres on. Thank goodness.
Thank God. Yeah, because of course it's not just the tyres you have to change around. There's wet setups, of course, as well, isn't there? So
of course, yes, lots to change. So lots more than you might think from such a what looks like a pretty simple kart. There's actually so much that you can change to change the setup and get those little tenths of a second here and there.
Yeah, exactly. So fingers crossed they've all done that, and they're able to get out there and actually put on a bit of a show for us. Of course, a lot of the drivers though means waiting around, doesn't it? And like we saw a couple of drivers doing jumping jacks and the nerves, and you don't want to miss the race, and it's probably not the preparation that they want. I do feel a little bit bad for the drivers in the terms of when the rain started coming down or the moisture started coming into the air, the ones in the changing conditions were the youngest drivers that we have. Not the experienced ones, but the most sort of novice drivers.
The way that you learn the quickest is to get chucked in the deep end, isn't it?
Baptism of fire somewhat. But it's going to be a little bit difficult. It's a little bit more predictable for these guys now. And plus, they'll have been racing for a couple of years and stuff like that. They should be able to handle the wet weather. We do learn about it a lot in England. I
don't think they would have minded a baptism of fire, to be honest. It probably would have warmed them up.
We probably would have warmed it up a little bit. I got the tyres heated. Actually, I was in Australia recently for 3 weeks, and I went to Sydney Raceway to watch my brother, and he was out in the TCRs over there, and it was a great race and everything like that. But all of a sudden, in race 1, I think it was, they were under safety car, and all of a sudden the heavens opened and it started raining, which you wouldn't expect in November in Australia.
No, that is surprising.
It is slightly surprising, actually.
Was it still incredibly hot?
It wasn't, it was very English weather. Not English now, but sort of like, like
English summer.
20-ish degrees sort of thing, which over there it should be about 30 degrees at this
time.
Anyway, the heavens opened, and all of a sudden the rain started coming down, and they released them off the safety car. And everyone went straight onto the second corner. It just went straight. And I think it went viral in Australia, so amongst a lot of racing fans. You'll probably be able to find it.
Was the second corner a long double apex left-hander?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've seen that
clip.
I've seen that clip.
So at some point you'll see my brother go straight on, heading towards the wall, and luckily stopped. Anyway, they all managed to get back on. No one actually stopped on the outside, so they all got back on, and they instantly red flagged it. And my brother was really annoyed because everybody else, all of the other Australian drivers, have never driven in the wet, really. But Tom has learned his craft at Whilton Mill Kart Club, at GYG, at Rara, and all these other places. He loves the wet, and he was really excited. They were all on slicks, and he was really excited because
he was like, I've done loads of time with slicks in the wet. I want to do this.
And it's the drivers that they'll go off and potentially compete in Europe and places like that, or Worlds or whatever. Some of these drivers, and all of a sudden it'll get to a point where they're in the middle of Germany and it's blazing hot, and all of a sudden the rain comes down and they think, oh, okay, I've done this before. And you do learn a lot about it. So it's a difficult one, really, but nice to see that all the drivers seem to be there now, and hopefully we can get racing soon.
Indeed, yep. Again, sorry we can't update you on when we think that this hold-up is gonna end. We've not received any news through to the commentary box just yet, but it does look like the drivers all sat into their karts now, which is definitely a positive sign that we will be going racing pretty shortly in our Rotax Mini class. In the intermediate class, it will be beginning very shortly. There's jubilation in the live chat as Crispy Bacon has been banned by Alpha Live.
Oh, has he? Oh, what a shame.
See you later.
Yeah, no, that's all right, isn't it? And luckily, a lot of the play sim has been positivity, not just about the banning, but about the support of the drivers as well, which is ultimately what the YouTube chat is for here at Alpha Live, isn't it? I think it's to try and give a little bit of support to the drivers who are now out and on their way. Finally, hopefully the lunchtime doesn't get cut down, because I'm very hungry.
Exactly, on me too. I would definitely like some lunch. Yeah, just to highlight, comments from Martin Lincoln saying, looking at Oliver Barton in Rotax Mini, number 65, his first real season. Like all of these lads, super committed. Great to watch them all. That's the positivity we want to see. These drivers are heading out into biblical conditions out there on circuit. It's going to be
isn't it?
so tricky. These drivers are still so young, and look at this, spinning on the formation lap. It's understandable. The conditions absolutely woeful, but impressive that they're getting out there, getting it done, and we should see some brilliant racing action from these young drivers. I'm very excited, and we should now, thankfully, after that break, get the racing underway pretty shortly if all the drivers can make it round to the start of the race. That's the one caveat.
I think it's quite hard to go side by side as well, even in this situation, because if you're on the inside, that means you're on the racing line. You understeer.
Very
so,
true.
you know, the
Then also,
drivers
if
on
you're
the
on the outside, you get understeered into.
Yes, exactly. If you're on the outside, you sort of turn into the final corner and think, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Oh, thank God we can go. But, yeah, it's going to be tricky. But ultimately, it's a race. They're racing drivers. Let's get going. Let's get going into it. And fingers crossed we learn something and have fun whilst doing it. And with any luck, we have everybody starting as well. The number 92 is the pole position. There's that understeer that I was talking about. And we must be false starting. Yeah. That's the understeer that we're talking. We've had a spinner at the bottom of our screen as well out the final corner. Not sure who it was. But second place driver, is it Alfie Mew? Entered completely understeering. Or was it Miles Burton? I have to look at it now.
I'm trying to remember. It must be the inside on the left that's pole, isn't it? So it must have been Alfie Mew who...
Kean Bernard.
Kean Bernard, who's the one who's understeered. Alfie Mew, I don't know how he's crossed the line second there. From
no,
that
he's
start.
7th place.
He's supposed to be 7th place. So Alfie, make sure you get back in that 7th place. You're going to get a big telling off once you come around to the proper start of the race. But there we go. The driver's now having to survive another 1,200 metres of the circuit. And it's probably even actually harder doing it under half steam.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time in sort of cars, you end up getting 2 laps for green flag anyway, because you need to learn the track. So under wet conditions, you can go out. It gives you extra time to learn the track, but also to warm the tyres up, warm the brakes up, and everything like that. So that is quite a common strategy. Not sure if it's used that much in karting. You cover a lot more karting than I do. I only do the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
For the 2 laps of
do
practice.
you do a green flag?
Yeah, we do have
wet.
that. If it suddenly changes to wet in British Kart Championships, they will have 2 laps of practice. Definitely in the KZ2, because I remember that specifically happening at Rowra, and then getting a couple of extra practice laps. So no, that definitely does happen. But the drivers have indirectly been given 2 here due to the understeer. Let's see if the understeer happens again for the 43. It does, and he spun it. 43 is round for the front of the grid. We are going to be going round again. Chevron flag is out. He'll get another chance. He's not happy with himself. Kean Bernard, of course, is the one who has spun it off the start. And he'll get around. He'll have another lap to try and catch up to the position he should be in. But third time lucky then for our Rotax mini drivers. Yeah,
big delays here, really, isn't there? Because obviously the delays getting starting. This race hasn't even started yet, so the timer hasn't even pinged off. Oh, God, someone's absolutely sent it on the inside there to probably try and catch up and maybe get back into their positions, but not always the wisest thing to do to carve back through. Difficult then. I don't know what the stewards will do to try and get back, because obviously we need to finish for the light, don't we?
Of course.
So I imagine lunch will be stripped down to next to nothing.
I can imagine it'll be shortened, yeah. But as you were saying, the light is the difficulty here, particularly now that the clouds have all dropped in as well. It's going to be getting darker even earlier than we may have initially thought. But yeah, James early in the live chat saying circuit conditions looking tasty. The understatement of the century from James Early there. Yeah, it is looking very, very tasty out there on circuit. Now, let's see if we can get this underway for the third time of asking. Here comes your spinner from the front row of the grid to retake his spot on that pole position. Let's see if Kean Bernard can get it underway this time.
Oh, they're all trying to sort themselves out.
They're trying to sort themselves out. This is... But we may just get it underway. If they can all keep it in a straight line, we're just going to get it started. That's exactly what we're going to do. Let's just get this race going. More drivers off at the first corner. That's a big spin in the background. More drivers round. The 43 is in no man's land. That's not where you want to be. Just trying to be avoided by the rest of the drivers. Nearly rejoins in front of someone there. Big spin. That was from Miles Burton, wasn't it, the 43? He was off and round. More drivers off and round at Christmas corner. That's Elalusha going for a spin. There goes the 34 round as well. That's Ilya Veliko going for a spin up at Christmas corner. I'm not even sure where to watch here, really. There's action galore. Someone grass tracks in the background trying to rejoin. Lots of slipping and sliding. And there's someone else round from the front of the order. The number 80 of Zach Starbuck from the front row of the grid is round and to the back of the order.
I was about to say, I don't know where Zach Starbuck is. We have got an out-and-out race leader. I will try and update you as they come across the line. I want to say it's Kean Bernard after his little spin earlier on, but I could well be wrong. as they're going through the boot now. It's been a bit of a hectic one. I'm surprised that the Battenberg hasn't come out, but they're just trying to get this race over and done with, I think, now at this point, aren't they? With 6 minutes to go, it has been a bit of a slow and treacherous start as all the drivers are trying to figure it out. No, Oliver Spencer is the driver who is leading this one, and I tell you what, from 6th position on the grid to the race lead by over a second, pretty decent start by him.
Some big movers on that first lap. Leo Livings it is, who's up 11 places. There's a late move to the inside from the number 12 there. Max Wheatley takes away a position from Ella Lucia. I think I said on the first lap that Ella Lucia was a spinner. Apologies, I was mistaken in that one. Up 14 places is Finley Lyons. Up 6 for Ella Lucia. Up 5 for Daniel Wisnauskas. Up 13 for Benjamin Lawn. Up 14 for Rian Townsend Grant. Up 9 for Warwick Milam. Some huge movers in this one, but also some big losers as well.
Yeah, there we go. Confirmation on the left-hand side of some of the movement and shaking. And there's still going to carry on being a lot more, isn't there? As number 44 goes for that wide, but the understeering 43 goes cascading into the side of them as they start to cut the grass and everything. It is very, very difficult out there. Don't get mistaken for poor driving standards compared to difficult conditions. The 25, Ella Lucia, going through. The top 3 or 4 are somewhat gapped each other, with Leo Livings setting that fastest lap of the race.
They have, yeah, just less than a second separates Oliver Spencer and Alfie Mew out in the lead. And it's a couple of seconds back to Leo Livings, and then the rest of the field headed up by Daniel Wisnauskas, Max Wheatley and Ella Lucia that we are still watching. Here is the 81 of Finley Lyons. He's racing through the order very nicely, is Finley. See what he can do here on the back of another train. Oh dear, that's a big off for someone up at Christmas Corner. I can't quite see the number as someone else is off on the right-hand side of the screen as we get back to live camera shots. We'll see who doesn't make it through Sector 2, then it'll be, as who's gone off there at Christmas Corner, but still the conditions extremely treacherous out there, and one little mistake and that's your race pretty much over.
Yeah, so Oliver Spencer got that massive lead, but he's nowhere near the fastest driver on the circuit. 57 is the one who's come off at Christmas Corner, and that's Finley Hines. So from 19th position, straight on at Christmas, is nowhere near where you want to be. 81 of Finley Lyons, giving a little bit of a tap of his wrist for some reason. I think it's Finley Lyons. It was indeed overtaking Max Wheatley. Now it's Max Wheatley going very wide and getting that lovely cutback. What a run through Oblivion on Finley Lyons to try and get him back, but he doesn't go for the move, strangely. That was a bit of an odd one. Finley maintains and attacks Ella Lucia.
Indeed, thinks about it, but doesn't quite go for it this time. Miles Burton has got himself a mechanical flag out there on circuit, so he'll need to return to the pit lane immediately. Something is wrong with that kart. The stewards and marshal crew out on circuit have decided, and he's going to have to make his way back to the pit lane. That gap between Oliver Spencer and Alfie Mew when they crossed the line last time around was only just over a tenth of a second. This lead battle could get interesting pretty soon, and we could see a change for the lead. They've got a nice couple of seconds gap back to Leo Livings, but we've seen previously in these conditions a little bit of battling, a little bit of squabbling, and you could lose a lot of time, and quickly the rest of the pack is suddenly with you. We'll try and have an eye out to see how close that battle is between those two leaders, but we still watch this battle. This is the 92 of Kian Bernard. He's got through on Max Wheatley for 8th place.
43 has got, that's Miles Burton, isn't it?
Still Miles Burton with that mechanical, yeah.
I don't think he's come in yet.
Maybe he's having trouble with seeing the, the gantry above, because a lot of them still have their iridium visors on, which are very difficult to see out of in these conditions.
And also you shouldn't be using them because it ruins them, and they're quite expensive.
True.
You shouldn't be using them in the rain, because ultimately it'll ruin the iridium. It's like scrubbing your lenses with a with water. It just doesn't work. It's not good for it. So, there's a spin.
Oh, 2 of them have gone round.
2 spin after making contact as well.
That was Benjamin Lawn. I think Kian Bernard was the one who spun alongside him.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. I don't think it was spin and sympathy. I think there was a domino effect of contact,
so, yes.
Which is a bit of a shame. Oliver Spencer and Alfie Mew. Now, I expected Alfie Mew to get straight past Oliver Spencer. Hasn't happened just yet on our timing screen, because he caught him up so much, but it hasn't actually exchanged positions just yet. These are the battles for just inside the top 10, I believe. In fact, is this the fight for first place? No, that's the 49. That's Nathan Edwards and Max Colbert in the 54, I think.
Here are your leaders. Oh, no, is it?
No, it's still not your leaders.
No, it's not. It's the
found
74.
Them yet.
Charlie King and Finley Lyons, that is, who are batting over 5th place. Yeah, 5th place. So still not managed to find the leaders. They are very, very close, though. These two battling over some top positions, but you can see the gaps between the front of the field. It's massive. Here are your leaders. Yes, Oliver Spencer and Alfie Mew then, the 24 and the 32. Less than a minute to go on the clock, and I think a couple of people in the chat may be correct there. When Finley Hines jumped out the car, it did look like he was in a little bit of pain. I think some of the people in the chat thinking he might have hurt its leg there, so hopefully Finley Hines all okay for the final later on. A little bit of a bump into the rear of the cart there for 32 of Alfie Mew. He needs to be careful to not give himself a nose cone penalty, an unnecessary nose cone penalty. That means he definitely won't be able to take full points on that top step of the podium for this heat number 2 to set him up for a good final later on. And also great to see the continued positivity in the chat. It's like driving on a skid pan. They're doing really well, says AU Prospecting Scotland, and I couldn't agree more. They're doing an incredible job and still managing to battle super closely.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed with Alfie Mew and his lines right now. We were talking about the lines in the previous race because there wasn't much else to talk about, to be honest. But this time round, it's quite impressive. So I was talking about going through the outside of the corner, and that is all very well and true. But you still want to take the corner as close to the racing line as possible, just towards the outside. So you just want to be off the racing line by about a kart width. And that's because your outside tyres want to be on the grippy stuff, which is off the rubber, basically. Alfie Mew is doing that a lot better than, I'd say, Oliver Spencer, even though they haven't swapped positions yet. And Alfie Mew's actually dropped back now and complimenting him, which is always the way, isn't it? But he's putting his outside tyres just on the edge of that grip, so he's as close to the racing line as possible. Whereas Oliver Spencer seems to be quite content. Look at the difference there. Oliver Spencer very wide. Alfie Mew almost on that inside, on that middle of the track. So it's quite impressive. There's still two different lines out there. Alfie Mew going for that slightly narrower, slightly closer to the racing line. Whereas Oliver Spencer just fully sending it around the outside, trying to get on the power early. And it's sort of working in some parts of the circuit for him, working in favour of Alfie Mew and others.
Yeah, both going very quickly, to be fair. They're two of only three drivers in the 104s, those being the top three. Oliver Spencer with the U fastest up of the race, 104.17, 104.54 for Alfie Mew, and a 104.70 for Leo Livings in third. So those three, the fastest out there on circuit, and they'll be rewarded with the maximum amount of points that you can get from this heat number 2, setting them up for a good final later on today. Here we look back to the 81 of Finley Lyons, still hounding the 74 of Charlie King for 5th place. Is he going to have enough time here on the final lap to take away that 5th place? I'm not so sure, but Oliver Spencer is now coming round the boot, closely followed by Alfie Mew, but I think Alfie Mew has left it just a little bit too late to think about the win here. Still a good finishing position of 2nd place. However, that win will go the way of the number 24 of Oliver Spencer here in heat number 2 of our Rotax Minis. Really, really treacherous conditions out on there. So even just to make it to the finish, I think deserves a round of applause, let alone taking the win. So fair play to Oliver Spencer. Leo Livings held on to 3rd place. Here is a battle with the 85 involved in this one. This is Benjamin Lord and Max Wheatley battling over 11th place as they come towards the finish line. Daniel Wisnauskas was in 4th, with Charlie King in 5th. He managed to fend off Finley Lyons as they came across the line. Finley finishing in 6th. Ella Lucia there in 7th, and Kia Bernard 8th. Zach Starbuck, to be fair, fighting back to 9th place after that earlier incident. I think we saw him drop down to the low 20s, back into 9th. Impressive race from Zach. Warwick Mylan rounded out the top 10 with Benjamin Lawn in behind. Then Max Wheatley, Ollie Thompson, Theo Bradshaw, Max Colbert, Rian Townsend, Grant, Jack Collinson, Nathan Edwards, Jamie Ambrose and Samir Paul there in 20th. Then Fenton Stoneman, Anrit Singh, Atwell, then Cameron Tipping, Luca Holmes, Ballock, not the greatest race for him there in 24th, followed by Oliver Barton, Louis Radcliffe, Ilya Velico, then Nathan Rond, Ocean Brett, Cody Lepretrell, Miles Burton, Jensen Maplethorpe, and of course Finley Hines. We lost there up at Christmas Corner. But again, very different conditions, very different racing styles here for the 2nd round of heats at Whilton Mill. But still a good race and still some very good battling from some very young drivers.
Absolutely, yeah. It's, as I said, lots learnt. Some drivers maybe were a bit more, were expecting it a bit more. Maybe they were slightly more cautious and it worked in their favours. Some drivers who maybe underestimated it as they went out quickly learnt about where to be and what not to do. But yeah, still some good racing out there and some good recovery drives, like you said, from Zach Starbuck, particularly. Kean Bernard in 8th place in the end. Finley Lyons in 6th.
Well, he just got a penalty.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, ignoring that then. But yeah, really good from Oliver Spencer. And I'm quite impressed with him because he looked like he was struggling at the front there. Then all of a sudden started to turn it on right at the end. So it's like he got his head back on and put in the fastest lap of the race at the end. So yeah, really good from him. Anyway, we can now move on because that is the Rotax Minis done and dusted. we can head on over to the other form of engine, the Junior X30s. Behind, on the wrong side of the schedule, the Junior X30s will hopefully grace us with their presence soon, and it'll be Riley Bishop with the number 32 kart on pole position. Alongside him will be the 23 of Jack Mowat. Row 2 will be 29 of Morgan Hill and number 5 of Fred Green. Row 3, the 43 of Emmanuel Hay and 50 of Levi Sengera. Row 4, the 79 of Harrison Leach and the 84 of Josh Jones. Row 5, 87 Cameron Edmonds and the 60 of Jensen Pugh. Row 6, number 15 Nat Johnston and 63 of Henry Carter. Row 7, 95 is Hamish Forrest and 73 Harry Walsh. Row 8, 69 Joseph McMahon and 13 of Joey Brown. Row 9, 24 Aston Sharp and 75 of Max Ewell. Row 10, number 14 Aidan Mitchell and 20 Mayan Patel. With row 11, number 98 Sebastian Dew and 35 of Shane Chandaria. Row 12, the 53 of Katie Ashman and 65 of Spencer Allen. Row 13, 67 Dylan Patel and 144 Archie Owen. Row 14, 25 Michaela Hart and 93 Thomas Strafford. Row 15, 61 Sasha Bagley and 19 Eddie Dembleby. And lastly, row 16, 88 Noah Goodfellow and 62 Henry Khalil. And row 17, 223 Jamie Fagan and 66 of Max Wright. And that is the Junior X30 grid. And I believe the drivers are out there on circuit all ready to go for what will be the third to final heat before we go into the finals. And there we are. So the drivers getting used to the conditions. Lots of understeer. Make sure you know it as best you can. Warm the tyres up and pray to the gods that you can get around.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of praying. I think after watching that last race, yeah, it's that trouble of getting the power down, isn't it? You can see it off that final corner. Drivers getting nice and sideways. Make some good edits out of this. Lots of sideways action. It's brilliant. I'm loving it. But let's see how well the Junior X30s can take to this, as we've already got someone stopped. The number 29 on the start-finish straight.
Morgan Hill.
Not having a great start to this one. Hopefully he's able to get that engine back up and running, but he's not looking too powerful right now.
Supposed to be third. So big news for a sort of contender for the WM plate, you could argue.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Not ideal. 33rd position now. Whether or not he'll be able to actually get back up and going is yet to be seen, but that'll give everybody else a little bit of a boost at least.
It will. The other drivers will be very happy if he doesn't make it around to the grid, but I'm sure he won't quite be so ecstatic. And if they do get it going first time, he's not going to have any opportunity to try and get back into the position that he should be. Let's see if the Junior X30s are quite as exciting in these treacherous conditions. It does seem, at least from our vantage point through the cameras, that it may have eased off a little bit, the rain, but I can still see lots of umbrellas out there and lots of hoods up.
Definitely
so
not eased up.
Maybe not quite as much as I'm thinking. Still very wet conditions. Let's see if they can get it underway. First time of asking. It looks as though they can. And the X30 Junior Heat number 2 is off and racing. And it is Riley Bishop who takes the lead early on from that pole position start. And they all make it through the first couple of corners. To the inside, there goes Jack Mowat, and he's going to get bumped through the corner by the 43 of Emmanuel Hay. And Emmanuel Hay takes the lead.
Yeah, really good start, as there was a little bit of contact towards the Tucker-Custer corner, but I think the contact actually righted themselves in the end, which is quite nice. Jack Mowat, Fred Green, obviously, a couple of drivers who really caught the attention in the first race. Riley Bishop, of course, as well. But like you said, the lead of this race being taken by Emmanuel Hay, which is rather nice for him, going all the way around the outside again. The differing lines deciding who's going to be where. I think, to be fair, you got to say that wide line that the not the pole sitter, but the race leader has taken, the 43, is certainly the quicker one, because look at the gap he has pulled.
He's flying. Yeah, the confidence is so impressive. Someone already stopped at the pit lane there. Sad to see their race already over. We'll try and check who that is, as a few drivers take that wide line out of the last corner. It is very slippery out there on the paint. You don't want to be out there. Big clobber of the curb there from the 79 of Harrison Leach. That's going to chuck him out wide on the exit, but he's able to get the power down a little bit better than Joey Brown in behind him. And Joey Brown now open to an overtake from behind, but no, they all slip in. Line of stern, but a bit of contact, and round goes the 79 of Harrison Leach. Absolutely pit maneuver outmanoeuvred there by the 13 of Joey Brown. But to be fair, I'm not sure really who I could blame there. They were all sort of bumping into each other, weren't they?
Fred Green just went absolutely flying through the apex of Ashby's, and I don't know if he actually made the corner or not. I think he would have gone straight off and on the other side, and I don't think he would have retained the position that he was going for. Lunge up the inside by the 15, but that lovely cutback manoeuvre, that's the problem with in the wet. It's so hard to overtake because ultimately you're always susceptible to the cutback, which is exactly what the 79 has just felt there as well. So there's lots of moving, lots of shaking, but not much retention of the places. A lot of people making far too much contact, and a lot of people getting overtaken as a consequence, launching themselves over the curb. It's very entertaining to watch, very difficult to drive in.
Yeah, and those different lines are so interesting, of drivers getting different entry points and different exit points. One's in front here, the next one's in front there. It's all changing constantly. I think as well we could see quite a few nose cone penalties by the end of this. Just from the issue of you get a better line off the corner, suddenly someone's in front of you, you go in the back of them, you've got a nose cone penalty. I've seen that happen at least 2 or 3 times already in this race, and I think we might see a few when they come into the pits at the end of the race. We might see the lovely gentleman at the end of the pits working overtime to note down all of the driver numbers with penalties, but we'll wait and see at the end of the race. They've still got 4 minutes out on track to battle over those positions in real life. Someone goes off there at Ashby, taking to the grass. They're going to find it challenging to get back on, but a good couple of big movers in this one. Cameron Edmonds up 4. He's got the fastest lap at the moment in 5th place. Ashton Sarp up 11 in 6th. Joey Brown up 9 in 7th. Some big movers then, but Emmanuel Hay still commanding the race from the front. Cheeky move down the inside there from Cameron Edmonds, but he's not going to get a good run off the corner. And back through goes Emmanuel Hay. He's now in 3rd. How's that happened? Fred Green is now in the lead of the race. What's happened to Emmanuel Hay? He's now being overtaken by Cameron Edmonds on the exit of the first couple of corners, but Fred Green and Riley Bishop have gone through to take lead and 2nd place respectively.
Strange one that, because he looked like he was in a fairly comfortable
flying,
position.
Wasn't he?
Yeah. That is an odd one, but Fred Green is absolutely flying away, but we thought Emmanuel Hay was flying away on it, so I'm not exactly going to make any claims here. But what is noticed as well, just to finish off my lines train of thought, a lot of people in this race, compared to the other two, braking on that inside as well. They're not braking on the normal racing line. Quite often, where you want to avoid the rubber, like I was mentioning before, you want to stay away from the braking zones as well, because ultimately that's where all the rubber gets put down. That's where the majority of the rubber gets put down as the kart compresses, as the tyres compress in, and that's ultimately the slippiest part. That's why you see a lot of people locking up in these conditions if they're on the racing line. You want to be braking on the inside of the circuit so you don't get that problem. Fred Green with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute point 3/10 of a second faster than Riley Bishop on that last lap, which is why the gap has extended up to 2.4 seconds. Emmanuel Hay down to 3rd, but he has managed to stop his free fall somewhat and is able to hold off Cameron Edmonds for the time being. Lots of locking up in the middle of the circuit there by the number 14 towards the rear end. It's in the 12th position of Aidan Mitchell, and there's plenty of drivers off on the circuit as well. For the drivers that we've potentially lost, you're talking about the likes of Shane Chandaria. I think Harry Khalil's had a bit of a problem. Thomas Stretford's had a problem. Archie Owen has also had a problem. So they're all back on, but there's a bit of contact warning for Jamie Fagan as well.
Oh, nearly going off. Jamie Green, racing driver at the bottom of the hill there, struggling for grip. And there's another one trying to make a move, but again, you see that better entry doesn't necessarily mean a better exit. Trying to dive it back to the inside there is the number 15, just about managing to hold on to it. It doesn't make up the position. That's Nat Johnston and Spencer Allen having a good little fight. I know it's not. It's Harry Walsh who's managed to get through on Nat Johnston. Nat Johnston loses another position there. I think that was Dylan Patel who's managed to get through as well. So Nat Johnston, I think, down to 18th after that little scuffle. No, it was Levi Sandguera who squeezed through. He's now in 17th. Harry Walsh now in 16th. But Fred Green, after taking that 1st place, Emmanuel Hay has now dropped to 7th, I've just noticed on the timing. So not sure what's happened there to Emmanuel Hay. He had great pace at the start of this one, has dropped off slightly through this race. But Fred Green now with over 2 seconds of a gap in the lead. Impressive stuff from Fred.
There is Emmanuel Hay, the 43, and he's just struggling, to be honest. I mean, gets a good cut back there on Joey Brown. Maybe he's just had a bit of an off moment. Not entirely sure.
Maybe just 1 or 2 mistakes. And
yeah, he's got some decent pace about him, but it just doesn't seem to have the consistency, maybe. We haven't seen him go off the circuit, but we haven't seen how he's lost any of the positions, so we can only assume. Cameron Edmonds, purple in sector 2, so it's getting a little bit quicker out there for him. With 40 seconds left to run. Currently, Fred Green is the leader, though, by 2.1 seconds. as we're starting to look a little bit further back. That's the number 60 as well. Joey Brown in 13, Jensen Pugh in 60. Jensen Pugh looking at the inside, not going to happen this time. Luckily, he didn't get loaded.
Yes, very lucky there, to be fair. I thought the 60 of Jensen Pugh might have committed to the inside a little bit too much then when it was chopped off by Joey Brown ahead. But nope, Jensen bleeding off the brakes very nicely and able to keep control of the car and not go scything into the back of Joey Brown's car. And I think Joey Brown will be very happy that he didn't do that. And Joey holds on to 7th place. Big slidey moment there for the 62 as they try and get the power down off the edge of the corner. And we watch more drivers.
This is Cameron Edmonds ahead of Riley Bishop, isn't it?
It is, I think you're right.
So there's been a change for 2nd place.
There has, yes. Cameron Edmonds has snuck through as we now head on to the last lap of the race. And Cameron Edmonds sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:01. That's 8/10 faster than anyone has set. And that second fastest time is nearly half a second faster than anyone has set. So what a lap from Cameron Edmonds.
Yeah, it was. It's very, very quick indeed. But Fred Green, especially on the last lap, was a lot slower. Cameron Edmonds, 1.2 seconds quicker, 1.3 seconds almost quicker than Fred Green. So even though the gap is at 1.5 seconds, you're going to write it off for a late lunge into the boot? I'm not entirely sure I would. Cameron, look at how he's driving this. Very aggressive. I don't know where this pace has all of a sudden been turned on from, but he seems to have just about figured out the lines, just about figured out his braking points, and he's using it to great effect. But I think it's going to be too little too late as Fred Green rounds out through the boot. He can take it slightly leisurely here, make sure he gets round it. The gap is going to come down, but it's not going to be enough. Fred Green takes the victory here at heat number 2 of the Junior X30s, and it's going to line him up quite well for the final, I imagine. Cameron Edmonds with the fastest lap. He's dipped himself, he's dipped his toe into the 59.92. It was good enough for 2nd place in the end. Riley Bishop with 3rd. Aston Sharp in 4th place. Emmanuel Hay ends up having to do, bit of a spin there. Who was that?
65, I think that was at the last corner. That's
Spencer Allen. So yeah, I'll carry on my route down the order. As Spencer Allen also loses 1 place down the order. Emmanuel Hay had to settle for 5th place. Joey Brown was 6th. Jensen Pugh was the 7th. 8th was Hamish Forrest. 9th, Jack Mowat. And top 10 was rounded up by Henry Carter. And there was a lot of action in that one, wasn't there? I did feel like it was driven a little bit better. I know these guys are a little older and everything like that, and potentially they've seen the previous races. They learned a little bit about it as well. It seemed a little bit less like everyone was falling off the circuit, and it was less about survival of the fittest and just about less about survival and more survival of the fittest in terms of trying to get through the order.
Very true, very true. Yeah, it was a tough race. And oh dear, the 87 of Cameron Edmonds.
Oh, no.
We thought he could be on for the race win there, but he's got himself a nose-cone penalty. That's going to drop him down the order considerably. But I mean, it's definitely a very positive, very confidence-inducing for him. Despite having that penalty, he's going to be gutted. But either way, he can turn that very much into a positive moving on to the final later on. And if the conditions stay pretty similar to this, I think he could be on to be a challenger for the WM plate. So although he's gutted right now, he should take lots of positives from that. The 24, though, Aston Sharp in 4th place, also getting a penalty for his troubles.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a few, like you said, just bumping the little bumps here, there, and everywhere, isn't there? The 13, Joey Brown. It's difficult out there because ultimately miss your braking zone by half an inch or something like that, and then you end up locking up and you go into the back of someone, or someone's there on the exit or something. Very, very difficult.
No, it's very challenging. The 60 of Jensen Pugh there getting a penalty as well. I think that result from that one is the most provisional we've had all day.
The provisionaliest of the most provisional.
Yes.
Right, but we can look forward. It's from the Junior X30s to the Senior X30s.
Last heat of the day then for our 2023 Whilton Mill Kart Club WM plate, and it is, as Jack said, the Senior X30s coming up next for their heat number 2. Henry Gregory and Vishal Patel will line up on that front row with Micah Taylor and Kian Garrity there on row 2. Behind them, Jack Cox and Dayton Coulthard are on row 3. It's Harry Torpy and Alex Johnston on row 4 with Harry Pears and Kian Leon Gamiao rounding out the top 10, with Archie Heron and Tristan Powell just in behind them on row 6. Row 7 sees Nigel Green and Jensen Buckingham. then it's Macy Hitter and Luke Taylor, followed by Ollie Stilp and Charlie Barlow there on row number 9. Row 10 sees David Marcel and Dovdad Steglau rounding out the top 20. And it's Harry Yule, George Robinson, Josh Palfreman and Robbie Buckley there on the row number 12. Alfie Richards and Harry Maynard are there on row 13. Will it be unlucky for them? We'll have to wait and see. Enzo Liu, Kian Gohill, Oliver Harris and Willoughby Steele round out the top 30. And finalising the 31 kart grids, it's Jerry Hu. Senior X30 heat number 2, 31 karts on the grid once again for this one. And we saw an improvement as we went up the age ranges in the dealing with the conditions that are out there on circuit. Will we see another improvement again as we move up into the seniors, do you reckon, Jack?
I seem to remember that the seniors gave us a little bit more of a mature performance last time. They gave us a breather.
Yes.
Didn't they last time, actually, when we were sort of like so hectic for the juniors, all of a sudden then they sort of gave us a little bit of a chill moment. So I don't know whether that's going to continue.
Yeah, will it be more chilled in the wetter conditions or less chilled in the wetter conditions? I struggle.
I think a bit of an equaliser. I think it's going to be a little bit more. I think it's going to be closer.
I think so too.
Yeah, I like the. Well, it's my hope anyway. I don't know whether it's actually going to happen or not.
Yes. You can sometimes find with these wet conditions when the drivers make little mistakes, they fall away from each other, and it's difficult to close down those packs again. Unlike the dry, where you often find they magnetise back together a bit more.
Yes.
So we'll wait and see. I think it all comes down to the opening couple of laps here, whether the leaders are able to create a gap or whether chaos ensues and suddenly we find somebody started 15th is now in second.
Exactly. And if you're in the lead, though, and you're 2 seconds in the lead, a bit like Emmanuel Hay was in that juniors, you can't then rest on your morals.
It's not done and dusted.
Exactly. If you're in the dry, you're thinking, okay, it's going to be a bit difficult for anybody to really catch them, especially a 2 second gap. Whereas in the wet, you're thinking, okay, it's one corner, one mistake, and all of a sudden they're back in. So, yeah, going to be very difficult. Let's have a look at who won the previous heat. No, that's the senior Rotaxes, my apologies. Senior X30s. Kian Geraghty, if you remember, came home on top with Mika Taylor graduating themselves from the junior X30s up to the seniors in this round, or this WM plate, I should say. Jack Cox was third. Henry Gregory fell down 3 positions to finish in fourth, with Dayton Coulthard in 5th position. Drivers to be looking out for who made big moves in that race one. Well, Luke Taylor moved up 7 positions to 9th place. We had 8 positions gained for Josh Palfreman. He's in 15th in the end. We also had 7 positions for Enzo Liu and Oliver Harris in 20th and 22nd respectively. So, yeah, a few drivers didn't end up finishing. Alex Johnston, Nigel Green, Ollie Stilp, and loads of penalties as well, plus 5 seconds. All the front fairings.
Those ones you just mentioned, I think, were that first corner incident, weren't they? We had 3 drivers who went off, and 2 of them nearly took to the skies, didn't they, on the exit?
Yes, that's true. That was the X30 seniors, yeah. We had front fairing problems for Willoughby Steele, Kian Gohill, Harry Torpy. Harry Torpy had a bit of a nightmare, actually, from memory. Harry Maynard, Archie Heron, and Alfie Richards, all of them receiving 5-second penalties for front fairing infringements, which is, of course, what you see when they're going into the pits. So, and there's somebody there waiting gleefully to put you in their little book.
Yes, indeed, waiting gleefully. Maybe not so gleeful being stood in the pouring rain today, but
no, that's
hey,
true.
Still good to see.
He doesn't even have a seat in the in the scrutineering area with the cover, does he? He has to sit outside.
I saw him wiping down his seat with a nice cloth.
Oh God,
how lovely! I also will bring up the fact that it is on our schedule anyway. It's supposed to be lunch in 5 minutes. We still have two heats left to go, each of 7 minutes in length. Obviously, with a little wait in between. So I think we can definitely say that the lunch break may be curtailed slightly. We're supposed to be coming back to racing for the first final, which will be the Junior Max final, at 1:28 on our schedule. We'll let you know if that time changes at all, or whether simply the lunch break is shortened so that they can restart at that previously agreed time. Here we go then. Leaving the pits are our senior X30 drivers here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, out for their heat number 2. Their last heat of the day before the all-important finals after that lunch break, like I just mentioned. 31 drivers then exit the pits, and off they go out onto the circuit for their first time to work out where the grip is, if at all. And someone has already found out that there's very little grip as they spin up at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, you can see actually that tyres on the left-hand side as well, where someone's made a bit of a dent into them.
Whoops.
Yeah, hopefully not. No larger dents will be made. They all try and figure out where the grip is. Some people trying for that inside line, mounting the curbs. Some people going for that outside, just turn it and then hope it's going to grip eventually. which is always the way I prefer to do it as well. Even in cars, I would sort of just go in and just think, oh Lord, please grip.
Please grip up.
As I'm heading towards this tyre barrier and this sand trap a little bit too quickly, please grip up.
Like you say, we don't want any dents in the tyre walls, but we also don't want any dents in the wallets of the drivers or the drivers' parents. So let's keep it on the black stuff, ladies and gentlemen, as best as we can.
Yeah, quite often actually I'll be going into the into a corner not thinking, oh, this is going to hurt. I was quite often thinking, no, I'm going to get told off here, aren't I? This is going to really make a bit of a dent. But oh well. So the second green flag lap, obviously a bit of a way of allowing the drivers to get some heat and assess the opportunities. So if you're wondering why are they going for 2 now, they haven't even tried to get going on the first lap. It's because they're told not to, and they need to get going and do 2 instead. So yeah, this is all normal, part of procedure, and you'll start seeing them all line up now.
I definitely think that's the right call, the conditions that we're dealing with at the moment. Still drivers finding the grass on the outside of the corner there, even on this warming up lap. I think that was Willoughby Steele in 23, just finding the edge of grip there, and he certainly did. There you go, your pole sitter waits on the back straight for everyone else to join him, and that was those are your 2 on the front row of the grid. There's Henry Gregory on the orange kart on the right hand side of your screen. Now I do notice that's the kart next to him is the number 95, that being of Vishal Patel. However, Vishal Patel is not on the timing screens, not that I can see anyway, so we'll wait and see. Hopefully that updates when we come across the start line here. But we should be about ready to go. It's a wide moment again, and we are going to go round again. False start. But just like we saw in the earlier heats, the driver on the inside just understeering out into the pole sitter.
Yeah, I think to be fair, that time he saw Henry Gregory start accelerating, but because Henry Gregory's on the outside, he's off the rubber, he can start accelerating. Vishal Patel decided, oh, I need to do it as well. Yeah. He puts his foot down, he's on the rubber.
Yeah,
so
and he also had way more steering angle because obviously he's taking a much tighter line around that last corner, and then because the kart wasn't going straight, he tried to put the power down, and instead of going straight, the kart decided it wanted to turn around on itself.
Yeah. So it's very difficult. It is awful to try and be in second position right now because ultimately you want to be as quick, but I would much rather be in 3rd or 5th position than I would be in 2nd, 4th or 6th because it is very treacherous to get around that final corner. So we'll see if they manage it this time, and hopefully they do, and we can get racing because a few of the marshals there looking particularly sodden and wanting to get into potentially have a little bit of opportunity to dry off in their huts as well.
Yes, true. I think there will be quite a bit of drying off. Hopefully, the 50 goes for a spin in the background. Jensen Buckingham from 14th there, facing the wrong direction on the way into the boot. He's likely, if he can get it back underway at all, he's going to be starting right from the back of the pack here. But yes, hopefully for some of the drivers that they might have 2 race suits here, or at least a wetsuit that works very well, and thus keeps them dry underneath. Right, second time of asking then. Let's see if we can get it underway, and it does look like we can. Henry Gregory leads us down into the first corner, and in that bright orange car, he does hold on to it. More drivers diving to the inside. Bit of contact, one driver around in the mid-pack. Can everyone avoid him? They just about can. 46 goes for a little spin as well. Who was that joining him round under number 46? That's Alex Johnston from 7th place on the grid. He's not had the most ideal start. Once again, the driver's tiptoeing around Christmas Corner, trying to find out where that grip is, if there is any at all, and you can see those differing lines. Second place driver dives to the apex, leader dives all the way around the outside. There was a yellow flag up at Christmas Corner. There will be once again as another driver spins at Ashby.
Yeah, I think it was a 78. I want to say Kian Leon Gamiao.
You might be right.
So it was either there we go. Kian Leon Gamiao.
He does get it off the grass though, to be fair. That's the first time I've seen that today.
Yeah, I thought he was going to spin it all up, but I suppose the wet tyres maybe had a little bit more grip than those slick tyres earlier on. Mika Taylor, though, in the race lead. I think I said before that potentially coming up for the junior categories into the seniors.
Yes.
Is that Mika Taylor?
Yeah,
I think it was. 3rd place on the grid. 1st place on the road, though, which is ultimately the most important, isn't it? Jack Cox in 2nd place, though, just behind him, ready to give him something to think about at the earliest opportunity. Harry Torpy in 3rd, having a little bit of a better go at it, where he's got Kean Geraghty, obviously race winner in race 1, in 4th position, just behind him, with the 52 of Harry Pears behind him as well. And I believe Harry Pears had a bit of a stinker in race 1. I'm just going to check.
Yeah, have a little look at that. We'll double check. I did see as well Luke Taylor get absolutely bodied down the front straight as someone tried to dive it down this inside. Obviously lost the grip on the inside and just slammed into the side of him. the side pod to side pod contact, you're all good. Obviously, it could dislodge the side pod, and that will mean you get a mechanical flag, but it's only the front to rear contact where you'll be given a penalty for that drop nose going side pod to side pod. As long as the stewards don't deem it as intentful contact, then you shouldn't be a problem at all. And I think both of them continued anyway, so not a problem. Here is the battle for the lead, though. The 19 of Jack Cox thinking about it on the exit there, clatters the curb on the inside. Has to stick behind in second place for now. Micah Taylor holds on to the lead of the race, and Harry Pears has got to third place in all that squabbling in behind. Torpy drops to fifth.
Yeah, I said Pears had a bit of a mare. It wasn't really that much of a mare. He came seventh in the end. I just expected him to be higher up, I think. But Torpy is the driver who's really struggling today, isn't he? It doesn't matter what the conditions are. He doesn't seem to be particularly happy with them, despite, obviously, coming out very well in the championship. So it's going to be difficult for him, but Micah Taylor and Jack Cox seem to be pulling away. A lovely gap between second and third.
It is, yeah. They've got a nice little gap back to Harry, and that was also assisted by the fact that Harry Pears, Cian Geraghty and Harry Torpy were battling over those last lap or two. And Jack Cox has got the lead. I've missed that. Just as they come back into camera shot, Jack Cox has taken away the lead then in this Senior X30 heat number 2. Micah Taylor having to sit back now in second place. Jack Cox was looking that little bit faster, just had the lines down ever so slightly better, and does have the lead of the race now alongside the fastest lap of the race, 59.06. Closest challenge to that is Harry Pears in third place, 59.11, 59.75 for Micah Taylor. So could we see Harry Pears try and chase down to the back of this leading battle?
Yeah, no one else is actually in the 59s, are there?
No.
A couple of people in the 1 minute deads, but not quite cracking onto the double digits yet. Right, that's the 159 and the number 70. That's Archie Heron versus Harry Torpy. We said Harry's not exactly enjoying himself out there, and I think that's continued as he dives up the inside in an attempt to get that position back, but he ends up going around. Well, no, that's I think he ends up pinning Archie Heron.
Oh.
I say that with a bit of pinch of salt, because obviously you didn't see the contact. It's up to the steward's discretion, but it did look like one was going for the apex and the other one ended up spinning on the exit.
It did look like, yeah, maybe just a tap in the rear makes you mad, makes you furious, and he was furious, wasn't Archie Heron? Before he'd even come to a stop as he was rolling backwards, he was telling the other driver what he thought of that move. Yeah,
not ideal, really, and you can understand his annoyance, shall we say.
Cheeky dive to the inside.
445 and 333. Charlie Barrow, Charlie Bart, no. Macy Hitter and Nigel Green, wasn't it? Yeah, in the end.
Nigel Green tried the move, but Macy Hitter managed to get back through. And I know Nigel Green was one of the drivers involved in the first lap incident in heat number 1. So he needs a good result in this one to try and get himself up the grid for the final. 26 is trying to stop him from doing that, though. Tries it around the outside, gets forced back out wide to the 26, trying to force their way through. I'm trying to even see who that is on the number 26.
No, I'm struggling as well.
I'm very much struggling. Right, we'll try.
They're
we'll try
not
and pick
on there. That's why.
We'll try and pick up who that is, but they're definitely not on our timing from what we can see, at least, unless we are being very blind, which is definitely a possibility.
I can't even see them on the starting grid.
I don't think so. I think maybe there's someone running under a number that's very different to the number that we have down on the timing. We'll try and see if anyone jumps ahead of the 445 of Nigel Green as they come round to finish another lap. They're flying round the boot, though, but Nigel Green, after I was saying, he needs a good result. He's starting to drop down the order ever so slightly.
Charlie Barlow, I think.
It is Charlie Barlow on the number 9.
On our screens, anyway.
So, yeah, he has a number 9 on our screens, on the timing screen, anyway, and he is up into 10th place.
Yes, indeed. So, as a 74 now tries to get past, that's Luke Taylor on Nigel Green. I think may well open up an opportunity for De Glau to have a little bit of a move. Oh, that's a 333 going very slowly. That's Macy Hitter dropping loads of positions as a dive from the 74. Luke Taylor, don't think quite came off, but Macy Hitter going from 9th place and just dropping like a stone. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. She had good pace. She was battling very well with the 445 earlier on in the lap, but I'm not sure what's happened there. She's dropped 4 or 5 positions in only a couple of corners and just doesn't quite seem to be able to have the pace. Off the road goes, well, I think it's actually the number 25, isn't it? But it was the number 9 of Charlie Barlow, who's been forced out wide there on the back straight, and he's lost the positions that he just worked so hard to gain there on the number 26, that he has on his kart. Now being forced off onto the rumble strip on the outside of the main straight by the 46. Through goes Alex Johnson into 13th. So Charlie Barlow from 9th to 14th in about half a lap. Yeah, I think it's getting worse and worse, actually, as they come off Oblivion. Anyway, look further forward than that now because Nigel Green, in fact, no, actually, we'll carry on looking at it, shall we? 26 is the number 9 on your timing screens. I think that's getting overtaken by 93 of Harry Maynard. Am I correct in that, John?
You're definitely right in that those drivers are involved in some way in this battle. I'm struggling to keep up myself, to be honest. Late move to the outside there.
Speaking
that's Ollie Still trying to get involved.
Sorry, speaking of struggling to keep up, I just realised Mika Taylor's 1.7 seconds behind Jack Cox. What an absolute flyer Cox
Harry
is at.
Pears isn't really even closing in on the two of them, so this is just impressive pace from Jack Cox and impressive, consistent pace as well. However, they've just crossed the line before the timer hits 0, so we've got 2 more laps of this Whilton Mill Kart circuit.
Yeah, and not complaining about that.
No,
2 more laps of this sort of mid-top 10 battle is all about it, to be honest. The 46 there and the 74 going side by side. That's Luke Taylor, Alex Johnson, of course, a fight for 12th position. You can't see quite on the left-hand side of your screen there because they're just outside the top 10, whereas Macy Hitter is now in the top 10. So although dropping back, has now managed to find a way through. Here is the 48 of Mika Taylor, maybe just about holding on to Harry Pears. Being held on to by Harry Pears.
Yeah, Harry Pears has definitely closed in a little bit. I mean, it was around 2 seconds, wasn't it, the last time across the timing beam. Definitely seems to have closed up since then. We'll see what it is when they come across the start-finish line this time around. But Jack Cox, a commanding race lead so far. And there's a big off. That is, the green, Nigel Green on the 444 and the 777 of Dovdas Deglau. So they've come together. That's up at Boxing Day just after Christmas corner. And as I say that, Jack Cox drops into the 58. The 58.52 for Jack Cox. He extends his lead to 3 seconds. However, up at Christmas corner, it's going to be a yellow flag across this last lap, which is a big overtaking opportunity neutralised for the drivers out there as the Orange Army out there on circuit get that barrier fixed once more. But here is the 19 of Jack Cox. What a race from Jack Cox.
He's been superb, hasn't he? Not put a foot wrong, and he's just putting in fastest lap after fastest lap. The quickest one this time around, a 58.52. To be fair, everybody's getting a little bit faster as the race goes on. I'm wondering whether it's drying up slightly. Maybe just a little bit more grip. I'm not saying it's slick.
Well, maybe everyone's just getting braver.
Well, maybe, but he's launching himself up the inside of a back marker here, and nowhere near as understeery as once was. So the checkered flag drops. Jack Cox is the winner here of heat number 2. And it's Mika Taylor in second place, who's had a good couple of races, hasn't he, Mika Taylor, jumping into the seniors for the first time. Harry Pears, he had 7th in race 1. He's 3rd in race number 2. Have a half-decent start for the final in the hope to win that WM plate here in the senior X30s. Keaton Geraghty, who won the first race, ends up in 4th. Vishal Patel, who started in 2nd place in both heats, ends up 5th here. Henry Gregory, who was on pole position, ended up in 6th. Harry Torpy in 7th. George Robinson in 8th. 9th, Alex Johnson. 10th, Macy Hitter. And I'll run you down the top 20 for the sake of it. 11, Luke Taylor. 12, Harry Maynard. 13, Robbie Buckley. 14, Ollie Stilt. 15, Charlie Barlow. 16, Dayton Coulthard. 17, Josh Palfreman. And 18, Tristan Powell. 19, Harry Yule. And in 20th is Kian Leon Gamiao.
Wow. Well, I'm nearly out of breath. We've only got one more heat to go before we head into the lunch break then. So as the drivers make their way back round to the end of the lap to end off the Senior X30 heat number 2, which actually is taking quite substantial time, to be honest. As there we finally see some drivers come through. 52 of Harry Pears, though. 3rd place overall. We've not seen the top 2 come through, I don't think. He has definitely got a penalty. The 63 in behind. I think, was that a driver we weren't sure the number of? Either way, he's got a penalty too. I think there could be quite a few in this one, as we've seen in previous heats earlier on today. But as I say, one heat left to go then for your heat action here for the WM plate at the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2023. One more heat to finalise the grids for the finals post-lunch break. Let's get it going for that last heat of the day then. Senior Rotax heat number 2 is coming up next.
So, the Senior Rotax Heat 2. The final heat of the day before we go into lunch, which I've just been told is 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes. It's got pole position The number 81, Ben Folland, and the 45 of Lucas Ellingham alongside him. Row 2, the 124 of Charlie Webb, and the 14 of Jack Cooper. Row 3, 166 of Jack Gillingham, and 43 of Stefan Kasperczyk. Row 4, 88, Alex Moody, and the 33 of Leo Brown. Row 5, 39, Brandon Klein Nagelvort, hoping to have better no engine issues compared to race 1. 37, Ben Ballou. And row 6, 55, Ethan Martin, and 16, George Donald. Row 7, 31, Sam Baker, and 44, Ross Tyler. Row 8, 101, Archie Buttle, and number 13, Zaki Hussein. Row 9, 67, Louis Weaver, and 66, Samuel Cook. Row 10, 12, Jack Collins, and 96, William Pemble. Row 11, 157 of Finley Hayes, and 27, James Tester. Row 12, 175 of Harrison Morrow, and 144 of someone. Row 13, 171, Stephanie Hobecker, and 15 of Benjamin Southgate. Row 14 is 87, Mac McFarquhar, and 158 of Jack Wilch. Row 15 is 113 of Joe Fox, and 77 Romarian Ubi. And row 16, 74 Asapinda, and 112 of Jack Richards. Row 17, 114 of Paolo Nunez Aranda, and 22 Lorenzo Cordal. And that is everyone in the Senior Road Tax Heat 2. It's been one hell of a morning, hasn't it, John?
It has.
It's been really enjoyable, and with any luck, this will end us on a high before we go into the finals. And, well, with the WM plate up for grabs, everybody is going to be absolutely desperate, aren't they, to try and master the weather and get into there as quickly as possible.
Exactly, yeah, particularly if it's going to stay like that. Of course, we had murmurings that it was going to rain around 1 p.m, I think it was, 1 to 2 to 3 p.m, as we got ready into the finals. Of course, that's been we're going to be a little bit later than that potentially now with a shortened lunch break and things like that. But it is meant to stay rather moist here at Whilton Mill for the WM plate. So this is a perfect time for the drivers to try and master the wet conditions, as you say, before that all-important final later on, because it doesn't matter, even if you do have a stinker in one of the heats and you get a bad grid position, it's still all to play for in the WM plate final later on this afternoon. So let's see, as these drivers come out for their first time in these rather slippery conditions, how they are able to deal with it. Of course, we've just seen the Senior X30s out. They dealt with it pretty well. Let's see if the road taxis can do just the same as well.
Yeah, of course, when these guys were last out, it was just icy, wasn't it? Well, not even icy. It was just a bit cold, sort of cold, just really. Cold. Difficult to warm the tyres up, whereas now it's going to be difficult to warm the tyres up and difficult to actually decide what the fastest line is. Yeah, the lunch break, as I just mentioned, is 20 minutes and not 30 minutes. So we should obviously get this race done by about 25 past, and then it's going to be 20 minutes from there. So I would guess maybe at quarter to 2 potentially we might be back. If you're tuning in, come back at quarter 2 and you'll probably be good for the first race, Junior Max final. But of course, you've got a good 8-minute race to go before that.
Of course, but between that as well, during the lunch break, we will have a waiting screen, and when we know the time that we're coming back,
yes,
a timer will
countdown.
appear on that as well, so you'll be able to check on the screen. And
no paddock show though today,
no paddock show, sadly. You won't be able to see our beautiful faces, probably luckily, to be honest. Right, let's get this underway then. Senior Max Heat number 2 is already underway, and can the drivers keep it on the black stuff? No, they cannot. Some taking to the grass. All managing to join without taking someone else out, though. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, the advantage of understeering is the fact that you're not going to get anybody flying on the inside accidentally. Oh, Christmas corner, too much, too late. 124, Charlie Webb and Lucas Allingham.
It is.
Again, Lucas Allingham is just in the wars, isn't he? A race one to forget. He had a half-decent recovery, but he had contact. Oh. And there's more people flying off on the edge of the circuit now.
Watch out for our camera.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say. There's Darren in the director's box is thinking, oh, gosh, it's going to be an expensive day.
We'll be invoicing you.
We'll be invoiced, yeah, exactly. We'll be doing the old Jonathan Palmer, won't we, instead? Invoicing you for every blade of grass you touch. But it looks like everybody's managed to get through, and there is no Battenberg. There's quite a lot of Battenbergs in Heat 1, but surprisingly, not really many Battenbergs in Heat 2, has there, considering the weather has changed?
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't even know a reasoning behind that, to be fair, but we've just been quite lucky through these second heats, so there haven't been too many. What a first lap from Ben Folland, a 1 minute .53. Everyone else is in the lowest of the 1 minute 2s, and he's already got a 2.6 second lead. This is amazing.
It's fantastic, isn't it? For him, anyway. Not so great for the rest of the track. Nagelvort. Now there is a storyline. He is in second place, up from 9th. And remember, he was rapid in race 1. Then engine died.
Yes.
His engine just completely stopped
Just
on
gave
him,
up
really,
on him,
didn't it? And he's going to be hoping that that doesn't happen again. There's going to be some understeer surely here on the inside. No, they managed to all get themselves stopped. I was fearful that was going to end up a lot worse, and it did. A little bit of sideways, a little bit of movement as they come back onto the circuit. The number 14 is sort of hung out to dry slightly as the 27 gets
James
bumped
Tester.
big time out of the way as William Pemble goes through. The number 96, I think, was there. Oh, tell you what, the speed off the corner there.
That was
the
James Tester
outside
again.
line. Yeah, Tester from that outside, just absolutely flooring it, and lovely bit of pace off the corner. But it's so difficult out there to retain the position.
Indeed it is. Fastest lap goes back the way of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, though. So that 2.6 second gap, now 2.4. So slowly but surely closing that gap. Still got just less than 5 minutes to go in this race. So still definitely time to have a leading battle on our hands. As the 16 of George Donald thinking about a move on Alex Moody there for 7th place up at Christmas Corner. Late on the brakes of James Tester, and he is going to go in the back of the car in front, and he is going to spin. James Tester goes for a spin up at Christmas Corner, went into the back of the 96 of William Pemble. And James Tester, sadly, is going to be dropping down the order after that one.
It's a shame, isn't it? But you always got the impression that there was going to be some kind of contact in that little battle. A little bit too close for comfort. There was too many people trying to go to too many different opportunities, and it's so hard to read everybody when you're in these conditions, and especially if there's 4 or 5 karts around you. There was always going to be something to give, wasn't there, unfortunately. The 16 and the 166 is something quite satisfying about that. But that's George Donald versus Jack Gillingham. The fight for, I'll tell you in a second, is it the 5th place fight? I'm not entirely sure because the timing screen decided to break. There we go. No, Lucas Ellingham up to 5th place after contact at Christmas Corner, doing what he does best and going quickly.
Yeah, exactly. He's leading this train of 4 at the moment. On the number 45 is Lucas Ellingham. Bit of a gap forward to Benjamin Ballou in 4th place, though, a good couple of seconds. So he's going to do his best to clear these 3 battling in behind him. Well, what a battle it is. Someone else now going down the inside of Jack Gillingham. I think that might be Alex Moody taking his taking that spot away from Jack Gillingham, going up into 7th place. Yeah, Lucas Ellingham, after that earlier unluckiness, I guess we can call it, getting involved in that squabble on the first lap. He's fighting back through the pack very well, just as he did in heat number 1. He dropped all the way down to pretty much last place in heat 1, didn't he, after that early lap crash, himself and someone else going straight on at Oblivion. He fought back up to 16th. So, damage limitation, he did that very well. Now, in this race, he needs to get a good result to try and maximise his starting position for the WM Plate Final happening later on this afternoon. But Ben Folland continues to extend that gap ever so slightly out front. Fastest lap, now 59.670 for Ben.
He's flying, isn't he? He was qualified on pole position. I believe in the first race, he was also pretty much the first driver of the day that qualified on pole and pretty much didn't have to worry too much about anything. He just drove the race and won, and in this he's also basically done that. But Lucas Ellingham, on the other hand, has been just done dirty, hasn't he, really? It's like I said in the previous race, I'd rather start, well, obviously I'd rather start first, but I'd rather start 3rd or 5th or even 7th than 2nd, 4th or 6th, to be honest, and be on the outside line. So you can get the power down early and get the better start, get into the first couple of corners. You can probably jump 3 people before you even got to the start-finish line if you're on the outside here. So it's, very difficult if you qualified on 2nd place. You've done very well, but you almost get punished for it.
Yeah, exactly, and you also have the issue of you're on the inside as you come through the last corner, as you say, difficult to get the power down, but then coming through the first corner, you're then on the outside, so everyone that understeers into you and knocks you off the circuit. That's exactly what happened to Lucas Ellingham in that first heat of the day.
It was indeed, and we're starting to see a little bit more battling, though, start to bubble up with the 13 kart, which is the fight. Where is the 13 kart? Zaki Hussein in 16th position versus, I think it's Romarian Ubi with the 77. There's the 39, though, of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Is he catching? He has just set a fastest lap of the race. It's a 10th and a half quicker than...
Sort of stayed the same, I think, the last couple of laps.
He has just got a 10th quicker than Ben Folland, but...
They're sort of trading, aren't they, the top 3?
It's not really worth sort of noting just yet. Let's not get excited for the last minute just yet. If he keeps attacking curbs like that, I think... what your point?
I'm just impressed with how much Sam Baker closed in on that last lap.
True.
That gap was 2 seconds, and it's now less than 0.8 of a second. He closed in by, what's that, 7, 8 tenths?
Yep, and a fastest lap to boot, 59.20. Look at that. Very, very quick indeed. That is quicker than Nagelvort's fastest lap by 0.3 of a second.
Impressive stuff.
So, yeah, very, very good.
Nagelvort's gone wide off of that right-hander there through Boxing Day. That could give an opportunity to Sam Baker here, but the timer ticking below 30 seconds. I think we'll likely get 2 laps left here. Opportunistic from Sam Baker, but the door closes once more. He's going to have to rethink that one if he wants to take second place. I think they can both assume that Ben Folland is gone here. What a perfect day it's been so far for Ben Folland. And he should. This is going to be close here to whether we get 1 or 2 more laps. I think it will just be 2 more laps. Yes, it is. So penultimate lap of the race then for Ben Folland. There is a yellow flag going through the first sector of corners. Is someone off at a shot? Yes, they are. They're rejoining on their Fernando Alonso kart. Not sure exactly who that was, but good to see them rejoin the race nonetheless.
Yeah, we'll probably want to get out of the way because they're a back marker, aren't they? And they're right in the way. And in fact, they made a little bit of contact there.
That's Finley Hayes just getting back on after that incident and luckily managing to keep out of the way. But definitely Sam Baker's lost a bit of time through all that.
Yeah, just look how much they go into the corner and they just throw the kart in. And look, they lock their arms, don't they, to try and make sure they want the kart at full lock. And it's the strongest position they can put themselves in. If you look going through this corner, it's a really good example. Look, they lean over the kart.
The rear left tyre came completely off the ground.
Exactly. They're leading their way over the kart to try and get as much weight and as much grip onto the front right and the rear right as possible. And also, it's the strongest position to keep your arm locked at that understeer position, isn't it? Because you want it at pretty much as full lock as you can. You'll never see them turn the wheel that much in the dry conditions.
Never. No, they barely put any steering inputs, or the back end just slides out completely.
It's incredible. The difference that the weather can make with these tyres. Again, it's a completely different driving style. It's a completely different kettle of fish. As I said, it's pretty incredible, really. And even under braking down, I'm impressed that they're not locking and having to slide it completely. We see quite a lot of people locking and sliding, but in the wet tyres, you don't want that because you just scrub the tyres and you end up with a bit of a 50p piece almost. And yes. It's a vibration, so it's really annoying. In the wet tyres, you don't want to scrub any tread off them at all because they're wet. You want the tread. That's the point of them.
Yes. Yeah, no, exactly. Now, Sam Baker was flying earlier on, but Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has done a brilliant job over these last couple of laps, just managing the gap on that 39-plated kart, just ahead of them, though. What a race from Ben Folland. 2 wins from 2. He'll be starting the final on pole position later on today. The 81 of Ben Folland takes another deserved win here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club WM Plate for 2023. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Sam Baker round out the podium in that second heat of the day for the senior road taxes. And here we see the rest of the field. Now, slowly but surely, come across the line. Some good battles there in the mid-pack. There's Benjamin Ballou, who came across in 4th place, and George Donald, Louis Weaver, Lucas Ellingham finishing in 7th place. So I think another issue there because he was 3 seconds behind 5th, and he was in 5th last time we checked in on him, wasn't he? So maybe another issue there for Lucas Ellingham. Either way, finishing 7th, not bad, but he's going to have his work cut out for him in the final later on. Alex Moody, Ethan Martin and Lorenzo Cordal rounded out the top 10. Behind them were Benjamin Southgate, Jack Gillingham, William Pemble, Zaki Hussain, Charlie Webb, James Tester, Archie Buttle, Jake Richards, Stefan Kaczmarzyk and Harry Blore round out the top 20. Then Romarion Ubi, Jack Collins, Jack Cooper, Paolo Nunes Aranda, Leo Brown, Harrison Morrow and Jack Wilch come across the line. Jack being your top novice from today. Then it was Ross Tyler, Asa Pinder, Stephanie Herbecker, Macmo Farquhar and then Finley Hayes. And sadly, Joe Fox didn't make it to the finish line on that one. But that brings us to the end of all of our heats today for the WM Plate, and it's safe to say it was pretty exciting, don't you think, Jack?
Oh, it was brilliant, to be honest. It had the change of weather, it had some slick running, it had some wet running, it had a lot of drama, shall we say.
Yes.
Some races where I thought they're going to have to red flag this at some point. We had Battenberg flags as well. It was really good. If it sets up the final nicely, I wouldn't mind it being the rain stopping from now and it being a drying track. I think that could be really exciting for the finals. And yeah, ultimately, really good. So,
penalty for Lucas Ellingham. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's all good. If there's penalties, there's drama, isn't there? I think I'll be surprised if Lucas Ellingham doesn't just get into the pits and strap on the X30, to be honest. He's probably had enough of this road tax, hasn't he? Anyway, we'll be back in about 20-odd minutes after lunch. I reckon 1:45. If you tune back in, you're probably in for a good show, and but there will be a timer.
Sadly, no paddock show on today's stream. Means probably quite lucky for you. You don't have to stare at our face for 20 to 30 minutes. So yeah, thank you for joining us for the morning heats here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club WM Plate for 2023. Join us in, as Jack says, about 20 minutes or so time for the finals. Don't go anywhere.
side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the ground trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the BIKC. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the BIKC karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the BIKC Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The BIKC is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships, racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools, and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the BIKC. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50, and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250, meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the WMKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, so if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the WMKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling, and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts, and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class, and you could buy their old karting kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines, and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil, and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams of drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
welcome back to the WM plate here at Whilton Mill. It is the finals we're about to get underway, and that's what you can see lining up for you in front of your own very eyes. My name is Jack Oliphant, and I'm joined alongside me, as ever at Whilton Mill, by John Ratcliffe, and I hope everybody is on the edge of their seats. If you're not, you should be. And John, it's been a brilliant day so far, and everybody should be pretty hyped. We are, aren't we?
Super hype, mate. I'm so excited for this afternoon action. Of course, we've had 2 heats for each of our classes out on circuit for the WM plate today, but it's all been crescendoing to this. It's those 2 heats that determine the grids for these finals this afternoon, but it doesn't matter what happened in the heats earlier. It matters where you finish in this final, and whoever sees that checkered flag first will be receiving the WM plate for use at all Whilton Mill Kart Club events in 2024. What a prize.
It is indeed, and I don't believe we've got the grid for us on screen, but I can potentially run you down on what I've got in front of me, because there's been a few judicials and all that sort of thing, all that fun stewardy stuff that me and John are nowhere near clever enough to figure out.
Yeah, as we said, our results earlier were very provisional.
Very provisional, put it that way. So the grids have taken a while. And I believe, actually, we may have a grid for you all of a sudden. It may well appear. Darren, the director, working his magic. On pole position, then, after 2 brilliant heats, is Harry Hurst Grover. How to stop him? No one knows. We'll have to wait and see. 51 alongside him is Hugh Moulton. Row 2, 60 Charlie Neve, and 169 Freddie Ingram. He's had a difficult day so far, actually. Expecting him to see him come through the order a little bit, although he doesn't have far to go forward, does he? Row 3, the 257 of William Antrobus, and 78 Alfie Thompson. Row 4, 227 of Liam Thomas, and 136 of Blake Ticehurst. Row 5 is the number 18 of Josh Smith, and a 19 of Omar Cindy. Row 6 is the 122 of Noah Barham, and 21 of Victor Hansen. Row 7, 92, Ben Horner, and the 52 of Jack Baker. Row 8, 23, Findlay Jones, and 112 of Charlie Cox. Row 9, 157 of Piotr Jurovic, and 311 Jaden Sherwood. Row 10 sees William Archer in the 166 kart lineup alongside 42 Michael Dalton, who's had a bit of a habit of making his way through, charging through the order, and then having a bit of a crash. Row 11, 55 Mitchell Mulvey, and 131 of Benjamin Brock. Row 12, 76 of Zach Burke, and 99 Lucy Wheeldon. Big grid this. Row 13, 35 Jacob Borovac, and 27 George Hart. Row 14, 30 Liam Phillips, and 207 Luca Magni. Row 15, 98 Daniel Gurney, and 26 Ellis Snow. We're not finished yet, ladies and gentlemen. Row 16, 201 Alexander Stefanov, and 95 Karthik Kometa. And row 17, right at the back, is 49 Daniel Callahan. Doesn't matter how many times, John, I go through these grids, I'm always surprised at how many drivers we've got here today.
It's amazing, isn't it? So many drivers here at Whilton Mill for the WM plate, and it's great to see so many drivers back involved who competed across the entire season, and great to see a few faces that are certainly new to us as well here at Whilton Mill. Fantastic to have so many people here, not only racing, but also here to support the races as well, whether you're friends, family, team members. Thank you for joining us here at Whilton Mill today. And if you're watching on the live stream, of course, make sure to drop a subscription to the Alpha Live page for lots more Whilton Mill Kart Club action in 2024. That's all been confirmed now. And thank you all for joining us post-lunch break. Let's see if the action this afternoon is as good as it was in the morning. We go to the race start then for the first final of the day, and the Junior Max final is underway. Great start from the front. They're all squeezing each other, some going off onto the grass on the inside, some diving around the outside. We see again, as we saw earlier on, those differences in lines in these very slippery and tricky conditions. The 169 looking to the inside there. Freddie Ingram thinking about the lead already, and Freddie Ingram taking the lead.
Yeah, it's so greasy out there, but Freddie Ingram seems to have mastered it pretty much instantly. Very difficult for the drivers. A lot of them going for the wet line, a lot of them going for the dry line. I think we're going to have some drying finals, which is exactly what I hope for, isn't it? Just before we went into the break. A couple of people, there we go, that darting out to that wet line to try and get good acceleration off the corner. The problem is, if you've got a queue of cars on your inside, they're all going to interfere into you, and that's potentially what the problem 136 has got right now. That is Blake Ticehurst. Freddie Ingram, though, getting into the race lead is fairly impressive. He's had a bit of a mare today, hasn't he? He hasn't had a good time at all. He qualified on pole position for both races, but then ended up just kept going backwards.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened. He had a nightmare start in both heats.
Yeah.
Just couldn't seem to get the tyres turned on. In this one, the complete opposite. Dives to the lead from the second row. And now, by the time they get to the start-finish line, what's that gap looking like? 2.5 seconds he now has in the lead, does Freddie Ingram. He's on, potentially, for the WM plate here, alongside the championship win, which he already got sealed at the final round of the championship a month or so ago. A few drivers here and behind, though, looking to try and stop him from doing that as they all dive in towards Christmas corner. I thought Hugh Moulton might get nerfed off there as a few drivers were diving in pretty late under brakes, but all keeping it facing in the right direction and all battling nicely throughout this first final of the day. Of course, to remind you, there goes one driver off at the bottom of the hill. Tony Kart, I couldn't quite see who it was driving with that one. We'll see when they come to the end of the lap who has dropped off. But again, I was about to remind you, slightly longer for these finals, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, the heats earlier on were 7 minutes in length, and these 10 minutes in length, these finals.
I may have just told you 10 there with my fingers. I think it's actually 9.
You may be correct.
I think it's 9. I think it's 7 and 9, isn't it?
Information is correct.
Yeah, 7 and 9, I think. So, yeah, sorry about that. Misleading a few people. But 7 minutes for the heats, 9 minutes for the finals, which means you do get maybe another 2 laps of racing, which is we're all here for, put it that way. It's really exciting to see. And Freddie Ingram probably wants it to be shorter now because he wants to get this done and dusted. Please give me the checkered flag. Although, if he actually had rear view mirrors, he'd see that everybody else is squabbling over second place. And even though they're attempting to work together, the person in second place is saying, oh, let's all work together. And then as soon as they get overtaken, they're lunging forward again. And so it's Blake Tyson and Hugh Moulton. I was right, apparently. 10 minutes plus a lap. Well, there we go. Instinctively, I said 9 minutes because, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. If it says 10 minutes on the schedule, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll wait and see whether that's maybe changed due to the lacking of light. We'll see at the start of the next one whether that has changed. Anyway, on our schedule's supposed to be 10 minutes, but we may see them shortened ever so slightly because, of course, as you can already see, at 2 o'clock, we're losing light already here at Whilton Mill. So we're trying to fight through that as well, trying to squeeze in all the finals into this afternoon.
And yeah, I reckon it looks lighter out there now on our cameras than it did about half an hour ago.
That is true, yes. Yeah, when it was raining that heavily.
It's not raining as heavily. We both delved outside of the commentary box. We were both brave, weren't we, and went outside.
Oh, so
and
brave.
Bitterly cold.
And I instantly came back in.
Yeah, instantly came back in. But it stopped raining. I was walking to get my burger. It was raining. I walked back and it stopped. So if it's carried on like that, we may be in for a drying track. But it's not going to evaporate.
No, exactly. What a lap it's been for William Antrobus, though. He jumped up from around 6th place on that last lap, up into 3rd. He's cleared Hugh Moulton, Joshua Smith, and Victor Hansen on that last couple of laps, and he is flying already. Now trying to chase down Blake Ticehurst. However, Blake is still 3.5 seconds off of your race leader. Freddie Ingram doing a great job out there on the 169. But it's actually the 227 of Liam Thomas down in 24th place that has the fastest lap of the race. So clearly there's pace to be found out there by all drivers involved. But we do still watch the battling nearer the front. The 18 of Joshua Smith now gets overtaken by the 21 of Victor Hansen. That's a change from 5th place through the boot. Just less than 5 minutes to go on the clock, and look at that. Freddie Ingram now takes the fastest lap of the race.
I've actually just had a look to check, and it's hard to believe that these guys have only raced in the dry so far. Oh, where are you going? Where are you grass cutting
Creative
off?
line. That
yeah. Very much taking the curb into consideration
yes.
there, wasn't he?
But with the outside wheels.
Yes, exactly. But yes, this is the first time they've raced in these conditions. It was dry the first 2 heats for the junior maxes. Yeah. So they're having to learn it, as everybody else is obviously adjusting constantly. Oh, a nice little late lunge there for the night. Oh, there's a few. Oh, where are you going? Are they Beyblading each other? It's a 55
of Mitchell Mulvey. Is that Zach Burke? Yes, it is on the 76. So they've dropped out from 12th and 13th. They were having a good little battle, but they've somehow come together there at Christmas.
Yeah, that's not ideal. And there's more carnage going down. They're testing the waters here, aren't they? They're starting to
testing the grass.
Testing the grass. Oh my days! Big drift moment there for the 131 Benjamin Brock as they go 3 wide. The Rogers. That's just not ideal, is it? And on the apex there, you want to get off the cart off as quickly as possible. 227 now go. Sorry, yeah, it is 227 actually. That is Liam Thomas, the 17th position, fighting with somebody else. Piotr Jurovitz. No, it's 99. That's why I was getting confused. It's Lucy Wheeldon. They've overtaken Lucy Wheeldon.
So it was Ben Horner in the 92 who got spun out in that pack earlier on that lap. So he's going to drop down the order ever so slightly. Yeah, there you go. He rejoins in 20th place there. I think that was 3 carts trying to find the same piece of tarmac, and sadly Ben was the one at the front and thus just got tipped into a spin. but he'll continue nonetheless. Here's the 1-2-2 going down the inside of the 1-5-7, making it work, and so does the 1-3-1 as well. So that's Noah Barham through to 14th, Benjamin Brock stays in 15th, and Piotr Jurovic down to 16th.
Yeah, Jurovic was very much taking the outside line too literally there, I think, a little bit. Going around the outside of everything, which unfortunately just left a massive hole open for him to be lunged on. It is difficult, isn't it, really, because I've spoken quite a lot about that wet line, but ultimately, in a race, that leaves the door open, doesn't it? And people will try and take advantage of it. They'll lunge up, and you might be able to get a better exit of them, but at the end of the day, if the cart is in front of you and you've got a better exit, you have to come off the throttle, and then you haven't got the better exit, have you? So there's a racing line and there's a qualifying line, and well, at the moment, Freddie Ingram can take whatever line he fancies because he's got a 3-second lead. Blake Ticehurst in second place. Unfortunately for him, doesn't really mean an awful lot because they're all here to win one thing, aren't they? They're here to win the WM plate.
Exactly, yeah. Second and third, you'll get a trophy, a very nice shiny trophy, which we all love to take home.
Absolutely.
But of course, the WM plate is what they're fighting for. That gap was about 3.6 seconds, but Blake Ticehurst has done the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, drops that gap ever so slightly down to 3 seconds, but with only 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Might be too little too late for the 1-3-6. That's the 2-5-7 of William Antrobus. He's about half a second off of Blake Ticehurst. But now the pendulum swings back the way of Freddie Ingram. No, it doesn't. It swings back the way once again of Blake Ticehurst. A 1 minute dead .70 for Blake. A 1 minute dead .76 for Freddie Ingram. That's all Freddie needs to do, really. Trading times, hold out that nice gap he's got in the lead, and take home the WM plate.
Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, plus that extra all-important final lap, of course, which may well prove pivotal. But right now, he's controlling the pace, and he's doing a pretty good job. William Antrobus is qualified on second place, didn't he, for the first two heats. Had a pretty bit, not the best sort of races, about 5th and a 6th position or something like that, I think. He was in 3rd place on 5th qualification, but is up to 3rd place as well. So he's having a bit of a better final, but it's just not really been the day for him.
No, he made some good moves in this final, done all he can. He was within half a second at one point of Blake Ticehurst, though, so I think he's either made a mistake or something's happened. He remains in 3rd as we've got a spinner on the main straight. The 201, I think that is just going, or 207 of Luca Magni potentially. No, it was the 201
yeah,
of Alexander Stevanov, yeah, around that last corner, just having a little spin. But yeah, that gap was really close between William Antrobus and Blake Ticehurst only a couple of laps ago. And now he's a good 5 seconds back, so something's definitely happened. But Blake Ticehurst, another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute .23. He gained 3/4 of a second there on Freddie Ingram, but only has 20 seconds until the timer ticks to 0. As I said, I think it's a little bit too little too late. Blake Ticehurst needs another few minutes on the clock, really.
Yeah, he probably does. I'm not going to count it out there. If he can take another 7/10 off, then that brings the gap down, to over a second. I'll give you that one. Probably it is a little bit too little too late, unless Freddie Ingram makes some kind of mistake. Or Ticehurst can actually delve his toe into the 59s and get under a minute for the first driver in this category to do such a thing. The 19 here is this is Omar Cindy, Jack Baker, and Alfie Thompson. Alfie Thompson in the 78, wavering down in 19th place. Not ideal for him at all. Sorry, not 19th place, 9th place. What am I on about? It's been a long day. I've had to get up early. 9th position, Alfie Thompson right now. But again, the gaps have sort of opened up a little bit. Blake Ticehurst, though, did take a second out of Freddie Ingram. So now it's 1.2.
1.2 seconds behind now, and I think that possibly is them in the same camera shot. Yes, it is. That's not 1.2 seconds. That's half a second here. Blake Ticehurst has about half a lap here to try and close down Freddie Ingram. Freddie Ingram hasn't had the best day. Was unlucky in race number 1 and race number 2. Just had issues. Couldn't quite get the pace down in the tricky conditions. There's more spinners in the background of that shot that we can see going through the first couple of corners. But Blake Ticehurst comes into the final sector, and I think he's just a little bit too far back. One more lap, and possibly he could have challenged here, but what a race it's been from Freddie Ingram. In the final, that's all where it matters. Heat 1 and Heat 2 maybe didn't go his way, but the final does go his way, and Freddie Ingram takes the WM plate for 2023 in our Junior Max category. Impressive stuff. He got to the front of the field pretty early on and just held it from there. Impressive stuff.
Indeed. I love the fact that he went to celebrate. He threw his arms out, looked left to see his supporters and thought, oh, wait, no, the camera's on the right. And he looked to the camera to give the best pose possible. So Freddie Ingram, yeah, very happy with that indeed, won't he? And although being caught by Blake Ticehurst, he'll probably claim that he was just controlling the gap.
Yeah, just controlling the pace, wasn't he?
It was all in hand. It was fine, sort of thing. But yeah, no, good win by him. He'll be carrying the WM plate next year if he stays in the junior max, because of course if he moves to senior max, he can't run it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But he can always have the pride to know he did win it.
Exactly, yeah, and you have the photos to prove.
Exactly,
Anyway,
yeah. So with his arms out there and waving around.
Exactly. You got to make sure you get that good Instagram pic.
It's all for the grab. It's all for the grab. Anyway, there's about 31 of the drivers out there as well, to be fair. So Blake Ticehurst is second place. William Antrobus was in third. Hugh Moulton in fourth. The top 5 rounded out by Victor Hansen. 6th, Joshua Smith, Omar Cindy, Jack Baker, Alfie Thompson, and 10th was Liam Thomas. 11th, Michael Dalton. 12th, Lucy Wheeldon. 13th, Jaden Sherwood. 14th, Noah Barham. 15th, Luca Magni. 16th, Will Archer. 17th, Finley Jones. And 18th, Charlie Neve. 19th, George Hart. 20th, Benjamin Brock. Then Ben Horner, Kathik Kometa, Ellis Snow, Zach Burke, and Jacob Barovac round out the top 25. And then 26th down is Liam Phillips, Jugovitz, Daniel Gurney, Alexander Stevanov, and Daniel Callahan 30th, and Charlie Cox 31st, and Mitchell Mulvey in 32nd. And unfortunately, I think we lost Charlie Cox and Mitchell Mulvey early on.
Indeed, yep. Luckily for the top 3, no nose cone penalties for themselves. However, Omar Cindy on the 19 has got one. I believe that was Liam Thomas on the 227, who's also managed to pick one up as well. So a couple of drivers falling down the order after those penalties are applied. But your top 3, of course, provisionally, should be Freddie Ingram, Blake Ticehurst, and William Antrobus for that first final of the day. That's one down. We've got a few more to go. So that's it for the Junior Max final. We'll swiftly move on to the final for your Rotax Cadets and your IARMY Water Swift Cadet Restricted. Grid, as always, for these drivers, and there's 2 WM plates on the line in this one. Firstly, our Rotax Cadets. On pole position is Jack Baker, and alongside him is Arthur Farrow. Then Maximilian Abrahart and Jos Huschka are there on row number 2, with Archie Rogers-Tyler and Alfie Mayer on row 3. I think Maximilian Abrahart, someone definitely to watch out for on this race start. He's taken a wave win already today. Maria Roberto and Otis Cleary are there on row number 4, with Benedictas Mazioskas and Charlie Page rounding up the top 10. Behind them on row 11 are Jensen Walker and Tommy Climo. Austin Oman and Marley Wordier there on row 7, with Ralph Rakitis and Chloe Gill on row 8. And Dewey Hockridge and Lewis Herbertson are on row number 9. And finalising the top 20 on the grid, row 10 sees Adam Galudi and Harry Knight, and it's Riley Morrow and George Clymer behind them, Ashton Redpath and Harry Radcliffe on row number 12. Then Finley Beals is there on 25th position. Then Harry Bell and Oliver Dawson. Then William Crombie is there on 28. And if I'm right in assuming, yes, William Crombie is your pole position for the IARMY Water Swift Cadet Restricted category. Alessandro Salas and Finley Bedford also in that category there on row number 15. And row number 16, finalising grid, also in the Water Swifts, are Mason Hibbert and Louis Williams-Maps. So here we are then, second final for the WM plate in 2023. A lot of drivers in with the hunt for, well, for this race, 2 WM plates on the line for 2 different categories. And I know we've had one driver who's on this grid in the live chat during the lunch break, Ash Plays, which is Mr. Redpath. I'm struggling to remember your first name. It's Ashton, of course. That would make sense with your username being Ash Plays. Ashton Redpath, just saying he had some very bad luck in the earlier heat. So we'll see if Ash is able to put that bad luck behind him and scythe through the field in this final. But conditions definitely improving, but how quickly are they improving? I'm not sure. With the cold conditions, the water isn't really going anywhere.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's not like these carts create any downforce to chuck the water in the air or anything like that, is it? So there's very little wind. It's very cold. There's still a little bit of moisture in the air. It's not like it's a crisp, dry day with clear blue skies anymore. I wouldn't suspect that the grease is going to be going anywhere. It's going to be harder and harder conditions, to be honest. It'd be fine if it was a completely drying track. There may well be a dry line, but for me as a commentator and a spectator, I hate seeing a dry line because that means you can't overtake. Yeah, there's one fast line. You go off it, you're going to spin or do something. Everybody has to go on slicks because it's the fastest tire. It just gets a bit boring. So I'm okay with it being greasy from a spectator. As a driver, I want it wet or I want it dry. No in between, please.
Yep, totally agree with that. I'm sure the drivers going into this one will be thinking exactly the same. The Rotax Cadets are going to kick us off for this final as they lead us to the lights. We've got a spin in the background. One driver already spinning before they get to the first couple of corners. But we do get underway and racing. A couple of different lines heading through those first corners. Drivers trying to see where that grip is as they now head up towards Christmas Corner. And what a start it's been for Jack Baker. Doesn't feel the need to defend at all. As a big spin, the 52. Good catch from the 52. Maria Roberto nearly loses it there. Just about picks it up. But here goes our Iami Water Swift Restricteds then.
Yeah, it was a good save, wasn't it, by the 52? And luckily lives to fight another day. Here goes the Water Swift. A little bit of a wide moment there by William Crombie, I think it was. Alessandro Salas potentially looking. But here we go, up the front end of the... no, actually, this is the Water Swift, isn't it, still? 28 goes through. That is Salas taking the race lead ahead of William Crombie in the number 5 in the, the two sort of contrasting helmet colours. Oh, nice.
I know that both of these two are our race winners in Heat number 1 and Heat number 2, Salas and Crombie. So that's going to be a great battle between those two. Yeah,
it will be. As well as what we're hoping to be a good battle between Maximilian Eberhardt, Jack Baker, because of course they're the championship 1 and 2 in this category.
And they are 2 race winners as well.
They are indeed, yes. So it's been a very even contest this grid, hasn't it, really? Really, you can't write it, but that's a very wide moment from Max Eberhardt.
Yeah.
So as we're just talking about that, giving Jack Baker a bit of an opportunity to get off and get gone. Otis Cleary is in 3rd place, and then we've got number 15 of Alfie Mayer, who had a bit of a mare, I think, in one of the previous races.
He did, yeah. Heat number 2 did not go his way. He had a good Heat 1, though, hence why he's not got too bad of a starting position for this grid. I think it was 6th place for the start for this one. And he's made a good start, to be fair, up to 3rd place over these first couple of laps. And we'll see. Hopefully his bad luck has stopped after that previous final, and he can continue pressing on in this one. He's tried to get through on Otis Cleary there, but Otis has immediately re-overtaken him. And I think Maximilian Eberhardt has slipped back through anyway, has he? No, that's your leader, Jack Baker. They've closed up the gap immediately. With Maximilian Eberhardt getting overtaken, I think Jack had extended that gap to maybe 0.8 of a second, maybe even a second. But over that lap, it's been closed to almost 0 once again.
I've absolutely no idea how that's happening. He's gone wide now, and that is the wet line. But it looks like there's maybe the dry line is starting to come a little bit quicker. This is a bit strange. Otis Cleary goes through, and it's a flying lap, to be fair. 2 seconds quicker than Jack Baker, but he's got a problem. I swear he is falling like a stone.
I don't know what's happening here. It's the momentum has definitely shifted. Jack Baker,
look at him. He's all the way back here.
Yeah, no, Eberhardt's been falling off as well, hasn't he? Maximilian's down in 5th now. He's at the start of the next train. But yeah, Jack Baker's just about... Oh, as the 39 gets pulled back onto the circuit as well. Who have we lost there further down the order? That's Harry Bell trying to make it back onto the circuit. But sadly, he's going to have to wait for everyone to come past him before he can do so. There is the 61 of Maximilian Eberhardt, initially in 2nd place and challenging well. Now falling off ever so slightly. And this has been a change of position as well. The 15 of Alfie Mayer has now got through on the 17 of Jack Baker. He drops to 3rd place. However, Otis Cleary is starting to clear off with it.
Yeah, he is. And to be fair, he's doing a very good job, to be honest. Alfie Mayer has carved through, but Baker's got nothing to respond with. It's strange, isn't it, considering the pace that we saw of him in race 1 and 2. I just don't know whether his cart's got a little bit of a problem, but down on power, just going out of the corners, anywhere that he's not really in control, where the engine's helping him, basically. He just looked like he's struggling. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure with that one. But Otis Cleary...
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's stuck a senior Rotax engine on this car, has Otis Cleary. Look at his time.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely flying. 105.2. That is, for anybody at home who can't quite see it, the next is Jack Baker, 106.99.
It's 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, 1. I was trying to do the maths. I couldn't think of it.
1.7 seconds quicker than the next quickest person. That's mental.
It is very quick. What's also mental is where on earth has Alfie Mayer gone? Has he just disappeared off our time?
Yes.
It says he's down in 28.
He just got added on lap 2 because he wasn't... Remember, he had a transponder issue earlier, didn't he, as well? So I think Alfie Mayer, you can consider him still there until we confirm, yes. But last time we saw him, he was in 2nd place. Now, this is your leader of the IAMI Water Swift category. Yeah, down in 25th is William Crombie at the moment. He's got a nice little gap back to Mason Hibbert, who's now in 2nd place in the Water Swifts, and Dewey Hopbridge is just in between him. Oh, sorry, you are correct. I totally missed Alessandro Salas ahead, so it is still those two batting for the lead. Alessandro Salas actually is ahead of William. However, there is about 4 seconds between them now, I think.
Yeah, there's going to be 4 seconds between the race leader, the Rotaxes at this rate as well. A 104.8
My goodness.
2 seconds quicker, albeit
Where's
as
this
1.8.
pace come from Otis? He's not a race winner yet today. We've got yellow flags into the first sector once again. That neutralises that zone. I assume the driver is off on the outside there, but as there you go, Alfie Mare does get re-added. Alfie Mare is within 7/10 of the leader now with the fastest lap of the race. The 22 is off of the road at Christmas Corner. Who's that we've lost? That's Riley Murrow from 11th place. Gutting for Riley. He rejoins the race, but a lot further down than he was. But yeah, this could be a brilliant battle for the lead.
It could well be. Otis Cleary's just gone purple sector 1, sector 2 as well, so expect another fastest lap to appear and for us to gush about it once more. But Alfie Mare does currently hold it ahead of Otis Cleary, but just because we don't see him appear on the timing screens, unfortunately, his transponder not working. Every so often he just appears, Alfie Mare. But with a 104.65, still
faster than
nearly
Otis.
2 seconds, well, over 2 seconds quicker.
Here they are on your screens heading into Christmas Corner then. So, yeah, we can't quite keep an eye on Alfie's times just because of that transponder issue. But he is matching, if not beating, Otis Cleary's times in the lead of the race. They're just going past a back marker at the moment. Trying to make it through without getting a bit of contact and getting some unnecessary penalty. That would be so frustrating to end your final and know that you can't win it just because you had a silly mistake in giving yourself a penalty. You want to stay in with the hunt, and these two certainly in the hunt. 2 minutes and 45 seconds plus a lap left to go in this Rotax Cadet and iArmy Waterswift Restricted Cadet final. And still 0.6 of a second separating your two leaders, and that could be even closer by the time they get to the line. Up and under goes Alfie Mare, takes the lead of the race. Can he hold on to it as they head down the start-finish straight? Yes, he can. We have a new leader in your Rotax Cadet final here at the front of the field.
That is stunning, wasn't it? It just looked like he had extra grip on the inside of the circuit. I'm just wondering what tyres they've got on. Whether it's whether they've got some inters rather than full wets on or something like that compared to the rest of the field, and therefore they can just find extra grip. Now it's becoming a little bit drier out there. Whether they're just reading the play a little bit better, different setup, I don't know. But anyway, whatever's happening is they're making it work, and certainly Alfie Mare is absolutely flying out there, isn't he? A 104 currently is best. 104.37 is currently his best, but he could be setting quicker times than that. We just don't know about it.
Exactly. He's definitely flying, and he's not pulling away from Otis Cleary particularly quickly. So I think they're just trading times, really. They're definitely both down in the 104s, while everyone else in the 105s, 106s, 107s, even 108s in the middle of the pack. Incredible pace from these two at the front, and what a battle it has been. 1.5 minutes left to go then. Almost thinking about the same move that was done on him on the last lap. Otis Cleary getting a good exit off of the boot. Not quite able to find a way through. The 1-2-1 points them through. Nearly chops across your leader, trying to find their way through these couple of back markers, and they do it very nicely, to be fair to both of them. Both making it through, both still facing in the right direction, both still battling hard.
Yeah, look at this. I think Otis Cleary's got a opportunity here. He looks at the inside of Alfie Mare, and no, sorry, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong people. Yeah, I saw you shaking your head there, and I looked at it from my laptop, I thought, got all excited, and then I realised, yeah, look, looking at the wrong people. Yeah, that's my bad. That was Marley Worldy, though, going past Finley Bedford.
It was. Yes,
so, I mean, it's still exciting for those guys, but they are down in 29th and 30th position.
Marley's had a gutting end to his race weekend, really. He was on a good starting for this position for this one. Up in 14th was Marley Wordy. After a difficult Heat 1, a really good Heat 2. It looked like the final could go his way, but sadly it hasn't. He's down near the back of the order, trying to fight through as best he can, but I know Marley won't be happy with that performance. But either way, it should hold his head up high. He's had a great little battle out there on circuit today, fighting through nicely, and I hope to see him back at Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. 15 seconds on the clock then as they cross the line. 2 more laps of the race.
Yeah, it says Otis Cleary in the lead. It's definitely not. It's Alfie Mare. There we go. It's been corrected once more. As he just sets another fastest lap time, 104.170, and he's caught up to the back of Alfie, hasn't he, I would say. At one point, it looked like maybe the Mr. Mare would run away with it somewhat, but he's been caught up. Here's Jack Baker being attacked by Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt. Both Jack Baker and Maximilian Eberhardt not really in the story of this race anymore, which is a bit of a shame for them, having had such a good day up until this point. But Austin Oman, who is a driver we haven't really spoken about that much, I don't think we remember talking about him that much anyway, is certainly getting in on the mix in terms of podium positions. But Otis Cleary is not interested in just podium positions. He's interested in taking a race win as they lunge a couple of novices. Really nice threading of the needle there. Can Otis Cleary get his nose up ahead? No, not quite.
That was a scary one, yeah. Both of them being, well, not as scared as we were. Wide moment for the 11 of Otis Cleary. That's going to drop him off just a little bit off of the rear bumper of Alfie Mayer as they head on to the final lap of this race then. Just a little bit of housekeeping. It is Alessandro Salas who's still in the lead of your IAMI Water Swift Restricted final here as well. He's looking to take that WM plate. It's all changed in that battle behind. That battle behind is so exciting. Oscar Oman still there in third place. Jack Baker in fourth now with Jos Hushka in fifth. Abrahart dropped to sixth. Rogers Tyler and Arthur Farrow involved there as well. But we still look for this battle for the lead down the inside. Is going to try Otis Cleary. Has he got it done? Yes, he has. Otis Cleary retakes the lead on the last lap, but trying to fight back. Round the outside is Alfie Mayer. Can he hold on to it? No, loses the momentum. The number 11 retakes it, but back to the inside tries Alfie Mayer, but he can't quite get it alongside.
Yeah, Alfie Mayer is crawling all over the back of him, but at the moment it's Otis Cleary as they go into the boot for the final time here to win the WM plate. It's going to be Cleary just about. He goes for a lunge, but he gets hit on the backside as well. Alfie Mayer goes for the lunge, hits Cleary out the way as a spinner happens halfway through the boot. And that's going to be looked at, I reckon. It was a bit of a push to pass, but on the road it's going to be Alfie Mayer to win the WM plate.
Indeed, yeah, there was a little bit of a bump, wasn't there, going through the last couple of sections of corners. However, you might not even need to wait for a penalty for that. Front to rear contact, we could see a drop nose cone, so we're going to be on nose cone watch after this one. Yeah,
we are indeed. I was thinking that anyway, because to be honest, there was a lot of moving and shaking and a lot of bumping as well in amongst it, but at the beginning of the race anyway. What's happening with the Water Swifts then as the rest of them come across the line? Who is our leading Water Swift? It was Salas,
but he has got William Crombie in behind him, a good few seconds separating them though, so I think something's really going to have to go wrong for Alessandro Salas here to not claim that WM plate.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a shock, wouldn't it, at this point as we focus back towards
so
I'll keep an eye on the timing screen.
That's who we're looking at. 28, there he is. There's your winner. Alessandro Salas comes across the line, takes the WM plate in IAMI Water Swift Restricted there. Big shout out to Alessandro. He's had a great drive throughout today, and he still had some serious competition. William Crombie was looking very fast. Has to settle for second this time around.
Yeah, William Crombie, one of the novices, of course, which doesn't necessarily mean he's new to racing, as we have discussed before, but it's new to Whilton Mill. So, right, to go run down the rest of the order while John is on nose cone watch, I'll look at the timing. In fact, actually, no, let's wait with bated breath. Oh, he's shaking his head.
Shaking his head.
He knows it.
He knows it.
Alfie Mayer with the 5-second penalty for front fairing loses the WM plate due to a penalty. And does that give it to Otis Cleary, where he's not in the clear yet because he needs to pass the test? His nose cone looks a lot better.
Forward. He's good.
He's good. Otis Cleary will win the WM plates here after what that was a late lunge and a bit of a barge out of the way from Alfie Mayer. If it didn't do the front fairing, he may well have taken it to the stewards regardless.
Exactly, yeah. I think we both sort of assumed it, didn't we, after that last corner scuffle, that hit into the rear into the rear end of Otis Cleary's kart. It sort of sealed it for me that wasn't going to go the way of him, sadly. The 16, though, Austin Oman does take second place. No penalty for him. And the 17 gets waved through as well. So Jack Baker will take third place there as well. What an end to the race. Do you want to run us through the order?
I will indeed. Yeah, Austin Oman, this is all on the road. We won't bother with all the penalties. Provisional on the road stuff. I'll start from fourth place. Jack Baker, fifth is Maximilian Abrahart, sixth, Archie Rogers Tyler, seventh, Arthur Farrow, 8th, Jos Hushka, 9th, Charlie Page, 10th, Maria Roberto, 11th, Harry Knight, 12th, George Climo, 13th, Adam Galudi, 14th, Jensen Walker, 15th, Tommy Climo, 16th, Harry Radcliffe, 17th, Riley Murrow, 18th, and the winner of the WM plate for the IAMI Water Swift Restricted is Alessandro Salas, 19th, Lewis Hebertson, 20th, William Crombie, second in the Water Swifts. 21st, Chloe McGill. And that is, all of a sudden, my timing screen goes dead. So we're going to go into the next race, and it is the Army Water Swifts non-restricted. Going to be a quick turnaround, but luckily it's the smallest grid that we have. It's Will Green on pole position with Harley Musk in second. Row 2 is Jacob Batchelor and Josh Parker. Row 3 is Aryan Naya and Enzo Butterazzi. Row 4 is Zach Champney and Jensen Ackerman. Row 5, Nathaniel Hodges and Sukumani Kera. Row 6, Knight Measures and Clayton Sultan. Row 7, Millen Tomlinson, Frederick Rudd. Row 8, Alex Gonson, Simeon Stone. Row 9, Jesus Bottalos and Jacob Nairn. Row 10, and rounding out the field is Max Mason. I said it has to be fast, and you're about to see why, because the drivers are already out there and heading towards the boot. It was a long-running order after the joint gridding of the cadets, and now we're into the smallest grid that we've got. But that's okay, because they still have offered us some great racing. Will Green on pole, Harley Musk, Jacob Batchelor, Josh Parker. They're your front 2 rows of the grid. And a bit of a slam of the engine for some reason there for Harley Musk. I have absolutely no idea why. I think that nobody's very happy with the fact that it's going so slowly. And in fact, the 63 almost gets spun round. We are going to be full starting, and you can probably see why. And it is a 9-minute race.
You are correct. You are correct. So they have shortened them from our original plan then of 10 minutes for the finals. Of course, to just make sure that we get them all actually done and dusted before we totally lose the light here at Whilton Mill. So you were correct. Apologies, Jack. 9-minute finals for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day, isn't it? So every so often it can happen. Even though we do have the floodlights and we are fully capable of using the floodlights, we obviously want to keep the light as much as possible. Am I right in thinking that the floodlights don't map the international circuit?
I think that is the reason. It's only the Zulu that has the full floodlights, and that's why we can't race into the
Slightly
dark.
strange, because Zulus, I don't remember ever using Zulu bar once.
We never used it in a Whilton Mill Kart Club. I think, actually, you might be right. We did it once, didn't we? I think in the first season we commentated together. I think Whilton Mill Kart Club might have done the Zulu. We do it on occasion at other championships like British University's Karting Championship.
I've done it then. I've driven it then, and I drove it back in my Natska days, a good 15 years ago.
Yes, but yeah, for competitions like this and things like British Kart Champs and stuff, they only really ever use the international, really.
Yes, which is a shame that they don't have the lighting.
But I think they've got the lights on the Zulu because that's what they always use for the corporate. So I think that's the reason why. And then they try and keep the corporates on the Zulu and then the owner karting.
That is probably where they get more money, to be fair. Yeah, a lot more corporate people come along than championship rounds. Anyway, enough about the business of Whilton Mill and the floodlighting. Let's get back to focusing on the racing, shall we? With Will Green on pole, and he gets a good start again, doesn't he? And he's in the lead, and I think he's dragged the number 88 of Jacob Batchelor, who was in third, but they understeering too slowly through the first couple of corners, which opens them up for a bit of an attack going up to Christmas Corner. It's still Will Green that leads. But Iron Naya from 4th position is up into 2nd place as they go around Christmas Corner. A little bit of bumping, a little bit of barging. All good racing, though, hopefully, by the looks of it, because no one, as far as I can see, John, has managed to spin.
Yes, indeed. Never say never. You're definitely going to call it now, and someone's going to spin. But all managing to make it through as of yet. We do already have a couple of drivers that we lost on the formation laps who have parked it up at the side of the road. Cheeky move to the inside there from the 61. Is it going to work out? Going to squeeze the 88 onto the curb on the outside. That's not going to happen. Jacob Batchelor holds on then ahead of Zach Champney there. Jacob's fallen away just ever so slightly on this initial lap, though. And these 6, I think it is, at the front, still following each other line astern. A little bit of a gap then back to a few other drivers. There's the 20 down the inside of Enzo Butterazzi. He's trying to get 2 for 1 here onto the outside of another driver as they head into the next corner, and he has got it done, has he? Round the outside, gets it done, and the 20 moves through and past. The 61 still batting nicely as well. There's Harley Musk. He is the sort of cork in the bottle to the rest of the field as Will Green and Iron Naya try to drive away in the front.
I was going to say, Naya was looking like he had a decent opportunity, but Will Green was parked himself right in the middle of the circuit, so Naya didn't fancy it. There goes Will Green again, looking for that sort of non-slippery braking zone is what I'm probably going to call it, and on the middle of the circuit just to try and get his kart slowed down before coming back towards the racing line and going towards the outside. It's very, very good sort of driving, good knowledge learnt by these drivers, and plenty of test days I'm sure have been put in to try and learn this. And it's exactly why you go racing in the winter, isn't it, really? To just in case you never need to use it, get the skills in these sort of greasy, slippery conditions. It's absolutely perfect. Even though this isn't an actual championship round, it's still basically a brilliant opportunity of learning. And what a load of speed that was just sent through by
Zach Champney.
Zach Champney in 3rd place. That was absolutely massive. And look how much he's crawling all over the back of him. If he can get off the corner, he might go into Christmas in the lead here. John, he's getting squeezed. He had to come off the throttle as they go in towards the braking zone now. It's Will Green just about holding on to it. Oh, a little bit of bumping, but nothing that Will Green can't handle. Zach Champney overtakes Iron Naya.
Yeah, a little bit of bumping through Christmas corner from Zach Champney, not enough to cause that nose going to drop for sure. He might think about it on the inside here. They're going to have side-pod contact at the exit. It is going to be the lead of the race for Zach Champney. He starts this lap on 3rd. I'm pretty sure he started the last lap on 6th. So he's flown through the field over the last couple of laps and now takes the lead of the race. Cheeky said back down the inside from Will Green on Iron Naya.
I like that.
Iron was made a very nice move, an opportunistic move when Will Green was overtaken. But Will Green takes him back, and as you were saying, with a lovely move.
Yeah, it was lovely, yeah, absolutely. And he sort of sensed it, but he managed to get it stopped right on the racing line, which is difficult to do. He's going to lose out now as Naya goes back through. They're almost three wide through the final corner, but Will Green, and not Fred Green, it goes up the inside once more, and a little bit of bumping, a little bit of arging, too much probably for the Stewards' discretion, but they come out of it just about clean enough. And I tell you what, Zach Champney is absolutely loving life. Just that lap alone, he was 1.38 seconds up as these two were tapping their helmets saying, we need to work together, we need to move forward, we need to catch him. Next thing you know, they're lunging each other, and the gap is probably well over 2 seconds now.
No, it definitely is. That was quite the sizable hit for Enzo Butterazzi into the back of Iron Naya. That could potentially be a penalty. You have to watch out for that at the end of the race for the number 20. But yeah, it couldn't have happened much better for Zach Champney, could he? And that 1.4 seconds that he gained, remember, he only took the lead halfway round the lap. That 1.4 seconds was gained in half a lap. And as you said, it's going to be even more than that by the time they get to the end of this one. These three still absolutely going at it as Iron Naya tries to hold on to their 3rd place. And Will Green now is given a little bit of breathing room as well. There goes the 20 of Enzo Butterazzi back down the inside to retake his 4th position away from Jacob Batchelor. Of course, Jacob was one of your race winners earlier today alongside Will Green. Zach Champney hasn't won a race yet today and he's clearing off in the lead.
He is indeed. Alex Gonter's gone off, unfortunately. I think he's at the exit of the first corner into the boot. So that's a bit of a shame for him. We saw a couple of marshals standing there and a driver standing there. I think that's Alex Gonter, as I said, because he's the only driver that hasn't come across the line now. Ending up towards Christmas corner, and it's still Naya ahead of Butterazzi and then Jacob Batchelor. So they are still going at it, but Will Green, like you said, a little bit of a gap, but he's not making the most of it. Zach Champney is a 103.38 over a second and a half as they've gone grass cutting and collecting a load of dirt. That's Enzo Butterazzi's got away with it, but the other two, Iron Naya and Jacob Batchelor, I think has been a bit held up by that one.
Yeah, Jacob Batchelor put his hand up there. I think he had an issue and was pulling off there. So Jacob Batchelor could be totally out of this race. As I mentioned, one of your race winners from earlier on today, and you can see him there getting out of the kart. So the 88 is out of this race then from 5th place on the road. Another one to mention as well, Sukmani Kira had a perfect Saturday yesterday, qualified on pole, of course, of both of our heats. She's languishing down in 9th at the moment in this final. You'll see her come through your shot pretty soon on the number 44 plated kart. It's just not gone her way today, just not gone her way. It has gone away of Zach Champney though. 3 seconds now, that lead.
Yeah, he's loving it, isn't it? And as you can see, Jacob Batchelor not coming across the line, dropping all the way down on our timing screen, so it's a shame to see them drop out of it so much. On that last lap, Will Green did go faster, but not faster than Zach Champney still, so the lead is only growing even more with 3 minutes left to go. The fight really is on for that sort of 5th position, isn't it, with Iron Naya, who seems to be everywhere on our cameras at the moment, and Harley Musk now, so that's the fight for the top 5.
Indeed, it's super close between all of them. We were looking initially back, and we still are now, looking at Sukmani Kira. This is the battle for 8th place. She's got Josh Parker, Max Mason and Millen Tomlinson right in her wheel tracks. She's got a lot to think about behind her. Potentially a few checks over the shoulder over these last 2.5 minutes for her. Yellow flag down in Sector 3. Not sure if that's still Alex Gonter that you mentioned potentially earlier, or someone new having a bit of an excursion as a kart is pulled away from the circuit on the inside. And that looks to be Jacob Batchelor's kart, yeah. I think, the 88 that is. But he's definitely out of this race as Zach Champney's gone even faster. 103.02 for Zach Champney, extends his lead to 4.2 seconds.
Yeah, this is Will Green, Enzo Butterazzi though, and Will Green is not driving particularly well right now in the last lap and a half or so because he's lost a massive margin. He absolutely smashes the curb, and Enzo Butterazzi goes for the move, and Will Green forces him onto the grass a little bit, doesn't allow him to come back on. Butterazzi decides, if you want to get your elbows out, I'll do it back to you, and he gets through as well with a round of applause from John Ratcliffe in the commentary box.
I enjoyed that because all there was very fair. It was just very aggressive from Will Green there, but I like the fact that Enzo went, oh, okay, if you're going to be aggressive, I'm going to be aggressive back. But here goes Will Green once again back down the inside. at the boot then, and there goes Enzo Butterazzi back down the inside at the last corner. I don't think this battle's going to stop anytime soon, but again, that gap now to the leader, 6.2 seconds, another 2 seconds gained on that lap alone. Zach Champney is running away with this one, and Enzo Butterazzi and Will Green left to fight over second place.
Yeah, well, he's just put in a 102.7. He's absolutely rapid, isn't he, today, Zach Champney? Well, he's absolutely rapid in this particular race, we should say. He wasn't particularly brilliant up until this point, was he? He did qualify, remember, in 7th after the culmination of his points from race 1 and 2. Wasn't ideal for him, but he's made the most of it, hasn't it? As the battle for second rages on between Enzo Butterazzi and Will Green. I say it rages on, actually. When you look back up at the screen, you realise it's probably about 3 car lengths in it. And you could have an opportunity where Will Green probably just needs to reassess, get back into the rhythm, and go one more time for the final lap, because there's going to be 2 laps left after this one.
Indeed, he's now got to think also about Nathaniel Hodges, who's only just a little bit behind him in the 93. They were about a second between each other the last time through. And Zach Champney's just gone through to end another lap, which means we'll have 2 more laps of this 1,200-metre Whilton Mill circuit to complete before we crown the WM Plate champion for Iami Water Swift Intermediates in 2023. Here is Zach Champney. Just watch him for a little bit and see those lines he's taken and see the reasoning behind how and why he is so far ahead of the rest of the field. It's been incredibly impressive from Zach Champney, as you say, 7th on the grid to take a WM plate. Potentially, there's still a couple of laps to go. I do not want to commentator's curse the number 61 just yet. But what an impressive performance in this race so far.
It's been very impressive, but he has just done a 103.85, and that's not faster than Enzo Butterazzi. So what's he doing?
Well, he knows he's so far in the lead, he can chill out.
He's given 0.4 of a second to Enzo after having 6 seconds of a lead. I don't think he's going to be that fussed, is he?
I don't think so.
He's been doing very well, and as they come across to start the final lap, what was his lap time then? Yeah, he sorted it out that time.
Yeah, fair play.
Well, 103.33, that's 0.3 of a second faster than Butterazzi, so he got back his 6-second lead.
So he decided to actually press the loud pedal this time.
Yes, exactly. It does help, it does tend to. Will Green has dropped off the back of Enzo Butterazzi, and Nathaniel Hodges is not really close enough to Will Green to launch any kind of attack. This is about as, well, I suppose, a calmer end as we've had all day, isn't it, really?
Yeah, true. It's all kind of spread out a little bit in this one. Of course, less drivers involved in the pack, and also we lost a few before we even got the race underway. So it all spread out a little bit in this one. However, Zach Champney did exactly what he needed to do. He made the most of those issues for the drivers out front and went through the order very, very nicely. There is the 81, one of our novices, Platon Sultan, coming around the final couple of corners, and soon we will pick up the 61 of Zach Champney. What a race from Zach Champney, and he is going to be your WM Plate winner for 2023 in the Iami Water Swift Intermediate category, and I think the most well-deserved WM Plate I've seen. Well, I mean, I think it's only been going for 2 years, but for that whole 2 years, that was incredibly impressive.
It was very good indeed, wasn't it? And I'm just having a look because, of course, he did also win.
He did also win the championship.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I thought you were looking back at the Iami cadets and things, because I thought you were going to say about last year's WM Plate. This is a new category for this year.
Trust in me.
Sorry.
Trust in me, John.
Sorry. But you are right.
Zach Champney also won the championship, so you can't really argue with him taking home the
someone that you might have
WM
expected to, but coming into that race particularly, you might not have expected to, considering you started from 7th.
Yeah, exactly. Max Mason was on the grid order when I read it out, but he didn't feature in the race. I'm not sure if he's featured at all today.
Yeah, no, not particularly. He got through on Sukmani Kira on the last couple of laps to take 9th, but just hasn't quite been there today, has Max Mason.
He was 2nd in the championship anyway. So just while we wait, obviously, until we see John keep an eye, Zach Champney, Enzo Butterazzi, Will Green, Nathaniel Hodges, and Aryan Naya are the top 5. Now I'm stalling just to make sure that, there we go, Zach Champney's all good. Enzo Butterazzi's been given a...
No, Butterazzi's got a penalty.
Yeah, Butterazzi, and we thought that maybe with that battle with Will Green. Let's see if Will Green has one.
Yeah, he's not happy about that. Is Enzo absolutely fuming, understandably so.
Will Green looks like
up.
He's okay, so I'll run through the rest of them. Nathaniel Hodges in 4th place, as it stands. Ian Naya in 5th. Harley Musk in 6th. Jensen Ackerman in 7th. 8th, Millen Tomlinson. 9th. Max Mason in the end, actually, so I was wrong. He did feature. He's just in sort of no man's land where we expect him to be further up. Sukmani Kera as well in no man's land in 10th. Josh Parker in 11th. 12th, Jacob Nairn. 13th, Playton Sultan. 14th, Jesus of Bottalos. And then the 2 DNF drivers were Alex Gonta and Jacob Batchelor.
Indeed, indeed. So your provisional top 3 then after Enzo Butterazzi definitely has got a penalty is Zach Champney, your WM plate winner in the Army Water Swift intermediate category, with Will Green on 2nd position and Nathaniel Hodges in 3rd. Another good race, but Zach Champney just drove away with that one. Some great battles throughout the pack, but as you said, a little bit more of a subdued final there for our iArmy Water Swift intermediate category. But we're done with all of our Water Swifts now. They're done and dusted. We move on to the next final of the day, which is our Rotax Minis. Much halfway through the finals now then, we move on to our Rotax Minis to see who takes the WM plate for these ladies and gentlemen. Oliver Spencer and Zach Starbuck line up on the front row. This could be very interesting. Many names on the screen already that I think could take the WM plate here. Leo Livings and Finny Lyons line up on row 2 with Alfie Mew and Kian Bernard in row number 3. Charlie King on row 4 with Daniel Wisnauskas and Theo Bradshaw and Ella Lucia rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Jack Collinson and Luca Holmes-Ballock. They're on row number 6. Row 7 sees Max Colbert and Max Wheatley. The Maxes take row 7 with Ryan Townsend Grant, Fenton Stoneman, Warwick Milam and Jamie Ambrose in behind. Nathan Edwards and Benjamin Lord round out the top 20 with Cody LaPatrell, Amrit Singh Atwal, Ollie Thompson and Miles Burton there on row number 12. Then row 13, Samir Paul and Cameron Tipping. Row 14, Finley Hines and Ilya Veliko and Oliver Barton and Nathan Rond round out the top 30. Then finalising our 33 kart grid for this one is Louis Radcliffe, Ocean Brett and Jensen Maplethorpe.
Stacked, isn't it, this grid?
Stacked, absolutely stacked, and I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready and raring to go for this one.
Oliver Spencer qualifying in first place with 65 points. Zach Starbuck, Leo Livings tied on 62. Zach Starbuck getting the nod, I think, because I think he got a quicker lap time or something at some point, a faster lap or something.
Oh, No, we aren't racing. Okay, I don't think so.
No, we're not racing.
We're
no,
just
going
going
out.
Yeah. They look like they were racing
panic,
a little
John.
bit now. I was a bit worried.
It's all good. It's all good. So, yeah, and then 61 points is Finley Lyons and Alfie Mew. Kian Bernard in 6th. You couldn't really decide who's going to win that out of the top 6.
No, honestly, could go any way between any of those. And I think there are still a few drivers just outside of that top 6 who still are in with the shout. Ella Lucia's look very fast. I know Theo Bradshaw is very quick as well. Luca Holmes-Ballock, he's definitely one to watch. So I think a few have an outside shot here, but I think definitely the top 6 could go anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if they all end up taking each other out, then you are looking for those sort of, 6th onwards, or 7th onwards sort of thing, aren't you? Where, I mean, to be fair to Charlie King, also qualifying with the same amount as Kian Bernard. Obviously, Kian had that problem in race 2, didn't he, from memory? I'm going to have to look at it now while you have a look at this.
No, I cannot recall. I have to find that out for us. But, of course, he saw in only the last race, Zach Champney went from 7th on the grid to take the win by quite some margin. Could we see someone from outside of the top 6 again take the WM plate this time for the Rotax Minis? Well, hopefully not too long to find out, because hopefully these drivers get it underway. First time of asking then. Around the final corner they come. It will be Oliver Spencer and Zach Starbuck who lead us to the lights. A bit of carnage in the background, but we are underway and racing. Round the outside, who is that? That's Oliver Spencer that's held onto the lead. Up and under, tries Zach Starbuck. They're going to be side by side, heading up towards Christmas Corner. No, they're not, because Zach Starbuck has already got the lead.
He has indeed, but it's 71 of Leo Livings who went for that really wide line and tried to get the power down nice and early and got a good run, to be fair, but just ran out of track, I feel, before heading into Christmas Corner. Leo Livings did get a 5-second penalty for fairings at the front end after the race 2. I just had a little quick look. So did Finley Lyons as well. I think we knew about a few of them, but a few of them might be obviously news to you. There's a lot of drivers going sideways on the exit curb there. And more drivers going sideways in the middle of the circuit on the racing line, the scariest place to be in motorsport. And there we go.
That's the reason why.
Yeah, that is the reason why. I mean, if anything, he still got away with that one a little bit. It could have very easily been an awful lot worse. And actually, I was so scared for him, I didn't actually see who it was.
Neither. We'll have to see when they come across the line to end that. We've got a few drivers dropping it and getting collected by other incidents on this first lap. But it will still be Zach Starbuck then. off of second place on the grid to take the lead early on in this Rotax mini final. Drivers in behind still battling Hammer and Tong. And it's the two teammates heading up towards Christmas Corner. The 24 and the 74, Oliver Spencer and Leo Livings, trying to work together nicely to chase back down that gap that's already been made by Zach Starbuck at the front of the field.
Starbuck is just pulled away beautifully, hasn't he? And he's driving his opening couple of laps to a T. 104.82 his fastest. I mean, they've only done one lap, but that was nearly a second and 1.2 seconds quicker than Oliver Spencer. So he's absolutely mastered the conditions pretty much instantly, and it's so nice when you go out there and you've instantly sort of know and feel the grip. It's so much of a relief as the 91 slots their way up the inside, but they're struggling to keep that position for themselves. I can't actually see who the 91 is. Jack Collinson.
With. Luke Holmes-Ballock as well was trying to go around the outside in the 28. He's had a great lap, was in 9th place. Now I think he's managed to get up to 6th, if I'm not mistaken. We'll wait and see when they come across the line. New fastest lap, but Zach Starbuck, he continues to extend that gap. Yeah, Alfie Mew up to 6th, Luke Holmes-Ballock up to 7th. So a couple of drivers in that outside shot. Now getting in that inside shot, they're getting into the positions they need to be. However, Zach Starbuck continuing to pull away at the front. Could be already sorting it out with 6.5 minutes to go. It's going to be a serious change in pace needed for those drivers behind for him to be caught up here. The 91 gets absolutely sent on by the driver in behind. I'm not sure if that was Kian Bernard or Warwick Milan there, or someone from even a little bit further back.
It was Warwick Milan, the 35, who was doing the lunging, shall we say.
Nice.
It was a really nice late lunge, actually, wasn't it? He sort of aimed it, and it wasn't really much a margin for error because there was only a kart width on the inside, and he managed just to go about get it stopped, which is really nicely done. This is the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballock, qualified in 12th position. Obviously came third earlier in the day. Almost nicked a second place from Finley Lines, I think it was. But Luca going up from 12th into 7th. He may well be doing slightly better than that, as well as Charlie King and him start to do battle.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. He's still got Kian Bernard just behind him for company as well. Charlie King gets through on Finley Lines. Finley Lines immediately re-overtakes there, and once again you see those different lines heading through Oblivion, but on the exit through Fine Lady, number 74 of Charlie King retakes the place then. Back to 4th place he goes. Finley Lines sits in behind. Then there's the 32 of Alfie Mew, and Luca Holmes-Ballock right on the back of this gaggle now. And I think he's dragged Kian Bernard with him as well. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Warwick Milan, who leads the rest of the charge from 9th place behind. However, that gap at the front, 1.7 seconds now. It has become a little bit more stagnant. It was rising quite a considerable pace. Now sitting around 1.7, 1.8 seconds as they're continuing moves. That's actually Luke Holmes-Ballock having to defend now from Kian Bernard.
Again, that's what we were saying though. There's so much good talent out there, so much good potential that as soon as they start following each other, they could be fighting for the race lead, but if they fight for 7th, it's just as hard.
Exactly.
And they're allowing Zach Starbuck to get away, and he just set another fastest lap. He just keeps getting those extra tenths of a second away from Leo Livings. He was about 3 or 4 tenths quicker there than Leo. Just allowing him to have a nice buffer, a nice little bit of margin for error, which is exactly what you want when you are leading a race. You just don't want to have the pressure of being perfect every lap. You just need to get your head down, put the qualifying times in. If you make one little mistake, don't get in your head about it. Just keep going and don't worry. But if you make a little mistake and it's a closer margin, all of a sudden the person behind can make it a little bit harder for yourself. Zach needs to treat this as a test session almost.
Indeed, yeah, wise words. He's continuing to extend that gap nicely now. 2.1 seconds in the good over Leo Livings, and that switched around, hasn't it? I'm not sure if it was, I was looking away for a second there. I'm not sure if that happened while we were on screen. Leo Livings up into 2nd place, and Oliver Spencer, teammate, now a bit behind. A little bit of a bumper barge there through the last section of corners. You don't want to end up getting yourself a nose cone penalty from hitting your teammate. That would not be ideal at all. And there you can see them just behind Zach Starbuck, and that gap increasing by about a tenth and a half once again through there. Wide moment from Leo Livings, give the inside line to Oliver Spencer on the exit, and you would assume by the time they get to Christmas, or even before they get to Christmas, it will be 2nd place for Oliver Spencer.
Yeah, he did manage to get it done before Christmas. In fact, I think he's managed to do it on the 26th of November. It's a very nice little move, that, wasn't it? And they do keep swapping around. It's quite hard to tell them apart, really, because they have identical karts and they have very similar helmets, don't they? It's only really the suits that you can really tell, and obviously the numbers. But it's not always the easiest to tell on the numbers, is it? Especially for us when we have to try and call it so quickly.
Yeah, no, it can be a little bit of a challenge. It definitely helps that these number plates have yellow in behind them to really make the black stand out. But equally, through the rain that we had earlier, it was still very, very challenging. But we're doing our best, ladies and gentlemen, we promise. 2.5 minutes almost left to go on the clock then. These two still battling. Another set of teammates having a nice battle. Charlie King versus Alfie Mew. And Kian Bernard in there as well. Kian Bernard has cleared Luca Holmes-Ballock. Luke Holmes-Ballock, after an early charge, he was looking quite nice and quick, has sort of settled into that 8th place now. Warwick Milam is only just behind him and is looking pretty quick as well. He obviously cleared Jack Collinson a few laps ago and now is chasing down Luke Holmes-Ballock for that 8th place. Warwick Milam is up 8 places in this one of the biggest movers, I think only beaten by Jensen Maplethorpe, who's down in 23rd but is up 10 positions himself.
Keen, isn't he, right now, Milam? And we saw how he's going to be decisive on the moves. He's not going to leave any prisoners. He's not going to leave any space or stone unturned either. But he's about to be overtaken. No, that's Alfie Mew being overtaken by Kian Bernard, isn't it? Yes, it is. So Kian managing to make their way through after qualifying in 6th place. And we said he was sort of in that position where we thought, oh, wouldn't be surprised if he ends up winning it, but it would be a bit of an outside shout, wouldn't it, really? Quite a lot would have had to happen for him to be in with a shout, including the likes of Starbuck and Spencer and Livings maybe having a little bit of contact. It hasn't happened so far, but to quote you and Justin Bieber, never say never.
To quote me and Justin Bieber. Yes.
Well, I know he gets all his lyrical inspiration from
He
John.
does, actually.
He watches the Whilton Mill Kart Club on a regular.
Yeah, we have regular meetings just to go over the lyrics I want him to use for my commentary. But yeah, here we look then at Zach Starbuck on the number 80. Just over a minute left to go on the timing screens, and what a dominant race it's been from Zach Starbuck. Of course, he's been having to fight pretty hard throughout today. It's been some really close races in the Rotax Minis throughout today in their opening 2 heats. However, this, as we sort of noticed with the finals throughout today, getting a little bit more spread out between the field, isn't it? And once Zach Starbuck was able to get to the front, he started to pull away from it. The drivers behind were battling, and he's just been able to manage that gap throughout the race, extending it now to over 3 seconds. There's still battles going on up and down the field, but it does look like Zach Starbuck is on to take the WM plate in the Rotax Mini category. Just over 30 seconds on the clock then as Zach crosses the line to start a new laps. 2 laps left to go of this race.
It has been a slightly more subdued, hasn't it, the finals compared to the heats? So I wonder if that's causing of the conditions or whatever else, people not wanting to fear. But I think ultimately what's just happened is the drivers who we expect potentially to get to the front and who are the fastest have actually got to the front and have then pulled away, unlike in the heats where they've been caught up or they've had problems, or obviously the changing conditions have meant that they've ended up falling off the circuit or whatever. Whereas at the moment, so far, in the past 2 or 3 heats, they've got into the lead and they just put in fastest laps, and all of a sudden they've won the WM plate. It's not a sad thing, because you obviously want the best drivers, the fastest drivers to win, but it's a bit of a contrast, shall we say, from the morning that we had.
Yes, that's for sure. Yeah, the morning it was just absolute craziness, wasn't it? There was the karts everywhere. We'd have almost the entire grid on one camera shot. These later sessions, I think, down to just the weather change, a little bit more extended between the field. That doesn't mean we've had some good racing, though. That doesn't mean we won't have brilliant racing over, I believe, 3 more finals this afternoon. Zach Starbuck has started the final lap of this Rotax Mini final there for the WM plate here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2023. Here is Zach. I remember, I think the last time I interviewed him was Whilton Mill Kart Club, potentially at the first round of this year or one of the last rounds of last year, so it was a while ago. But he's always a very happy chappy, is Zach Starbuck, and he's always lovely to chat to. I remember when I spoke to him in that paddock show a while ago, he was there polishing his car, making sure it looked as quick as it goes, and it clearly goes pretty fast, as he's been leading this race from about lap 2 or lap 3. Impressive performance from Zach, and a well-deserved WM plate, I'd say.
It goes quicker, doesn't it? It's aerodynamics when it's polished.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, slips over it. The water doesn't hold on then. Yeah, he's got it all up here, does Zach, young Zach. And he's got it all in his feet as well, because he has driven superbly, like you were just saying. And it looks like it's going to be his turn to win the WM plate here in the Rotax Minis. And I'm sure he'll be very happy about it. Not much of a celebration. In fact, fairly muted, I would say, as he takes the checkered flag. But I'm sure on the inside of that helmet and behind that iridium visor, he'll be beaming from ear to ear. And he'll be waiting to get a big hug from his family and friends, I'm sure, when he gets out the car, as long as he hasn't got a front fairing problem. Which, to be fair, we haven't seen him make any contact, or nearly, he hasn't really even had to
Hasn't been
race
battling
anyone.
with anyone for a while, has
Yeah.
he? So you'd hope not.
But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a few others are potentially sweating a little bit. Oliver Spencer, well, we'll read out the provisional race winners. Finishing order. Oliver Spencer in second place. Leo Livings rounds out the top three. Fendi Lines in fourth. Fifth, Kean Bernard. Sixth, Alfie Muse. Seventh, Charlie King. Eighth, Luca Holmes Ballack. Ninth, Jack Collinson. 10th, Warwick Milam. 11th, Max Colbert. 12th, Theo Bradshaw. 13th, Ella Lucia. 14th, Miles Burton. 15th, Amrit Singh Atwal. 16th, Finley Hines. 17th, Daniel Oh my days. I've almost butchered that entirely.
Daniel Wisniauskas.
Wisniauskas, thank you very much, John. Didn't want to butcher it. 18th, Jamie Ambrose. 19th, Rian Townsend Grant. 20th, Nathan Edwards. We'll make sure that there is no. Zach Starbuck is through, isn't he? He's got the WM plate to is in his hands already.
Yeah, there you go. Top three, all good on front nose cones.
Yeah, the rest of the field, Benjamin Lawn, 21st. Ela Vilico, Ollie Thompson, Samir Paul, Cameron Tipping, Max Wheatley, Louis Radcliffe, Nathan Rond, Orshu and Brett, Cody Lapatorell in 30th, Jensen Maplethorpe, Fenton Stoneman, and Oliver Barton round out the 33 cards.
Did see Kean Bernard in 5th, Alfie Mew in 6th have both got nose cone penalties sadly after that one. So has the 28 of Luca Holmes Ballack as well. So definitely the top 10 will be changing once the official race results do come out. 91 as well, quite a few down that bottom end of the top 10. Jack Collinson getting a nose cone penalty as well. So I think a couple of drivers on to take some good positions once those penalties are applied. But that is the Rotax Mini final done and dusted. And provisionally, Zach Starbuck is your WM Plate champion in that category. However, 3 more finals left to go here today then, on a very brisk and rather wet November day at the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. We move on to the Junior X30 final.
He's then providing us with lots of action and basically making us lose our voice as well halfway through today. I'm sure they'll hopefully keep it going for now. Row 1 and on pole position will be Fred Green. Riley Bishop will line up alongside them in the 32. Row 2, the 87 of Cameron Edmonds, and the 23 of Jack Mowat. Row 3, 13, Joey Brown, and 60 of Jensen Pugh. Row 4, 24, Ashton Sharp, and 95, Hamish Forrest. Row 5, 43, Emmanuel Hay, and 79, Harrison Leach. Row 6, 63 of Henry Carter, and 50, Levi Sangera. Row 7, 20, Mayan Patel, and 98, Sebastian Dew. Row 8, 29, Morgan Hill, 69, Joseph McMahon. Row 9, 65, Spencer Allen, and 84, Josh Jones. Row 10, 15, Nat Johnston, and 73 of Harry Walsh. Row 11, 14, Aidan Mitchell, and 75, Max Ewell. Row 12, 19, and Eddie Dimbleby, and 67, Dylan Patel. Row 13, the 144 of Archie Owen, the 53 of Katie Ashman. Row 14, the 66 of Max Wright, and the 88 of Noah Goodfellow. Row 15, the 25 of Michaela Hart, and the 223 of Jamie Faggin. And the row 16, 93, Thomas Strafford, and the 35 of Shane Candaria. And row 17, 62, Harry Khalil, and 61 of Sasha Bagley. So the Junior X30s, John, they have provided us with some scintillating action, haven't they, over the course of today. I would expect this to be very similar. Fred Green, although qualifying on pole, I wouldn't say is necessarily the fastest driver we've got there. On pace, anyway, that we saw in race 1 and 2. Riley Bishop, Cameron Edmonds was very fast and ended up falling away.
He was.
Jack Mowat, very fast, fell away. So quite a few drivers. Emmanuel Hay got into the lead, didn't it? And then dropped like a stone. So there are quite a few out there that could potentially cause us a little bit of a headache towards the front end.
Indeed, yeah, I'd say quite a few up in the top 15 that I could say, yeah, I can see them taking the win. I've seen them take race wins before, so definitely on for a good race here. I think it's all going to depend on those opening laps as well, as we've seen in these tricky conditions. If you're able to get somewhere near the front and start to break away, you're on for a pretty good result, as there we already see the lack of grip out there as the 93 goes for a little spin. That's Thomas Strafford. Just getting one out of the way.
Yeah, just making sure that, you know what, I can do it. I know how to recover from it. and now I'm going to show off and I'm going to get through.
Yeah,
That's it.
Perfect. It's a nice comment as well from Cross-Eyed Lion in the chat. Congratulations to all winners and well done to all racers. And you had a good time watching the stream. However, you said goodbye. It's very early to say goodbye, Cross-Eyed Lion. I'm afraid we have 3 finals left to go, and they're sure to be epic. So I don't know where you're going. You better be coming back ASAP, because the rest of this afternoon is going to be fantastic. But thank you for joining us. I hope you have all enjoyed the racing so far today. If you have, make sure you drop a like on the live stream and subscribe to Alpha Live for plenty more, not only karting, all sorts of motorsport content, and of course the Whilton Mill Kart Club back in 2024. You don't want to miss any of it, so make sure you drop a subscribe on the channel. Might as well, we've got a couple of seconds, do a couple of shout outs as well. I'll give myself a cheeky shout out. Make sure you drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. I would be very much appreciative if you could keep up to date with my motorsport endeavours. Have you got anything to shout out for yourself, Jack?
Yeah, Jacko Racing on Instagram, I
There you
suppose.
go.
But ultimately, that's all really. I'm not as hot on it as you are with the whole TikTok style idea or anything like that. But if you basically want to find highlights of the WMKC,
Yes.
then follow John on TikTok,
Yes, you will
because
get a lot of-
ultimately it pop up all the time on mine, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Yes, no, I do enjoy clipping the racing action, as I will be clipping the racing action for today, and it will be going on my TikTok. So yeah, make sure you drop me a follow. Also, the Alpha Live Productions TikTok is pretty good as well. You should go and drop that a follow too. Right, let's see if we can get this race underway. First time of asking for the Junior X30 final. The answer is no, we cannot.
Nope, we do not, and they have to go round again. Second and fourth place were quite a long way ahead of that pole cities, weren't they? There, so
I was holding out hope, but
yeah,
I was
no,
sort of accepting it wasn't going to happen.
a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. And I have to say that I think we should still be done by 4 o'clock, and we are hoping, fingers crossed, that is in time for the light. I think we might just about get away with this.
We should just about sneak it in, but I think the race officials are going to be hoping for not too many of these chevron flags to be out over the last few races. Try and squeeze it in.
The senior X30s and the senior road taxes give it about 20 minutes for each one, and we are looking at maybe 22 quarter 2. So I reckon we're going to get away with this one. As we get towards the end of winter, it does get a bit too dark for motorsport and stuff like that, doesn't it? And don't really complain about the weather, because you've got to be able to drive in anything, haven't you? But the light is a bit more difficult, really. And
a little bit when you can't see it, isn't challenging, I find.
Yeah, exactly.
It is
I have
challenging.
driven Donington a few times though, with the sun sets directly in your eyes as you're going down the back straight
Yes.
and on the pit straight as well. Very
Done that
difficult indeed, isn't it? Like it ruins a nice Sunday drive.
It is blinding, yeah. On my helmet, I don't even have any visor at all.
No,
I took mine off because it sat halfway down my vision. So
Yeah.
I literally got no protection at all. You're there just squinting like, I think the corner's coming up soon.
Well, these guys are going to know the corner's coming up because there's no spray and there's no glares. So we are racing here for the X30 Junior Final. And Fred Green with a massive run, and everybody who was on that side actually getting a really good start, because Riley Bishop went grass cutting and had a really poor start. So again, that outside line is much more favourable as they start the race. There's still no more real room to try and fit your kart in there up the inside, is there? But they just about get away with it. The top 4 pulling away, and I believe it's Fred Green, Cameron Edwards and Jack Mowat somewhere up there. There's a big melee of crashes at the top.
It is indeed, yeah, out of Christmas corner through Boxing Day and up the top of the corners there. About 4 or 5 drivers facing the wrong direction. I think all were managing to get back on circuit. We'll double check that when they come across the line. There is the 32 of Riley Bishop from the front row of the grid, trying to come back through. I think he's managed to get back to sort of 5th or 6th position now, but not the start he would have wanted. He's got it all to do for the rest of this 9-minute heat. But I think you are right in saying it is Cameron Edmonds on the 87 who's got to 2nd place, and he's been looking very, very quick throughout today. He's also got the 24 close in behind him. Aston Sharp has had a brilliant start, up 4 spots there to 3rd place. Another good start as well for Emmanuel Hay. He's in 5th.
Yeah, Emmanuel Hay doing a pretty good job, but not as good a job at any of them as Fred Green. I said he might not be the fastest that we've seen in Heat 1 and 2. Maybe he heard me over the tannoy, trying to prove me wrong, because he is flying right now. He's getting a decent gap. It's not like Cameron Edwards has anybody to worry about. It's just the pure pace of Fred Green as Joey Brown tries to overtake Ashton Sharp. And a little bit of cutting back, a little bit of to-in and throwing. Ashton Sharp is on the inside, and I think just about has the corner still. So he remains in 3rd place as Henry Carter gets a track limit warning.
Indeed, yeah, the 13 of Joey Brown manages to get through into 3rd place there through the middle sections of the circuit. And all getting a bit argy-bargy. It was an attempt from the 24 of Aston Sharp to go up and under through the left-hander. Just didn't quite work out for him that time around. has to settle for 4th for now. And Joey Brown continues his charge forward. He's already starting to close down Cameron Edmonds. But like you were saying, if someone doesn't close down quick on Fred Green, he's going to be off and away here. 1.8 seconds. Now the gap in the lead of the race. The only driver to have dropped below the 1 minute mark. A 59.91 on that last lap for Fred Green. The only person challenging him close to that pace is Joey Brown, as Fred Green had a purple sector 2 and 3, but it was Joey Brown who was fastest in sector 1. Joey's going to want to clear Cameron Edmonds pretty quickly here if he wants any chance at that WM plate.
Riley Bishop with a bit of a comeback charge, a little bit anyway. It's not particularly the best that he could muster, unfortunately. He's in 9th place right now, and maybe he's just squeezed his way up into 8th. Nice little lunge
cheeky
there. Is he going to hold on to it? I don't think so, but that's actually for 7th. Jack Mower, 79. Just
Harrison Leach.
Yeah, Leach gone grass hopping. So Riley Bishop is trying his best, but it's not really gone his way, has it, this race? Unfortunately, he's not going to be walking away with a WM plate, that's for sure. As Joey Brown has got ahead of Aston Sharp and Cameron Edmonds.
Indeed, yeah, and we saw that issue with the overtakes. Unless you can get the block pass down, you dive in, you take a lot more speed into the corner, but the person you just overtaken can then just drive back round you outside, because they've been able to get the kart straighter much earlier than you have, and thus get the power down earlier, and thus go right round you outside. And that's exactly what happened then to Riley Bishop there. Just Jack Mower flew back through round the outside. That's the 79er Harrison Leach that we're watching there. He did go for a little bit of a bumping and jumping through the last lap out of Osiers. He's managed to keep it on the black stuff though, and leads this next train from, what was it, around 11th place downwards, was it not? These drivers still going side by side down into Osiers. Cheeky dive to the inside. If he can get the block pass there, he's got to get a good exit though. The 63 might lose out. Nearly a bit of contact for the 79er behind. Henry Carter makes up 1 position. Can it be 2? Squeezes the 79 to the apex and does take the position. A good little move there from Henry Carter.
This is front fairing penalty. Look at that. That's got a front fairing. His nose cone's hanging off, let alone anything else. That's Harrison Leach. He's going to really struggle. Look at that. It's going to be scraping on the floor.
You're right, yeah.
Harrison Leach,
Massively.
that's a 5 second, if not an orange meatball flag, isn't it, really? Because that's going to potentially fly off and hit someone. I don't know if it's really that bad, but he's got a warning for track limits. No, he's got a warning for contact, and this isn't doing him any more favours, is it?
No, I don't think it is. He just got swallowed up by a couple of carters, though. Tries to go back down the inside of one of them, forces them onto the grass. Manages to hold that. Impressive not to spin that driver on the outside there, but they're chopping and changing so much I can't even tell who is who through this one. The 75 seems to still be leading this train of Max Ewell, I believe. There's more diving down to the inside. That is Max Ewell diving to the inside, apologies. Now on the outside of the 43 of Emmanuel Hay. So it's all chopping and changing in this pack in the middle of the circuit. A couple of drivers going wide on the entrance to the boot, and they're going to spin round. One driver turns round the other. I'm trying to see who was involved in that one. Back to the inside goes the 79 of Harrison Leach. It was the 43 of Emmanuel Hay who turned someone around there. And I think it was Max Ewell potentially who he just turned around.
While all this is going on, Joey Brown has the fastest lap of the race, trying to chase in Fred Green. The fastest lap was only about a tenth quicker than Fred Green, but still, it's every little helps, doesn't it? With the last 3.5 minutes, you never know if he gets a bit of a rhythm. If Fred Green makes a mistake, we could have a battle for the race lead. But right now, we're focusing on the battle we're headed by the 43 of Emmanuel Hay, the fight to get into the top 10 effectively. And there is Joey Brown ahead of, is that Cameron?
It's got to be Cameron Edmonds. Yeah, it is. I remember that pink livery of Cameron's. So these two, second and third at the moment. I'm not sure when Joey Brown was able to clear Cameron Edmonds, but he's done it. However, both of them have fallen off of the leader's pace, though. 3.2 seconds now, that gap, and a 59.37 on that last lap. New fastest lap of the race for Fred Green.
Yeah, it was a half a second quicker than Joey Brown's last attempt at the
Impressive.
fastest lap as well, which was literally a lap ago. Track limits for Morgan Hill. There's been a lot of black and white flags being thrown about in this particular race. A lot of contacts, a lot more track warnings as well. Levi Singera just got a warning. It didn't say what kind of warning, it just said warning for something.
You are warned.
You are warned. Consider yourself warned for that thing that you did that we won't tell you. This is just front-faring death right now. Look at this battle, John, that we've got going on for about 10th position. I think Harrison Leach is still leading all of this. And it's just absolute pandemonium. 43 gets hit and gets spanned. Well, we felt like that was going to happen at some point. That was Emmanuel Hay in the 12th position. Again, too many cars trying to do too much and too little a track. There's Paul Heath looking on as Chief Marshal. I think he's Chief Marshal here anyway. Trying to figure out exactly what happens and make sure everything's running smoothly on the track. Letting race control know if they need any clearing or what's going on and everything like that. In the middle of the circuit. Obviously, Dana Heath, one of the main head timekeepers here, I think, as well. I want to say, I've given them these titles. I know they're very heavily involved, and I think they're the titles. Yes, it is Dana Heath, isn't it, as timekeeper? And, yeah, Paul Syrett is competition secretary. Up the NATSCA representatives of those three people that I've just mentioned, who I grew up with in NATSCA.
Nice. Nice.
Give them a shout out. You've got to give the people who run it a shout out as well. All they do
to.
is get shouted at by everybody when they come in for complaints, don't they? So you've got to give them a shout out when it's available. And, well, as I said, Fred Green is got that fastest lap. Giving him a shout out is rather superfluous because he's about to take the WM plate, I would say, in about a minute. And I know we're not supposed to assume that so early, John. But can you really take it away from him right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's dealt with that gap really nicely, hasn't he, Fred Green? Keeping it over 3 seconds, and there he is. I love that with the clear visor. You can see the look in his eyes. Focus, full focus ahead, because he knows one little mistake here and he could chuck it all away. It's so slippery out there. And look at that. He's only really got about half a straight back to Joey Brown as they headed down that hill. Just over 30 seconds left to go on the clock here. I think this is going to be close as to whether we'll have 1 or 2 more laps of this race. I think it might just about be going on to the final lap for Fred Green at the end of this one. And a very impressive showing from the Jamie Green racing driver on that number 5 plated kart. Of course, that meaning that he is the number 5 seeded driver in the British Kart Championships in Junior X30s. Hence why you might assume he's going to be up there at the sharp end of this order, and he's certainly proving that today. Yellow flag into the first sector, and I think actually Fred Green has got over the line before the timer hits 0, and thus we've got 2 more laps of this race to go.
Yeah, it slightly surprises me actually, because as we saw him go across the line, it was on 0. But each their own, I'm sure. They know what they're doing here at Whilton Mill, probably much better than we do anyway.
You were just bigging up the timekeeper, and
now
you're
hey, Gainer's a legend. Gainer's a legend. That's why I'm not disputing it. If she says it goes, it goes. But yeah, Fred Green just has to do it for 1 more lap, which I'm sure he won't mind doing too much. He pulled out half a tenth on Joey Brown on that previous one. He's just managing the gap now, isn't he? Not trying to push too hard. The closest battle we've got towards the top end is Aston Sharp versus Morgan Hill.
And then we've got like
a lot
Eddie
of space.
Dimbleby downwards from 13th.
Yeah,
it's just a straight battle of everyone.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
13th down to about 23rd. I'd say there's 10 karts in a row there battling for position.
Well, we're on the final lap now. Aston Sharp rounding out the final couple of corners. I think that must mean we've got Fred Green, who should have rounded out the corner.
He has. Still yellow flags into the first sector. There he is.
He's just so far ahead.
He's so far ahead of the rest of the drivers in the field, heading through Boxing Day now. And indeed, continuing to, well, not only manage that gap, he's got another 3/4 tenths of a second on Joey Brown. So he's not sitting on his laurels here, is Fred Green. He's not chilling out and being like, oh, I've got this in the bag. I'll just cruise around the end of the lap. But that can often catch drivers out when they start, particularly in conditions like this. You back off a little bit and you find you don't attack the corner quite the same, and you don't have the same grip, and suddenly you've spun off because you've gone slower than what you were doing before. So not ideal, but Fred Green hasn't done that. He's been going incredibly quickly. He's catching a few back markers, but I don't think that'll hold him up too much, and it will be Fred Green with the check over the shoulder as he comes round the boot, around the final corner for the last time here. He is going to be the W8 plate champion here, and he dabs across the line. Lovely from Fred Green. He takes the win in the Junior X30 final, and he will be able to use not only his number 5 seeded number, but also the WM plate at any Whilton Mill Kart Club events in 2024. What a brilliant race from Fred Green.
Yeah, and he'll also be able to use the photo of him dabbing over the finish line as a profile picture, because we all know that's what the cool kids do.
It is, yeah.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
Right, even I know that at the ripe old age of 20.
That's because we were the cool kids when
that was cool. We were the cool kids, John. Don't let anybody tell you they weren't. Going across the line then, let's round out the rest of the field. Fred Green should take the WM plate unless he gets a the nose cone penalty or fair fairings or whatever it's called, which he probably won't do. Joey Brown, second place. Cameron Edmonds was in third. Jensen Pugh was fourth in the end, with Aston Sharp going down to fifth. 6th was Morgan Hill, 7th Riley Bishop, 8th Jack Mowat, 9th Henry Carter, 10th Nat Johnston, 11th Sebastian Dew, 12th Mayan Patel, 13th Katie Ashman, 14th Ellie Dimbleby. And I'll just take a breath to say that Fred Green did not get a penalty, therefore he is the proud owner of a WM plate here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Right, let's do the rest of them as all three of them got through unabashed. 15th Josh Jones, 16th. Oh, we've got one. We've got one. Who is that?
It was a Jack Dex racing car, I'm pretty sure. I couldn't quite see
Jensen Pugh.
who it was.
I'll carry it on anyway.
Okay.
All these are provisional, but you know, take it with a pinch of salt. Aidan Mitchell, I think I got up to in 17th place. 18th Hamish Forrest. 19th Max Ewell. 20th Shane Chandaria. 21st Harry Walsh. 22nd Spencer Allen. 23rd Archie Owen. 24th Levi Sangera. 25th Max Wright. 26th Noah Goodfellow. 27th Dylan Patel. 28th Harry Khalil. 29th Joseph McMahon, and 30th Thomas Stratford, 31st Harrison Leach, 32nd Emmanuel Hay, and 33rd Jamie Fagan. Why do I always offer to do that when it's the longest grid we have?
You do.
I always just start doing it and I think, oh, why did I do this? It's taking a really long time now. I'm really going to do with a drink. But I'm sure a lot of these drivers could do with a drink as well. And we're going to have about, I don't know, 7 seconds to get one because we're about to head into the Senior X30s.
You are, and your pole sitter for the Senior X30 final decided by fastest lap. Joint on 68 points were Micah Taylor and Jack Cox. However, Micah Taylor did a 44.60 and Jack Cox could only manage a 44.62. 0.02 of a second in it between the pole sitters and the second place sitter on this grid then. Kian Garrity and Henry Gregory will line up on row 2 with Harry Pears and Vishal Patel there on row number 3. Row 40 is Harry Torpy and Dayton Coulthard. Then Macy Hitter and Luke Taylor round out the top 10 with Kian Leon Gamiao and Charlie Barlow there on row number 6. Row 7 has George Robinson and Robbie Buckley. Then it's Tristan Powell, Harry Yule, Jensen Buckingham and Harry Maynard there on row number 9. Row 10 has Alex Johnson and David Marcel rounding out the top 20. Then it's Josh Palfreman, Archie Heron, Ollie Stilp and Kane Gohill in there behind them. Row 13, Alfie Richards and Enzo Liu. Then row 14, Willoughby Steele and Oliver Harris. And rounding out the top 30, Dovdas Deglau and Jerry Hu there on 29th and 30th place. And Nigel Green on the 445 rounds out the 31 kart grid.
You got to wonder where Jack Cox was doing. Like, well, he has to look at himself, doesn't he? Losing out those 0.02 of a second. Oh, I mean,
what was he messing around at?
I know. Did he get distracted by a flag, or did he try and wave at someone? 0.02 of a second. Could have been on pole position, Jack. Anyway, doesn't really matter, does it? Because he could get into first place by Christmas corner. You never know. It's rare that we see anybody go from second to first by the first corner here at Whilton Mill, especially in these conditions.
Or he could get understeered into at turn 1.
Oh, yeah, if you want to look at it like that, yeah. John's had a very hard day and is feeling rather negative at the end here.
I've just seen it too many times to ignore that now.
I mean, it's true, to be fair. It is true. But, yeah, it's going to be a strong end to this. Kian Garrity, obviously a race winner earlier in the day. Harry Pears has had a pretty solid day, but I wouldn't say shown particularly enough to warrant him as a favourite here. Micah Taylor up from the Junior X30s into the Senior X30s, qualifying on pole position. Fairly impressive for his first foray into the older category. Jack Cox, though, he can't really go. I mean, to be fair, Henry Gregory as well qualified on pole. He was very, very fast, and I'm trying to find where the tab that I've got this Senior X30s is.
you got a few tabs open.
I have got a fair few tabs open. Henry Gregory, there, second place in the championship. Harry Torpy, who hasn't really been anywhere today, did win the championship.
He's 7th on the grid for this.
Yeah, he hasn't really been.
He's been there and thereabouts,
yeah,
but just not quite able to challenge a couple of tenths.
If we were talking about a championship round, we'd be saying, okay, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Best of life, but not a bad round. But we're not. We're talking about a one-off, and it needs to be the final. It needs to get it done, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But then again, I don't think Fred Green had a particularly brilliant race 1 and 2, and he ended up winning it by a canter. Starbuck as well.
And Zach Champney started 7th.
Zach Champney, sorry, yeah,
yeah.
of course. I said Zach. I said.
Yeah, Starbuck started P2, didn't he?
P2,
and then came to P1.
yeah. So, yeah, either way, I mean, there's opportunities out there. We, as I said, it's been a slightly more subdued sort of race for the lead here in the finals. That doesn't mean that these guys can't turn that around.
Indeed, indeed. Let's see if they can. A lot of drivers closing in behind here. It's quite elongated at the back of the pack. Yeah, and indeed it is going to be going round again. We needed the front two of Michael Taylor and Jack Cox there to just slow down a little bit and let the rest of the field catch up. Sadly, they did not, so we'll be doing 1,200 metres more of this circuit, and they'll be coming round to try it all again.
Fingers crossed they get it right this time. It's not that they haven't done it enough today, have they?
No, exactly. The 4.45 there, right on the back of the grid. Nigel Green, racing for that Jamie Green racing team in the Senior X30s. He showed some really good pace here today, but has been in an incident in both Heat 1 and Heat number 2, hence why he's starting right down at the back of the field on only 5 points, because I don't think he's seen the checkered flag in either race, sadly for him, but he has been battling up in the top 10, so let's see what he can do from the back of the grid.
Well, certainly storylines to look out for left, right and centre, but the one that counts for it all is the one that Mika Taylor and Jack Cox are in the prime position to go and get. Front row of the grid. Look at that. Everybody weaving apart from number 19, Jack Cox. Not weaving, measuring, focusing, waiting to see what Mika Taylor can do. Just because he's been in the juniors and this is his first into the seniors doesn't mean he's not used to winning races, Mika Taylor. He knows how to control the grid. He knows how to get gone. And get gone he's going to do now as well. It's not the best start we've seen today, and I think pretty good actually from Jack Cox. But he's had to slip into 3rd place because through goes number 37, Kian Geraghty, into 2nd place. A race winner here today so far. And he's very keen to try and give Mika Taylor a little bit of a headache, I'm sure, as we go through the first couple of corners. There's a little bit of contact. Christmas corner, big. Coulthard ends up getting turned around.
He does indeed. Yeah, I saw him get nerfed out wide through Oblivion as well. And then it happens again at Christmas corner. Got one tap for good luck and another one sent him round in a spin. The leaders are batting though. That's Micah Taylor fending off from the 52. That's Harry Pears. What a start from Harry. He's going for the lead. Now batting for 2nd. Now batting for 3rd. Up through goes another driver around the outside. Goes to 37 to Kian Geraghty. They're swapping and changing like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said it was a brilliant start and then all of a sudden he falls backwards a little bit. But he's still there or thereabouts. He could come back at us in a little bit. Mika Taylor's not disappearing. Jack Cox is keen. Not Jack Cox. Although he is keen, he's in 3rd place at the moment. It's Kian Geraghty who is keen. But a contact warning for Kian Geraghty could cause a little bit of a problem later on. He has to be slightly careful. And if his front fairing has a problem, then you know what that means and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, definitely need to be careful as they're squeezing each other. And the 77 gets pushed wider. Henry Gregory qualifying on pole position. Henry, and he's getting nerfed out of it somewhat. All the way down in probably 7th position now. As there's a change to the race lead, is that, or is that Jack Cox going through on Kian Geraghty? I couldn't quite see. That's the 37 of Kian Geraghty. I think it was Jack Cox going through on it. No, there's Mika Taylor.
So I think they were battling. I think it's just settled back into what it was. Down the inside does go Jack Cox finally. And that was the perfect block pass of Jack Cox.
Yeah, managed to get it over to the racing line. Slow it down because you can't get on the power just yet because otherwise your wheels spin out of it and you might go across the grass. Stop the driver coming from behind and get gone yourself. Really good there by Jack Cox. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, really, really nice bit of racing between those two. Onto a new lap we go then. Jack Cox takes the fastest lap of the race despite making an overtake on that lap. First driver into the 58. 58.74 for Jack Cox. 59.19 for Micah Taylor. 59.53 for Harry Pears. Everyone else a minute plus on those lap times. Last lap, it's all going to close up at Christmas corner. They're all going to make a bit of contact, but they just about make it through. But also, those drivers are going to have to watch out for those front fairing penalties now after making contact like that. They want to make sure they don't do that again later on in this race. Some big movers though. Alex Johnson up 10 places to 9th place, up 6 positions for George Robinson up into 7th. So some big movers down in the bottom end of the top 10. Dr. Steglau up 11 into 18th as well. Impressive stuff. We look back though, this is the battle for the lead, and Jack Cox is all over the rear end of Micah Taylor.
Micah is going to come off of this, and whether he wins it or not, he's going to know he's been in a race, hasn't he? 6 minutes to go, and this is the closest battle for the race lead we've had in all of the finals so far.
We've been waiting for this.
We have been waiting for it, and it's coming the penultimate one of the day. If the senior Rotaxes can follow suit, this is going to be simply stunning, isn't it? But Jack Cox is going for the race lead. Out of Fair Lady and into Christmas corner. He has the inside line. There's no response from Mika Taylor this time, and the lead has changed. Mika Taylor has to settle for 2nd, if only for a couple of corners. Jack Cox is leading the way, and Kian Geraghty is keen to repeat the feat that he managed earlier in the day.
Indeed, yeah. Cian Geraghty and Jack Cox, your race winners from earlier on. Both of them wanting to take another win in the all-important final, but also Mika Taylor, who's not had a win yet, would quite like his first win to be this one. This is one where it all matters, and this is where you go home with that nice, shiny WM plate alongside a lovely shiny trophy as well. These three battling very closely. Harry Pears not too far off, but not quite close enough to challenge. And to be fair to Harry Torpy, he's getting a couple of positions in this final. He's up to P5. A little bit of time between himself and Harry Pears, but not too far off as he dropped below 5 minutes left to go. But Jack Cox sets another fastest lap of the race, 58.39 for Jack Cox. He's already got a 9/10 of a second gap, as now Micah Taylor's under a bit of pressure from the 37 of Cian Geraghty. Geraghty gets a good exit, switches back to the inside as they head down towards Ashby, chucks it towards the apex, takes second place. But will he hold on to it for the exit? Going to go back to the outside is the 48 of Micah Taylor. However, that inside line is key round that left-hander, and the 37 of Cian Geraghty does take second place.
I have to say, although Mika Taylor may not win this in the end, I do admire him for jumping up to the older category, and I quite like that as well, because if you're going to try and run a WM plate, what's the point in winning it in the junior category if you're just going to go straight up to the senior one? You might as well at least test the waters in the senior one, see, one, how competitive you are for next year, two, get some experience driving against the drivers you will be driving against, and three, if you win the WM plate, you get to win it all year there, all of a sudden, sort of thing. So it's quite a good idea, really. And he does look out of place. Okay, no. He's not won, and okay, maybe the others are a little bit out and out, a little bit quicker than him at the moment, but I still admire it.
Yeah, he didn't win a race, as you say, but he did get good enough finishing positions to qualify first. So consistency is key in motorsport, and he's certainly done that. So fair play to him. He's had a really good initial day in these senior karts. We are assuming it's his first day in senior karts. He may have had some experience already, but he's put on a great show for us out on circuit. So are these drivers heading down towards Ashby. A little bit of a punt there behind for one of the drivers. 95 there, just staying ahead of the 188. This is Vishal Patel, Tristan Powell, Jensen Buckingham, and Alex Johnston battling over 10th place. Back to the inside, tries the 188, squeezes the 46 out to dry. Alex Johnson has to sit behind once again as Tristan Powell goes back through, and Jensen Buckingham's just in behind. He's actually getting overtaken now by the one, I couldn't quite spot the number who that was actually, heading down into that section of corners. Could have been the 13 of Robbie Buckley.
Yeah, it may well have been. I didn't quite see it.
I think it was.
There we go, there he is, yeah. Jack Cox sets another fastest lap of the race and pulls out a 2.3 second lead on Cian Geraghty, who can't seem to quite live with him. That's a half a second margin that he's managed to pull out in just that last lap alone. Harry Pears going a little bit quicker than Mika Taylor, but not enough to really worry him as we sort of search elsewhere to find the battles as the front four somewhat gap themselves. A little lunge up the inside there. I couldn't quite see who it was. This is them. It's the 48 of Mika Taylor. It's not 48 of Mika Taylor, surely. That is the 188 of... it's the 46 of Alex Johnson on Tristan Powell. Tristan Powell going rally crossing on the outside, unfortunately. But yeah, it was the 46 I was managing to get mixed up with the 48.
777 of Dovdas Deglau down the inside of Luke Taylor there at Oceans as well. He takes 15th position for himself as the timer ticks below 2 minutes left to go then in your third to last final of the day. Was it second to last final of the day? Second to last final of the day. It's going even faster than I thought. Impressive stuff. Less than 2 minutes to go, as I say. These two still battling low. The 50 managed to squeeze past Jensen Buckingham. Does get hit up the backside though. Alex Johnston goes into the rear of his kart there and actually needs to be a bit careful of getting a penalty for moves like that. But Jensen Buckingham was through anyway. I think we just had a bit of an issue with the Christmas camera there. As you can see, our camera op just kneeling down into the box of doom to try and work out what the problem was there with his camera. But big shout out to the Alpha Live Productions crew, bringing us brilliant pictures of today's action as we watch more battling down into Oge as the 46 just getting hung out to dry there. Alex Johnston losing a position to the 188 of Tristan Powell. So Alex Johnston on this lap has dropped out of the top 10.
I love that. As soon as you said the Alpha Live production, and then they instantly like, logo! About a tenth of a second. Then that was on. Happy accident we just got told by Darren in our ear. Yeah, I did think that did tickle me slightly. Right, 50 seconds or 45 seconds left to go now. I've stopped laughing. And plus a lap, of course. Jack Cox doesn't look like he's really under any pressure. 58.15. Still a good, well, a full half a second quicker than Cian Geraghty in second place. So what we were once hoping for the battle of the race lead has somewhat been nullified here by the speed of Jack Cox. But the battle further back has been quite entertaining, hasn't it? That fight for sort of just inside the top 10 has been raging. And I have to say, I think the 188 of Tristan Powell has done that line, i.e. off the circuit, at least 4 times this race.
I think we have seen him take a few jumps on that exit of...
Could be a replay at this point.
Could be. Fair play. He's kept it going despite doing all that grass tracking, and he's still in a good position, just ahead of the 93 there, wasn't he? So that's Harry Maydon 13th, so he's now dropped from 10th to 12th as Tristan Powell, but still having a decent race as the timer has hit 0. However, as we're watching these drivers, your leader is already going down towards Ashby. He's already halfway through this lap that the drivers are now going on to. So we've got this half of a lap to go for Jack Cox. Then he'll head us on to the final lap, and barring any calamities for Jack, we'll see him take home the WM plate.
Yeah, look at that. Just confident with his steering, knows how much to put in. It's not really too fussed about leaning into it or anything like that. Just controlled. It's mainly with the feet here. It's very sort of easy to be calm and composed with the steering wheel if your feet are calm and composed as well. And he has done everything down to a T. He's got a nice rhythm. Look at that. It's almost like he's driving in the dry at this rate. He's so composed. It's so smooth through there. It's very, very impressive from Jack Cox. And hopefully we'll see him back next year as well. And it will be running the WM plate. And if he's got anything behind him in terms of the championship, then I'm excited to see what he has. If he turns up next year, of course, which is obviously what we're hoping for. Just having a look and seeing if we've seen him before, Jack Cox.
Definitely.
He came 16th in the championship, but look at how many rounds he missed.
Rounds, yeah.
1, 2, 3 rounds missed, 4 rounds missed.
Yeah.
You can only drop 1.
No, he's definitely a name I recognise from Whilton Mill Kart Club over the years. And he's proved himself here today.
To be fair, though, he hasn't won. He's only come second once. He hasn't won any races this season,
Fair play.
apart from this one.
Fair play. Well, if you're going to win any race,
Yeah.
this is the one to do it at. Mr. Jack Cox, the number 19, moves his way around the final section of the circuit, gets it nice and slidey. That's just showing off, Jack. 3 seconds in the lead, and he's going to take the checkered flag first and win the WM plate in our senior X30 category for the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2023. It's Cian Geraghty and Micah Taylor who follow him across the line to finish in second and third. There's still battles going on behind here. The 188 of Tristan Powell still battling with the 13 of Robbie Buckley. He wants that 11th place in behind as well. Harry Maynard trying to get involved too, but I don't think any of them are going to change position there through the final couple of corners. Good exit for the 93 though. He might steal that away on the line. It was certainly very close between the two of them, but just missed out. 0.04 of a second between those two as they crossed the line. Let me continue with that run through the order. George Robinson was in 4th with Harry Pears there in 5th place. Harry Torpy, Henry Gregory, Vishal Patel, Jensen Buckingham, Alex Johnston round out the top 10. With Robbie Buckley, Tristan Powell, Harry Maynard, Harry Yule, Dovdas Deglau, Josh Palfreman, Luke Taylor, Charlie Barlow, Ollie Stilp and Archie Heron rounding out the top 20. And behind them, Cian Gohill, Nigel Green, good race for him up to 22nd place to be fair from last on the grid. Alfie Richards behind, then David Marshall, Willoughby Steele, Oliver Harris, Enzo Liu, Jeremy Hu, Dayton Coulthard, Macy Hitter and Cian Leon Gamiel. Sadly, Dayton Coulthard, Macy Hitter and Cian Leon Gamiel did not make it to the checkered flag in that one. But a great race then from our senior X30s. We're just double checking that none of them have any nose cone penalties, and it doesn't seem like they do, to be fair. So your provisional podium for the senior X30s: Jack Cox, Cian Geraghty and Micah Taylor. But that's it. One senior class done and dusted then for the senior X30s. One final left to go for the WM plate in 2023 here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And coming up next is your WM plate final for senior Rotax.
Senior road taxes then, and if the heats are anything to go by, this should be the biggest walkover we've had so far, because Ben Folland has been absolutely superb. It'll probably come to the fruition that this is the closest battle we have all in the finals, isn't it, all day. Row 1 then on pole position, Ben Folland and Sam Baker in the 31 alongside. Row 2, 88, Alex Moody and 67, Louis Reaver. Row 3, George Donalds and Jack Gillingham. Row 4, Ethan Martin and Lucas Ellingham. Row 5, Archie Buttle and William Pemble. Row 6, Charlie Webb and Jack Cooper. Row 7, Leo Brown and James Tester. Row 8, Brandon Klein, Nigel Vort and Hazaki Hussein. Row 9, Jack Hollins and Ben Ballou. Row 10, Benjamin Southgate and Lorenzo Cordal. Row 11, Romarian Ubi and Harrison Morrow. Row 12, Paolo Nunez Aranda and Stefan Kashmachik. Row 13, Ross Tyler and Jack Wilch. Row 14, Mac McFarquhar and Jake Riches. Row 15, Stephanie Hobacker and Finley Hayes. Row 16, Asapinda and Harry Ballor. And row 17, Samuel Cook and Joe Fox. And so the final of the day, it's always nice to say that a little bit. It does mean that the day is coming to a close, which is a shame. It does mean we get to go home soon. So it's
well, some of us do.
Well, some of us do. Yeah, you have to do the podium. You live a lot closer than me.
That's very true. That's very true.
I did it last year.
I'm not complaining. Right, here we go then. Last final of the day. Can we get it done first time I'm asking? It looks like we can. Senior Rotax final is off, underway and racing. And immediately Ben Folland, as we would expect, takes the early lead then. Look at this, 3 wide, 4 wide in the background as they all try and make their way through a rather sketchy first couple of corners. They do seemingly all make it through though. A bit of argy-bargy up into Christmas Corner as they all hold that inside line. A few risking around the outside, and it really does work out for a few of them, stealing some good positions away. But look at the gap Ben Folland is already starting to make at the front of the field.
There were some spinners in the background. You can see the green flags waved after a yellow. We'll keep an eye on who they potentially were. I think Brangon Nagelvoort hasn't come through on Sector 1 yet, so we could see him, his day go from promising to downright poor.
Yeah, he's just come through, I think, 6-7 seconds behind. Benjamin Southgate also has, he's just come through 20 seconds behind. So yeah, some big offs on that first lap.
Nasty, isn't it, really? But Ben Folland, he was qualified in pole. He was first in Heat 1. Pretty sure he was first in Heat 2.
I'm pretty sure he's won both, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he qualified in pole, and it looks like he's already gapping Sam Baker and the rest of the field. He's the only driver to delve into the 59s on that lap. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes into the 57s out there at some point during this race, because he is absolutely electric as Ben Folland. Sam Baker is not slow, not a slow driver whatsoever. Look at Lucas Ellingham, all trying his best to climb all over the curves to get any kind of run on George Donald to get into the podium positions. He may be the only driver that we can put money on if he can get into second place to catch up to Ben Folland. But the more that Ben Folland, the more laps he has in the lead unopposed, the further away he's going to be. But Lucas Ellingham, after what has been a poor day for him, is trying to charge through and make something of this miserable November weekend for him.
Yeah, Lucas Ellingham's had some difficulties today, hasn't he? Some bad luck through the first couple of heats. Of course, started off the day pretty well. He was nicely up the grid for both heats, but on the first lap had some sort of issues, was taken out quite massively on the first heat, managed to fight back to a 16th. I think he was then up near the low end of the top 10 after some issues in heat number 2 as well, but he's already battling through nicely, up 5 positions in the opening couple of minutes of this race. Lucas Ellingham now has the fastest lap, 59.08, and he's only just less than 2 seconds behind Ben Folland. As you say, I think the 45 of Lucas Ellingham could be the only person to potentially challenge Ben Folland here. He hasn't even had to think about Lucas Ellingham through the day. Lucas has been nowhere near him due to those issues, but now he might just come into play.
That's not to say that Lucas Ellingham is the only driver, those two are the only drivers that could win.
Oh, no.
The 14 flies off the circuit. Just before I carry on my train of thought, Jack Cooper flies off, unfortunately. But if the Lucas Ellingham can catch up to Ben Folland and they fight, you can still see Sam Baker, you can still see George Donald, Louis Weaver in with an opportunity. But they need someone to rein him in.
They do. And look at this. Lucas Ellingham's already hounding that rear axle of the 31 of Sam Baker as they head through the first couple of corners. Just look how much Lucas Ellingham moves himself around in that kart to maximise grip out of the tyres as he flies through those opening couple of corners. And he does set a new fastest lap of the race, 58.120 for Lucas Ellingham. It was fastest laps, or personal best, I should say, for pretty much every driver on the field. But Lucas Ellingham, a good 5-6 tenths of a second faster than anyone, now puts the move on Sam Baker, now takes second place, and now only has clear air between himself and Ben Folland. And look how close he is.
If I was Sam Baker, I wouldn't be too disappointed. Use Ellingham to catch up to Folland. Hope that Folland fights him. And then he's got
to now. I don't think working together is going to work for Ben Folland. Lucas Ellingham has caught him very, very quickly here, and I think we could see some heavy defending from Ben Folland even to hold on to the lead here. 0.3 of a second between them as they come across the line, and as you said previously, if they do start fighting, Sam Baker is very interested, George Donald is very interested, Louis Weir is very interested, and so it's everyone in behind. New fastest lap the way of Lucas Ellingham, but Ben Folland knows it. Ben Folland defends.
Yeah, he was 9/10 quicker on that previous lap. Ellingham, then Folland, and as they go towards Ashby, there's going to be a change for the race lead because Lucas Ellingham slides his way up the inside. Is there going to be an answer from Folland? No, there isn't. Ellingham gives him a tap of the helmet, says, let's work together, let's get gone. I don't believe that for a second.
So he dived to the inside there. Impressive stuff. Just bled off the brakes there, allowed the kart to wash all the way to the outside to make sure that Folland couldn't get the better exit there and dip back round us outside. Beautiful move from Lucas Ellingham. You can tell that he's done that a few times before.
Yeah, to be fair, every time I've seen him race, he doesn't have to overtake anybody.
No, very true. He's usually out the front, isn't he?
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see him actually do it, but he didn't seem to mind too much, did he? He's carved through. He's gotten through, and he's opened up a 6/10 gap. Ben Folland probably thought his day couldn't have gone any better, and then all of a sudden, into the final he goes. Oh,
as we've said many times, it doesn't matter where, well, it does matter where you finishes in Heat 1 and Heat 2 because it sets up the grid for the final. But really, it doesn't matter because if you can get to the front of the final, it doesn't matter where you started from.
Yeah.
You still take that WM plate, and Lucas Ellingham is seemingly doing just that at the moment. Will Ben Folland have any sort of answer from this pace from Lucas Ellingham? There was a whole second faster Lucas Ellingham was on the last lap than Ben Folland. Unbelievable, unbelievable.
It's very, very quick indeed. How's Brendan Klein Nagelvoort getting on? He's in 16th place. He started in 15th. And it surprised me considering the driver who was so promising earlier on in the day. It's just not come to fruition, has it? I mean, some technical issues and gremlins haven't helped. But, yeah, a bit of a shame for him as we now watch the 101 on our screens. Who is the 101? Where are we looking here? Oh, it's Archie Buttle. Of course it is. Is that Jack Gillingham?
No, Jack Gillingham's fallen off a bit. He's got the orange lid in the background, so it's Alex Moody he's battling with, I think.
Alex Moody getting a nice little cut back there as well, actually. Can he get the run through Fair Lady?
They were very slow, whoever that was, off of the corner. Whether they were batting, was that Archie Buttle who's gone slowly off of the corner? Might have come to a stop, actually, out of Oblivion and Crook there. So we'll keep an eye as they come through the sectors. And yeah, there you go. The 101 of Archie Buttle has come to a halt then. And that's his WM plate final over.
Yeah, he didn't pull it onto the grass or anything. I'm not. There we go. He's pulling it onto the grass now. Not actually sure what happened there, but oh, we've only got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. John,
hey, time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, no, it's mad, isn't it? Anyway, I said that someone's going to go into the 57s. To be fair, I backed Ben Folland to do it. Well, Lucas Ellingham has just done it twice in a row, 57.76. And that is faster than Ben Folland by a second. That's best lap. That's the fastest laps compared.
That's insane.
Yeah, a bit of a cheat code right now, isn't it?
Insane.
George Donald is also just as fast as Ben Folland, and Sam Baker is only a couple of tenths off. George Donald maybe just catching up to the back of Sam Baker a touch, actually. So that might be a podium battle to be keeping an eye out on. Everybody else seems to be somewhat line astern.
Yeah, the drivers at the lower end of the top 10, still in very good positions, are lapping in the 1 minute mark.
Yeah.
Lucas Ellingham is almost 3 seconds a lap faster than people still in the top 10. Unbelievable pace from Lucas Ellingham. All he's got to do now is just keep it on the track. He's got a 3 second gap back to Ben Folland now, just over a minute left to go. And it's just a case of, holding it together and bringing home the victory now for the, I believe, Jack Dex Racing driver, Lucas Ellingham, on that number 45 plate. He comes across the line now, starts a new lap of the race. Just over a minute to go then, so I think we can assume 3 more laps of this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be something along those lines, won't it? That is 16 of George Donald, and as I said before, maybe catching up a touch to the back of Sam Baker.
He's looking for the podium, isn't he?
Yeah, he wants it badly, and he was about 2 tenths quicker on that previous, maybe 3 tenths quicker actually on that previous lap. He was maybe a couple of tenths quicker on the lap before as well. Slowly pulling him in. It is only slowly, but it might be enough to catch him towards the end. Maybe on a last lap lunge. Lucas Ellingham is going to be starting. I think he's probably, we're going to get this half a lap plus 2 more, won't we? So you're right, 3 laps. It's going to be close, but yeah, he's coming around the final corner now, so he's about to start. Yeah, this will be the penultimate lap he is starting. So we are watching George Donald, who's not had a bad day either. to be fair, it's just the way it goes, isn't it? The way I just realised, I said at the beginning, I was like, well, Ben Folland, he's won both races. He's qualified on pole. He's qualified on pole here. It's probably the biggest sort of obvious one.
He's a guarantee.
He's a guarantee. It's the most obvious guarantee. And here we are with him not winning the race. I'll call that the commentator's curse. But actually, I don't want to, because to be fair, it's been very good driving by Lucas Ellingham. Ben Folland hasn't really done anything wrong. But it's just one of those things. I can't believe I got it wrong.
I know, yeah. Lights to flag victory in both heats for Ben Folland. It would have seemed guaranteed, but hey, when Lucas Ellingham's around, nothing is guaranteed.
Motorsport for you, isn't it, really?
Exactly.
You can't take anything for granted.
No, exactly. You definitely cannot. But the timer has now ticked to 0. You saw Lucas Ellingham there flying around your shot and flying around the last couple of corners. He will start the final lap of the race then, and that gap was extended past 5 seconds. It's going to be even more now when they come across the line once more. Now 6.2 seconds in the lead. Lucas doesn't even look like he's particularly trying through the last few laps of this, and is still getting about half a second to a second a lap on the rest of his competitors.
Yeah, he's loving life, isn't he? That's all he's doing right now.
He's chilling.
Why wouldn't he? I remember one time, you lead a race or something like that, and you look in your mirrors and you think, oh, I've got 2 laps to go. You think, I can't really see anybody. You just think, oh my God, I can enjoy it for once. I'm not just on edge constantly. Like, I can actually maybe enjoy the last couple of laps.
For me, I maybe think that actually puts the pressure on me, as in no one can take me out. Only I can chuck this away.
It's a frame of mind, to be honest.
It's got to be the frame of mind.
I've done that a fair few times, but he's won enough races, hasn't he, now to not worry about that.
Amazing as Lucas Ellingham, and he's showing his incredible skill here in a very cold, very chilly and very wet November afternoon. It is Lucas Ellingham who's going to take the WM plate in Senior Rotax. He's won 4 years in a row in Senior X30. He wins, I believe he won the WM plate last year for Senior X30, moves over to Senior Rotax, takes the win in the championship, now takes the WM plate as well. Who can stop Lucas Ellingham? I just don't know. Ben Folland looked like he could all day, still finishes 6 seconds behind in the final. What a race day for Ben Folland. 2 wins in both of the heats, a win in each. Sadly, can't convert it in the final. Lucas Ellingham takes the WM plate for Senior Rotax. Ben Folland has to settle for second. Sam Baker rounds out the podium. We'll run you through the rest of the order now as we watch out for those nose cones as they come into the pit lane. It was George Donald, Louis Weaver in behind in 4th and 5th. Charlie Webb, Alex Moody, Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, Leo Brown and Jack Gillingham rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Lorenzo Cordal, Ben Ballou, William Pemble, Zaki Hussain, James Tester, Jack Collins, Ethan Martin, Harry Blore, Stefan Kachmashik and Jake Richards there in 20th. Then it was Harrison Morrow, Stephanie Becker, then Mac McFarquhar, good race from him up to 23rd. Benjamin Southgate in behind, then Paulo Nunes-Aranda, Romarin Ubi, then Jack Wilch, Finney Hayes, Ross Tyler and Asa Pinder rounded out the top 30 with Jack Cooper and Joe Fox. Rounding out the 32 finishers, and of course, sadly, we lost Archie Buttle on the 101 earlier on in that race. Well, let's have a look then. Lucas Ellingham, hopefully you would assume, he did make quite a few overtakes in that race, but from about halfway through, he didn't see anyone, so you'd hope he doesn't have a penalty. Neither does the 81 of Ben Folland. Neither does the 31 of Sam Baker. So there you go then, your provisional podium in a Senior Rotax WM Plate final. So Lucas Ellingham, Ben Folland and Sam Baker. What a way to end a brilliant day of racing.
It's been epic, hasn't it? And a big thank you and well done to everybody who was at the Whilton Mill Kart Club in terms of the volunteers, the marshals, the timekeepers, the office, the scrutineers, everyone like that has been absolutely superb. Well done to all the drivers for giving us some great entertainment. Not so well done to the driver in the background there who just chucked his helmet in his cart, because that is a very expensive helmet and it's probably quite an expensive cart as well. But try and keep a better eye on that. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much to Alpha Live for having me along, and obviously yourself, John, for being such an excellent commentator with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for 99.9% of the people in the YouTube chat as well. We won't mention the point one.
It was lovely. We've had so many lovely chats in the live chat. Thank you for joining us for another brilliant day of racing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Of course, the WM plate every year is very exciting, and this year did not disappoint. So thank you for joining us once again. Make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live so that you don't miss all of the Whilton Mill Kart Club action in 2024. It has been confirmed. We'll be back for the full season this year, so you don't want to miss anything. We hope you all out on the circuit who can hear us on the tannoy enjoyed the commentary as well. And if you're in the live chat, goodbye to you all. Thanks for joining us. Big shout out, as Jack already said, to everyone involved in getting the event sorted today, both on the track side and both on the side of the streaming from Alpha Live. My name is John Ratcliffe. His name is Jack Oliphant. We've had a lot of fun, and we hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. That's it for 2023 of Whilton Mill Kart Club. We'll see you next year.